Good morning, all of you. Suprabhat. I welcome you all on the occasion of International Women's Day ના સેલિબ્રેશન્સ હેઠળ આપણે જે આ કોન્ફરન્સ કરી છે એમ્પાવરિંગ વિમેન ટુ મિટિગેટ ક્લાઇમેટ ચેન્જ, આપણે કઈ રીતે મહિલાઓનું સશક્તિકરણ કરી શકીએ જેથી કરીને જે પર્યાવરણમાં અત્યારે બદલાવો આવી રહ્યા છે એના પ્રત્યે આપણે જાગૃતતા લઈ શકીએ. અને આઈ થિંક ઇટ ઇઝ અ વેરી ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ ટોપિક. At Ahmedabad Management Association, it is indeed our pleasure and a privilege to host this conference. Just થોડીક વાતો અમદાવાદ મેનેજમેન્ટ એસોસિએશન વિશે. I'll take only 2 minutes because we have a long day ahead અને ઘણા સારા વક્તાઓ આજે આપણી સાથે જોડાવાના છે. સો સૌપ્રથમ ઓફકોર્સ એએમએ ઘણા બધા લાઇક માઇન્ડેડ ઇન્ડિવિજ્યુઅલ્સ અને ઓર્ગેનાઇઝેશન સાથે સતત પ્રવૃત્તિમય રહે છે. એઝ વી ઓલ નો, વી હેવ thousands of training programs, workshops, conferences, seminars. સમગ્ર બિલ્ડિંગ એક રીતે આ બધી પ્રવૃત્તિઓને સમર્પિત જ છે. એન્ડ વન ઓફ ધ એક્ટિવિટીઝ દેટ વોઝ સ્ટાર્ટેડ ઇન 2022, one of the centers, I must rather say, is the Nirupay Desai AMA Center for Climate Management. 2022માં આ સેન્ટરની સ્થાપના થઈ હતી, જેનો હેતુ એક જ હતો કે પ્રેઝન્ટ અને ફ્યુચર ચેન્જીસ જે ક્લાઇમેટ ચેન્જના લીધે આપણા સમાજમાં, આપણા જીવનશૈલીમાં અને આપણા દુનિયામાં જે આવવાના છે એને કઈ રીતે આપણે ફેસ કરીએ અને હાઉ કેન વી મેક શ્યોર દેટ અવર સોસાયટી that is today ends up being a little better from what we are living in. So એની અવેરનેસ માટે, એના બેટરમેન્ટના ચર્ચા વિચારણાઓ કરવા માટે આ સેન્ટરની સ્થાપના થઈ હતી. નીરુભાઈ દેસાઈ ઇનફેક્ટ કદાચ ઘણા બધાને કહેવાની જરૂર પણ નહીં હોય, પણ હી વોઝ એન આઇકોન ઇન હિમસેલ્ફ. એમનું નીરુભાઈ દેસાઈ સ્મારક ફાઉન્ડેશન બી છે, જે એમના જ પરિવારજનો અને એમના વેલ વિશર્સ, એમના ફ્રેન્ડ્સ, એ બધા દ્વારા એમની સ્થાપના કરવામાં આવેલી. અને નીરુભાઈ દેસાઈ પોતે એક ખૂબ જ જાણીતા જર્નલિસ્ટ. હી વોઝ રાઇટર એન્ડ એડિટર ઓફ ગુજરાત સમાચાર, એક ખૂબ જ જાણીતા સોશિયલ એક્ટિવિસ્ટ અને ફ્રીડમ ફાઇટર એ જમાનામાં. હી વોઝ ઓલ્સો એન ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યુશનલ બિલ્ડર અને વિઝનરી લીડર. એલિસ બ્રિજ આરોગ્ય સમિતિ, જેને આપણે પ્રીતમનગર અખાડા તરીકે ઓળખીએ છીએ, અથવા તો માઉન્ટેનિયરિંગની જે સ્કૂલ આબુમાં સ્થાપના કરી છે, અથવા તો ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યૂટ ઓફ એરિયા પ્લાનિંગ. અને મને જાણીને ખૂબ જ આનંદ થાય છે કે 1960ના વર્ષોમાં, જ્યારે કદાચ સમાજમાં બીજી બધી ચિંતાઓ ઘણી હતી, એ જમાનામાં નીરુભાઈ પાણીની ચિંતા કરતા હતા. એ જમાનામાં ક્લાઇમેટ ચેન્જીસના લીધે ઊભી થતી જે ચેલેન્જીસ છે એની ચિંતા કરતા હતા. આઈ થિંક હી વોઝ અહેડ ઓફ હિઝ ટાઈમ એન્ડ એ ચિંતન કરતાં કરતાં એના વિશે લખતા બી હતા. સો ઇટ ઇઝ ઇન્ડીડ એન ઓનર ફોર અસ એટ એએમએ કે એમના યાદમાં એક ખૂબ જ સરસ સેન્ટરની અમે સ્થાપના કરી શક્યા છીએ. અને આજે જે આપણે કાર્યક્રમ કરી રહ્યા છે એ એટલી જ બે સરસ સંસ્થાઓ સાથે, ઓફકોર્સ એએમએની પાર્ટનરશિપમાં ઉદ્ગમ ચેરિટેબલ ટ્રસ્ટ એન્ડ વિશ્વ યુવક કેન્દ્ર સાથે આપણે કરી રહ્યા છે. ઇનફેક્ટ ઉદ્ગમ ચેરિટેબલ ટ્રસ્ટમાંથી ડૉક્ટર મયુરભાઈ જોશી આજે આપણી સાથે છે. ઓફકોર્સ આઈલ બી વેલકમિંગ ઇન અ સેકન્ડ. એન્ડ ધેન મંજુનાથ ઇઝ ઓલ્સો વિથ અસ ફ્રોમ ધ વિશ્વ યુવક કેન્દ્ર, જેની સાથે આપણે મળીને આજે આ કોન્ફરન્સ કરી રહ્યા છીએ. અને ઓફકોર્સ ધ થીમ ઇઝ એમ્પાવરિંગ વુમેન ટુ મિટિગેટ ક્લાઇમેટ ચેન્જ, વિચ એમ્સ ટુ શેડ લાઇટ ઓન ક્રિટિકલ રોલ. જે મહિલાઓ જે ભાગ ભજવે છે સમાજમાં, એને કઈ રીતે. ઇનફેક્ટ નૈનેશભાઈ સાથે બેઠેલા તો એમને એક બહુ સરસ વાક્ય કીધું, સાહેબ, કદાચ કે ક્લાઇમેટ ચેન્જ અથવા તો કોઈ પણ એક બિહેવિયરલ ચેન્જ લાવવું હોય તો ક્યાંક ને ક્યાંક એની કડી એક માતા સાથે સંકળાયેલી છે. સો ધીસ ઇઝ અ વેરી વેરી ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ થીમ. અને આઈ એમ વેરી હેપી. કોંગ્રેચ્યુલેશન્સ ટુ ધ સેક્રેટેરિએટ ઓફ એએમએ for conceptualizing this and pulling it off. So thank you so much once again. I take this honor and privilege to welcome Dr. Mayur Joshi. તાળીઓની સાથે આપણે એમનું સ્વાગત કરીએ, પ્લીઝ. And of course one for Manjunath as well, sir. મિત્રો, દિવસ દરમિયાન ખૂબ જ સરસ વક્તાઓની આપણે આયોજન કરવામાં આવ્યું છે. આઈ એમ વેરી ઇમ્પ્રેસ્ડ બાય ધ લિસ્ટ દેટ ઇઝ ફોલોઈંગ અપ. ઓફકોર્સ રાઇટ નાઉ મિસ્ટર મંજુનાથ વિલ બી શેરિંગ હિઝ કોન્ફરન્સ ઓવરવ્યૂ, અને પછી મયુરભાઈ વિલ ઓલ્સો સે અ ફ્યુ વર્ડ્સ. પણ એના પછીના સેશનમાં નૈનેશભાઈ, હુ ઇઝ હિમસેલ્ફ એન એસોસિએટ પ્રોફેસર એટ ડિપાર્ટમેન્ટ ઓફ બોટની, ગીતિકાબેન, શી ઇઝ હરસેલ્ફ એન ઇકો વોરિયર એન્ડ એજ્યુકેશનમાં એમને ઘણું કોન્ટ્રીબ્યુશન કર્યું છે. ત્યારબાદ વી હેવ ડૉક્ટર મેઘા ભટ્ટ, શ્વેતાબેન પુરોહિત, એન્ડ સંદીપ કુમાર, પારુલબેન ઝવેરી ઇઝ એન આર્કિટેક્ટ આઈ બિલીવ, and Dr. Benita Vardia, who is CSR head of Sidus Group, and of course Tejasbhai Deshmukh from UNICEF will also be joining us. So we have some fabulous lineup. I'm sure that જે લોકો આજે આવ્યા છે એમને they'll feel very enriched by today's event. And I just have two small formalities to share. One, of course, Professor Indira Parekh has not been able to join us, but she's conveyed her best wishes. In fact, it was her last minute work that she could not make it, but એમને એમના best wishes આપણને કોન્ફરન્સ સાથે મોકલ્યા છે. She has been an icon, has done some fabulous work at Flame University, at of course IIM Ahmedabad, and we accept her wishes, and of course we look forward to having her over some time again, if not today. And of course the session is also live on YouTube, so I think ઘણા બધા લોકો YouTube પર બી આજે દિવસ દરમિયાન આપણી સાથે જોડાઈ રહ્યા છે. So thank you so much. On that note, for the purpose of conference overview and the theme, I request Mr. Manjunath of Vishwa Yuva Kendra to please come forward and share his presentation, please.
At the outset, I would like to congratulate all of you present here today to be a part of this wonderful conference titled Empowering Women to Mitigate Climate Change. Before I begin and share the overview of conference schedule today, I would like to thank our two wonderful partners present with us. That's Udgam Charitable Trust and Ahmedabad Management Association for joining hands with us and providing us an opportunity to conduct a conference in this very beautiful city, that too in the campus of Ahmedabad Management Association. Of course, this campus is very beautifully constructed. I must congratulate the executive director. The way they have kept the cleaning around this campus is very wonderful. So thank you, sir, for keeping this center so hygienic, so that everyone come and be a part of developmental initiatives in this campus. Before I begin and share my words about this conference, I would like to play documentations that I brought with me. It's basically about our organization, Vishwa Yuva Kendra, a unit of Indian Youth Centers, a registered charitable trust which has been working in the country from the past 6 decades. Yes, what you heard is right. From the past 6 decades, that to provide the educational awareness and involve the youth for the volunteerism so that they can be the part of nation building process. So before I proceed, I would like to share this video presentations. This is all about our organization.
Vishwa Yuva Kendra has a unique history. In 1958, the Executive Committee of the Indian Assembly of Youth came to the conclusion that if youth work has to be developed in the country on scientific lines, a National Youth Center should be established, which would provide on a continuous basis training in youth work to the workers of youth organizations. The committee also visualized the center as an international meeting place for young people from all over the world. Accordingly, it was decided to set up an independent trust which would command the necessary respect and support. Thus, following the recommendations of Indian Assembly of Youth, the Indian Youth Center Trust was set up on 10th August 1961. Established Vishwa Yuva Kendra. The organization was formed by the great Indian leaders, industrialists and social reformers, which included Shri Morarji Desai as founder chairman, Shri Ramkrishna Bajaj as founder managing trustee, Shrimati Indira Gandhi, Shri Naval S. Tata, Shri Ravindra Verma and Shri Viren J. Shah as board of trustees. The building of the Kendra was inaugurated by Dr. Zakir Hussain. the then President of India, on 22nd of December 1968. It is located in the prestigious diplomatic enclave of Chanakyapuri, New Delhi. This facility serves as a learning house for the youth, CSOs, and other stakeholders for conducting various learning, training events in a conducive environment through its infrastructural facilities like conference halls, auditorium, library, rooms, dormitories, etc. Since its inception, VYK, through its National Resource Center and capacity building programs, offers wide-ranging opportunities for youth, civil society organizations, and communities for constructive participation in the larger development arena. Currently, the Kendra is managed by the committed leadership of national and international repute. The Board of Trustees of IYCT comprises of Shri Rajat Kumar Narayan, the Chairman, Shri Shishir Bajaj, the Managing Trustee, along with Shri S.R. Halbe, Shri Kushagra Nayan Bajaj, Shri Hemant Panpalia, and Shri Neerad Mehta as trustees. The objectives of the Kendra can be broadly divided into three, namely capacity enhancement of youth and CSOs, research and documentation, and promotion of international understanding. In order to achieve its objectives, VYK conducts various training programs, seminars, and workshops on relevant thematic and social issues for various stakeholders in youth ecosystem and civil society landscape. International organizations like World Assembly of Youth, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, UNESCO, etc. have been important partners in designing educational courses and programs, wherein trainees from all parts of the world participated to enhance their learnings and knowledge exchange. As a learning organization, VYK has been adapting strategies to the changing macro and micro context to remain relevant and effective to serve its constituencies and delivering its mission and mandate. The Kendra strategically engages in institutional tie-ups with educational institutions so as to build a strong cadre of professional youth through orientation, sensitization, and promoting volunteerism in the employment and society. VYK is also engaged in undertaking its community-based development projects through its integrated community development program aimed at building innovative models for wider application. Considering the pandemic scenario, VYK was one of the pioneers in organizing webinars in lockdown situations to connect its various stakeholders through e-learning platforms. Amid COVID-19, VYK evolved and implemented various programs at grassroots level like Cradila and Nanni Pahal to support and help the most needy and vulnerable segments of the society through the relief material support during the pandemic period. Initiatives like Project Lead, Project Saksham, Caregiver Project were targeted at youth for improving their soft and employability skills. Today, VYK has a pan-India presence through its programs and partnerships with NGOs, academia, corporate, and other stakeholders engaged in youth affairs. So far, VYK has conducted more than 1250 in-house and state-level programs reaching directly to over 1 lakh youth and has reached out to a population of nearly 50 lakhs through partnership and collaborations with more than 10,000 civil society organizations. Over the journey of 6 decades, VYK has made significant efforts and footprints to mainstream youth in the nation building process. However, concerted, continued, and coordinated efforts are required to nourishing youth's potential to make their dreams a reality. The VYK's journey continues with sincere efforts and commitment. As Robert Frost says, woods are lovely, dark and deep, but I have promises to keep, and miles to go before I sleep, and miles to go before I sleep.
Well, thank you so much. That is about our organization, Vishwa Yuva Kendra. And as you have just witnessed through this video, VYK has been working across the country with more than hundreds and hundreds of partners. Now we have been able to manage all our developmental activities, especially in 25 states of the countries. Of course, you all know what it takes. The efforts, the devotion, the dedication, the commitments that any team brings together will surely help to figure out what are the actual challenges that's happening and how we can look forward for the ways ahead. Apart from this, I would also like to take some time, Mayur bhai, if it is okay. Right. I would just like to show that what has been the role of Vishwa Yuva Kendra, especially empowering the women. You all will be very happy to note that I was just sharing with Mayur bhai day before yesterday. We celebrated International Women's Day on 3rd March. Of course, you all will be wondered that why so. Like 8th March is the International Women's Day, and why these people celebrated it on 3rd March. I'll explain it why. To celebrate International Women's Day, what we did, we campaigned it. On a mission mode, you will be happy to note, we organized more than 30 programs in various colleges, schools, communities with the support of our active 20 partners, college partners, NGO partners, and that too in 14 states in less than 1 week. And this is how Vishwa Yuva Kendra, along with the educational and NGO partners, has been contributing majorly for the betterment of the society, that too empowering the women. And you will be happy to note that the initiatives that we have taken, and you will be amazed that why we have showing this video to you. I will let you know that today we are going to talk about it's a conference, so in conference we'll be talking about how to empower the women. Like, if you ask me honestly, there is no need not to empower the women, because the women of this dharti, this country, this one beautiful land are already much empowered. All is important is to how to bring all of them together, how to channelize them, how to make them aware, and how to involve them in this initiative of nation building. That's all I can say. With this, I would also like to show you something that Vishwa Yuva Kendra has done in connection with this program. We have very much connection with this program, that whatever we are doing it today.
अच्छा, वो नया फॉकलिफ्ट ऑपरेटर इंडीड से हायर किया?
मेरे चाचा के लड़के को हायर किया मैडम, बहुत होशियार।
त्याग,
Just have a look at it.
तपस्या और समर्पण हैं जिनके पहचान, क्षमा दया संयम ही जिनके होते हैं परिधान, ऐसे मातृ शक्ति को हर क्षण है सादर प्रणाम, है सादर प्रणाम, है सादर प्रणाम। इस बात में कतई संदेह नहीं कि मानव सृष्टि की रचना नारी से ही हुई, और इस बात में भी कहीं किंतु परंतु नहीं कि महिलाओं के बिना मानव के अस्तित्व की कल्पना भी नहीं की जा सकती। फिर ना जाने मानव सभ्यता के क्रमिक विकास में जहाँ एक ओर महिलाओं को सरस्वती, लक्ष्मी और दुर्गा की तरह माना जाता है, तो वहीं दूसरी ओर महिलाएं सती प्रथा, बाल विवाह, दहेज प्रथा, कन्या भ्रूण हत्या जैसी अनेक सामाजिक कुरीतियों का शिकार होती रही है। यह विडंबना ही है कि एक तरफ तो हम महिला और पुरुष को कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चलने की बात करते हैं, तो वहीं दूसरी तरफ महिलाओं को घर, मोहल्ले और कार्यालय में पुरुषों की अपेक्षा कम आंका जाता है। हालांकि यदि महिलाओं के प्रगति में किसी तरह की बाधा ना हो तो स्थिति इसके उलट भी हो सकते हैं। हमें इस बात का गर्व है कि हमारी महिलाओं ने, चाहे वो खेलकूद हो, कला संस्कृति हो, विज्ञान और तकनीकी हो, प्रशासन हो या अंतरिक्ष की ऊंची उड़ान हो, हर जगह बुलंदियों पर अपना परचम फहराया और राष्ट्र का नाम रोशन किया। और तो और यदि समान अवसर मिला तो देश के सर्वोच्च पदों को भी सुशोभित किया है। महिला सशक्तिकरण के महत्व, उन्हें बराबरी का दर्जा और हर व्यक्ति में संवेदनशीलता बहाल करने हेतु संयुक्त राष्ट्र ने सन 1975 में अंतर्राष्ट्रीय महिला दिवस मनाना शुरू किया। सन 1977 में संयुक्त राष्ट्र महासभा ने 8 मार्च को महिलाओं के अधिकारों और विश्व शांति के लिए आधिकारिक रूप से सदस्य देशों के साथ अंतर्राष्ट्रीय महिला दिवस मनाने का निर्णय लिया। हमें इस बात का हर्ष है कि विश्व वक
That is our campus in
महिलाओं
Delhi.
के समानता के अधिकार, समान अवसर प्रदान करने, सुरक्षा और संरक्षा बहाल करने तथा महिला सम्मान हेतु श्रृंखलाबद्ध रूप में सुनियोजित ढंग से कार्यक्रम करते आया है। हर वर्ष की भांति इस वर्ष भी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय महिला दिवस के अवसर पर देश में अनेक
These are our partners for
और
the
शैक्षिक
program.
संस्थाओं ने इस वर्ष के थीम डिजिट ऑल इनोवेशन एंड टेक्नोलॉजी और जेंडर इक्वलिटी पर BYK के साथ बढ़ चढ़कर भागीदारी दिया, जिसमें पोस्टर प्रतियोगिता, रैली, नुक्कड़ नाटक, पपेट शो, कार्यशाला और सेमिनार का आयोजन किया गया। देश के अलग अलग कोने में जनजुराव से यह एक अभियान का रूप अख्तियार कर लिया। इसके साथ ही विश्व वक केंद्र परिसर में 3 मार्च 2023 को एक हाइब्रिड मेगा इवेंट का आयोजन किया गया, जिसमें देश के जाने माने और अपने अपने क्षेत्र में प्रसिद्धि प्राप्त किए हुए विशिष्ट व्यक्तियों ने अपने अपने विचार अभिव्यक्त कर सभी वर्गों को प्रोत्साहित किया। तो आए देखते हैं कार्यक्रम की मुख्य झलकियां।
महिला प्रश्न और पुरुष प्रश्न दोनों जुड़े हुए हैं। ऐसा नहीं है कि यू कैनॉट हैव अ सोसाइटी वेयर यू हैव जेंडर इक्वल।
Friends, I'd like to stop here this video because I got something to share around the subject. I would explain you why I tried to show this presentation before you. Today we will be whole day we will be talking about empowering women, like how we can bring the strategies or make the strategies to involve more and more young girls and women in this climate mitigate action. So for this purpose, correlating to this, what we try to do, we try to conduct the awareness programs, rallies, seminars, and lots of puppet shows. That was and that too with the help of the women at the community level. See, going to the community is very much important. Of course, the conferences to enhance the knowledge is also important, but at the same time, unless and until we go to the community, to the doorstep, how we will be able to measure it, right? So today, with a small note, I would like to share that with an aim of highlighting the critical role of women in mitigating the climate change. We planned this conference with the help of Udgam Trust and our own Ahmedabad Management Association, and I'm quite sure that women and marginalized groups, by virtue of their position and roles, are fortune of solutions to tackle the climate change. And today's whole conference will be, ideate the things that how we can ensure that more and more women come together and participate in this process of climate change. Thank you so much. With this note, I would rest my talk here, and of course, I will be connected with all of you throughout the day. And Vishwa Yuva Kendra will be very delighted to welcome you all to our campus in Delhi. Like whenever you will be visiting to Delhi, you are most welcome to us and witness our development initiatives. Thank you so much for this time and opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Manjunath ji, for your wonderful presentation. Those who came here, I am Dr. Mayur Joshi from Udgam Charitable Trust. Udgam is, I'm just giving grateful to Ahmedabad Management Association, Sri Nirubhai Desai AMA Center for Climate Change, and Nirubhai Desai family, Sri Chandramouli Pathak ji, and Vishwa Yuva Kendra for this wonderful conference on climate change mitigation, to empowering women to mitigate climate change. As Udgam is organizing a USA Parva in our late trustee, in the memory of our late trustee, Mrs. Usha Ben Joshi, from last many years. This is Udgam's 25th year, so we are organizing a 4 days program first is our conference on climate change, and then second is we are organizing a women oriented, because our literature empowered women through various uh, uh, poetry and the songs and everything. So on 12th we are organizing that program at Gandhinagar. On 18th we are organizing a program with the Baba Saheb Ambedkar Open University at Baba Saheb Ambedkar Open University on women classical music concert, and final is 14th Udgam Women's Achiever Award. Udgam is working since 1997 on education, on hygiene, health and hygiene, women's mental health from last 10 years, and working on climate change and youth. These are third program after the inception of Climate Change Center, Nirubhai Desai AMA Center for Climate Change with the AMA. And I will not speak much because we can directly, within short span, we can go to the theme, as we have esteemed speakers, say Nanesh B. Modi sir, Dr. Gitika Saluja ji, Megha Ben, Dr. Sweta Purohit ji. Many people, many friends came here, and I am grateful to all the friends who came here to attend the conference. So Sri Harish Bhai Trivedi, Madhu ji is here, Namita ji is here. So I can see the many faces over here, and I must grateful to Uday ji and AMA team. CEO of Uday Shankar ji is Vishwa Yoga Kendra, and yesterday night he called me and he told me we have associated within very short span for this conference, but we would like to organize a bigger conference on international level with Udgam and AMA over here on climate change only. So within a, let's see, within a 3 or 4 months we'll again organizing a program on climate change, because Udgam and AMA organized a in Asia's first conference before 2 months on WASH resilience in climate change, because yet no one organized a conference. So we were the first, and I think I was searching on net and I have not seen many things about this empowering women to mitigate climate change. So this is my thought. Maybe we are the first who is organizing a empowering women to mitigate climate change conference in India. So that is also proud for us. So we are just trying to, we, as Manjunath said, and Vishwa Yoga Kendra, Udayji always tell us, and I also believe we need not to empower women. बस मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ कि जिंदगी में, ये मेरे अपने वर्ड्स हैं, तो हम ज़्यादा अभाव की बात करते हैं, क्या नहीं है. वी आर नॉट थिंकिंग अबाउट भाव क्या है. तो इफ़ यू वांट टू बिकम ए लीडर, इफ़ यू वांट टू बिकम ए सरदार, तो आपको असरदार बनना पड़ेगा. असरदार बनने के लिए अभाव का अ निकाल के सरदार के साथ जोड़ दीजिए, भाव विश्व में आ जाइए, थिंक पॉजिटिव and do everything on positive manner. We are doing many things to show ourselves to others, but let's go inner side, talk to self, and then we all are leaders. We need not require to empower or tell anything to anyone, because we are already from inner, we all are empowered. So it's climate is, we all understand what we are facing nowadays due to the climate change. So here we have very good speaker who will talk about climate change. So it's a day-long conference. I am grateful to Udayji, Manjunath, and all the speakers of this conference. And again, we'll all will work together to mitigate climate change. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Manjunath, and thank you so much, Dr. Mayur Joshi, for that inaugural welcome and setting the tone for the conference. What we'll do next is we have the speakers in the room for the next session, which is impact of climate change on women. જે આપણો next session નું નામ છે. અને we have Dr. Nainesh Modi sahab with us. We also have Dr. Gitika Saluja with us. I'll quickly introduce both of them. મારી પાસે એમનું brief introduction છે. Of course, Nainesh ભાઈ સાથે હમણાં જ પરિચય થયો, but I'm sure he has a lot to share. In fact, is a lovely orator, I presume. And Gitika, I've had the pleasure to follow each other on social media for a long time, and again we could meet today. So but yeah, Dr. Nainesh Modi, he's associate professor in the botany, bioinformatics and climate change management department at Gujarat University. Dr. Modi is also the coordinator for Gujarat University's internal quality assurance cell, which is academic, they call it as IQAC. He's also the additional director and coordinator at Gujarat University Consultancy Foundation, joint coordinator of Gujarat University So in your store, and also the joint coordinator for Indian Institute of Sustainability at Gujarat University. Sir, it is indeed an honor and extremely grateful at AMA that you could make it. In a moment, I'll request you to come on the dais as well. Meanwhile, Dr. Gitika Saluja is a doctorate in education and believes that the purpose of human life is to see the courage to dream big and then to empower oneself with required knowledge, skills and attitude for realization of its purpose. With a simple pursuit in realizing her dream and with a keen desire to increase her circle of influence of mutual learning, sharing, influencing and inspiring during the span of 2 decades, she has empowered herself with various roles as an entrepreneur, academician, researcher and corporate work, as well as a life skills coach. She has received Paryavaran Mitra Teacher nomination on national level by NCERT and Center for Environment Education, while under the leadership her school, Sindh Kabir, was awarded Paryavaran Mitra School 2015. She has written various research articles and has organized various conferences and has been speaker in various national and international conferences on education, upskilling and sustainability. I think we are in for a fabulous, insightful session by Dr. Modi and Dr. Saluja. May I please request you to come on the dais. Ajay, if you can change the plates. Oh, chat, perfect, it's there. All right, lovely. Please. I'll take this moment to welcome. Can I have a loud round of applause? And one for Dr. Modi. All right, so without taking much time, luckily as far the program flow is concerned, in fact we're a little ahead of the time, so I'm very happy that we are not running late in that case. And I'll start with Dr. Nainesh Modi, sir, if you could have your insights, and then we'll follow up with Dr. Gitika Saluja. Thank you so much.
Haji.
ગુડ મોર્નિંગ. કેમ છો? બહુ અઘરો ટોપિક છે મારા માટે, બહેનો પર વાત કરવાની. પણ પ્રયત્ન કર્યો છે મેં કે શક્ય હોય એટલું બહેનોને ધ્યાનમાં રાખીને, કારણ કે માનીએ કે ના માનીએ, સૃષ્ટિને આગળ વધારવાનું, સૃષ્ટિને ચલાવવાનું અને સૃષ્ટિનું સર્જન પણ કરવાનું, આ બધું જ કામ સ્ત્રી વગર શક્ય નથી. જનિતા એ જ આપણને જન્મ આપ્યો છે, એણે જ આપણને મોટા કર્યા છે. આપણે જે બન્યા એ એના કારણે જ છીએ. ત્યારબાદ એક સમય એવો આવે કે પાત્ર બદલાય. માતા કાન મરડીને આપણને સીધા કરતી હોય, પછી એક પાત્ર બદલાય, બીજું કોક સીધા કરે, પણ મૂળે તો સ્ત્રી જ છે. અને એણે ખૂબ સારા બનાવ્યા આપણને, જે કંઈ બી કર્યું એ. ઘણાને નસીબ એ પણ હોય કે એમને દીકરી પણ હોય, જે પિતાને લાડ પણ એટલો કરે અને એમને સારી વસ્તુઓ શીખવાડે પણ ખરી. પણ એના વિશે વિચારે છે બહુ ઓછા લોકો. આટલું બધું એ કરે છે સૃષ્ટિ માટે ને આપણા બધા માટે, પણ એના માટે વિચારતું કોઈ નથી એટલું બધું. આજે આ મંચ ઉપર સ્ત્રી માટે વિચારવાનું જે એક સરસ મજાનું આયોજન થયું છે, એના માટે હું આયોજકો, બધા આયોજકોને ખૂબ ખૂબ ધન્યવાદ આપું છું. ખૂબ ખૂબ અભિનંદનને પાત્ર છે. ક્યારેય પણ કોઈ પણ સમાજમાં કોઈ પણ ફેરફાર લાવવો હોય તો એ સ્ત્રી વગર શક્ય નહીં બને. એમાંય ખાસ કરીને માતા. હમણાં જ અમે બેઠા હતા ત્યારે મેં વાત કરી કે માતાથી જ તમે લાવી શકો આ ચેન્જ. કોઈ શિક્ષક પણ એટલો બધો અસરકારક નથી હોતો જેટલી માતા હોય છે. આપણે ક્લાઇમેટ ચેન્જમાં એટલા બધા ખરાબ રીતે આગળ વધી રહ્યા છીએ. આવનારી અસરો આપણને દેખાઈ ગઈ. હમણાં બી એક નાની ઝલક આપી, હોળીના દિવસે હોળી પ્રગટાવીએ અને ધોધમાર વરસાદ ચાલુ થઈ જાય. કેટલી પવિત્ર હોળી! એટલે આપણા જે સનાતન ધર્મમાં તો આપ જાણીએ છીએ કે હોળીનું શું મહત્ત્વ છે. એ વખતે વરસાદ આવ્યો. મારી ઉંમરમાં મેં ક્યારે આવું જોયું નહોતું. મારાથી પણ વડીલ બેઠેલા છે, કદાચ એમણે બી નહીં જોયું હોય. તો ધીઝ આર ધી ઇફેક્ટ્સ, ધીઝ આર ધી સિમ્ટમ્સ કે ઇન ફ્યુચર કયા પ્રકારની વસ્તુ આપણી સાથે ઘટી શકે છે. સો લેટ અસ બિગિન વિથ ધી, બિકોઝ પાછળ પણ વક્તાઓ છે. So UN they define the climate change as a long time change in temperature and weather patterns. So નાના નાના ચેન્જીસ થાય છે એની વાત નથી કરવાની, પણ લોંગ ટાઈમ ટેમ્પરેચર ચેન્જ તો આપણે બધા જોઈ જ રહ્યા છીએ કે ગ્લોબલ વોર્મિંગ જેવી વસ્તુઓ આપણે જોઈ રહ્યા છીએ. એને કારણે આપણી જે ગ્લેશિયર્સ છે એ પીગળી રહી છે, દરિયાની સપાટી ઉપર આવી રહી છે. આ બધી વસ્તુઓ જોઈ રહ્યા છે અને એને જ, અને જે વેધર ચેન્જીસ થઈ રહ્યા છે, દેટ ઇઝ ડિફાઇન્ડ એઝ ક્લાઇમેટ ચેન્જ બાય UN. And these changes could be natural. Generally, it is not compulsory that they are man-made. Naturally be possible છે due to that change in the solar cycle. But in last 2 centuries or 3 centuries, human have made a remarkable impact on climate due to that industrialization and everything. So both things are equally responsible. However, since 1800, as I mentioned, in many of these contexts, women are more vulnerable to the effect of climate change than men, because there is a different physiology of men and women. We cannot compare men with women, because they have different physiology, they have different physical abilities, they have different mental status compared to men. And due to those differences in men and women, women are more vulnerable than men. The climate change is going to impact more on women compared to men. So those charged with the responsibility to secure water, food, fuel for cooking. So as we know, these are the responsibility of female or women to get the water for entire family, to prepare the food for entire family, to get the or gather the fuel for entire family. These are their responsibility, and for that they face more difficulties, or they face more challenges compared to men. Secondly, when it is coupled with the unequal access to resources, when resources are not available to decision making process, as we know, decision making is done majoritarily by male member of the family, in most of the families, I think, right? Again, the limited mobility places for women in rural areas, in position where they are more affected by climate change. It is thus important to identify gender sensitive strategies to respond to the environmental and humanitarian crisis caused by climate change. So these are the effect on overall health. As we are running, I have been given half an hour only, so I will not discuss each and every slide very deeply, but you can have an idea that how it will affect the overall health. We will focus only on women. But particularly when the climate change occurs, it affects those women more who are pregnant women, or those who are disabled or elderly, or also affects the children. Children, those who have already born, and children, those who are going to take birth. Because when it is inside the womb, it is affected more by climate change. The pollution can affect the mother, and as mother is affected, the child which is growing inside her uterus is going to be affected more. So these are the different possible effects or disease caused due to climate change. There are many diseases can be caused due to less availability of water, or it can be caused due to floods, means high availability of water. So this is the sentence which is in that upper case, just below the impacts of women on health. That is very important. Investing in the health of women is investing in health of current and future generation. If we understand this sentence, then we can easily fight with this current problem. That the investing in health of women is investing in health of current and future generation. આજે જો આપણે સ્ત્રીની ચિંતા કરીશું, આપણે એના હેલ્થ માટે જો ઇન્વેસ્ટમેન્ટ કરીશું, તો આપણે આજની પેઢીને અને આવનારી પેઢીઓને એની સારી સેવા કરી કહેવાશે. ખાલી ને ખાલી પુરુષ પ્રધાન સમાજની અંદર બહેનોને, સ્ત્રીઓને જે યોગ્ય માન આપવાનું છે, જે યોગ્ય સવલતો પૂરી પાડવાની, ખાલી એ પૂરી પાડવાની ચાલુ કરી દઈએ. અને બીજી વસ્તુ, ક્લાઇમેટ ચેન્જની અસરો એમના ઉપર વધારે થવાની છે, તો એમના દ્વારા જ એમને જ લીડર બનાવીએ આ આપણા અભિયાનના, કે બહેનો જ આ વસ્તુને આગળ લઈને જાય, તો કદાચ ફ્યુચર કંઈક અલગ હશે. વી કેન નોટ say anything about the world, but we can start with this place only. ઓકે, અહીંયાથી શરૂઆત કરીએ કે બહેનોને આપણે એમની લીડરશીપ આપીએ કે તમે જ આ વસ્તુ કરો, અને એ લોકો કરી શકે, આપણાથી પણ સારી રીતે કરી શકે છે. So climate change is the most vulnerable for more than 2 billion people in low resource countries living below the poverty level. કદાચ આ આંકડો નાનો હોઈ શકે, 2 બિલિયનનો, એનાથી પણ વધારે people may be affected. Indeed, women are adversely affected compared to men, and it is anticipated that without proper adaptation, this disparity will only worsen in the coming decades. You can see the data provided by different researchers that women are more vulnerable compared to men. No, I talked about the general, but I said that it may be more, right? Maybe more. See the different these bar charts that showing the proportion of men and women affected by climate change impacts, including death and injury. You can see the orange color is for women and blue color or purple color is for men. So different things are there, and these are not my own data. I have gathered this data from different sites like United Nations or like those which are working day and night for this purpose. And we can see how women are affected. See this picture. This is our society. Now next 5 to 6 slides, I am giving a picture before explaining anything. Then you can guess. Any guess about the next slide? Clothing. The clothes. The society requires more clothes on female compared to male, right? Is it true? Everywhere? Now see the effects. Physiological and biological vulnerabilities, okay? Women have a higher working metabolic rate. Remember this thing, higher working metabolic rate that reduces heat dissipation. મેલ્સ તમને ખબર હશે પુરુષોને પરસેવો વધારે થાય છે, સ્ત્રીઓને ઓછો થાય છે, રાઈટ? એન્ડ ડિક્રીઝ એફેક્ટિવ રેડિએટિવ કુલિંગ. મેલ્સ પરસેવો કાઢી નાખે, શરીર ઠંડુ થઈ જાય. ફિમેલમાં પરસેવો ઓછો થાય, શરીરની હીટ અંદર ને અંદર રહે. ઓકે, નાઉ ટુ હવે બધું સાયન્ટિફિક વેમાં વાત કરીશ. હીટ ઇન્ક્રીઝિસ પ્રોડક્શન ઓફ વેસો એક્ટિવ સબસ્ટન્સીસ. જે બ્લડ છે એની અંદર જે સબસ્ટન્સીસ વહી રહ્યા છે એ વધારે છે, હીટને કારણે એ વધે છે. ઇન્ક્રીઝિસ બ્લડ વિસ્કોસિટી એન્ડ એફેક્ટ્સ એન્ડોથેસિયલ સેલ ફંક્શન. Many of you may have heard endothelium, the word endothelium. That is a layer, innermost layer of uterus. Uterus have 3 layers, wall layers. Innermost layer is the endothelium, and that endothelium is most important for the child which is carried by that woman. So that is the most important layer, endothelium, and those cells are affected by this heat, which may alter placental blood flow. Placenta, as you know, increases propensity for the hypertensive crisis and even stillbirth. Then disruption in sequence in gene activity during organogenesis. The child which is growing inside the body has to undergo particular organogenesis process, and during this organogenesis process genes play a significant role. And here, due to heat, those genes can be muted, and due to that mutation the child may born with some disabilities. These are not small things. Then the cultural and other things, that poor access to health care and cooling facilities due to personal safety concerns and lack of access to personal transportation, culturally prescribed heavy clothing garments. These heavy clothing garments that increases the heat inside the body, and that generated heat can cause these things to female. This is the next slide to be talked. કઈ હોઈ શકે હવે પછીની વાત? Air pollution. Okay, we all facing this problem, air pollution in bigger cities particularly. I know before 10 years, when you are standing on any island of Ahmedabad, means traffic island of Ahmedabad, આંખોમાંથી પાણી નીકળવાનું શરૂ થઈ જતું હતું, due to that kerosene autos, right? Fortunately, government imposed something and converted all autos to the CNG, and we are just having the remarkable change in our air quality due to that only. But air pollution plays a very significant role in, again, women health. Women experience greater deposition of inhaled particles in their lungs compared to men. વિમેનના લંગ્સની અંદર વધારે વસ્તુઓ જમા થાય છે, રાઈટ? સેકન્ડરી ટુ હાયર પ્રિવિલન્સ ટુ એનિમિયા, વુમન આર મોર સેન્સિટિવ ટુ toxicological exposure. Air pollutants, particularly like CO2, can cross the placenta and impact fetal growth during crucial development windows. So during pregnancy, it is very dangerous for women, the pollution. The traditional indoor stoves for cooking and heating utilize biomass, which produces carbon monoxide, hydrocarbons, and particulate matter, and accounts for nearly 24% of ambient air pollution. And women spend more time in the home and thus are disproportionately affected. So women facing all these things, and according to the WHO, these things affect not only women but also the placenta and the womb. Next picture for next, no issue. So increased frequency of climate related disasters. Okay, that slide showed the disaster. Okay, so physiological and biological vulnerabilities for women are women of all ages are more likely to experience dietary deficiencies, leading to poor physical health and vulnerability to resource storage ensuing from catastrophes. Poor baseline nutritional status and physical health may prevent escape and survival in acute phase of disaster. As we know, female have to face all these things. Even there is any kind of disaster happening, at that time she has to take care for herself, but before taking care for herself, she has to take care for the family, the children. And as we know, any female in the world will not eat before providing food for the family members, particularly for her children, right? તમે બી તમને યાદ હશે કે તમારી મમ્મી પહેલાં ખાઈ નહીં લેતી હોય, પહેલાં તમને ખવડાવશે, રાઈટ? સો છેલ્લો વારો એનો આવે છે, અને આવી કે જ્યારે કન્ડિશન્સ હોય ત્યારે તો ઓલરેડી દેર ઇઝ અ શોર્ટેજ ઓફ ફૂડ, and in such condition most of the cases એ ભૂખી રહેતી હોય છે, રાઈટ? સો જ્યારે ડિઝાસ્ટર્સ કન્ડિશન્સ આવે છે ત્યારે તો એની કન્ડિશન એટલે ફિમેલની કન્ડિશન વધારે ક્રિટિકલ થઈ જાય છે. સો વુમન હેવ અનઇક્વલ access to basic social goods and mortality in worsen when women have a lower socio-economic status. Women are often homebound, caring for children and elderly. Poor single elderly women, adolescent girls, and women with disabilities are often at greater risk for abuse. Again, disaster like flood and everything. So, they are inherently sensitive to effects of food insecurity and resulting the nutritional deficiency due to increased need during menstruation, pregnancy, and nursing. Culturally, the nutritional scarcity can be intensified by cultural practices that prioritize food provision to children and adult males. We have talked about all these things. So I'll go further. See the condition. કેવું પાણી પીવે છે બેન અને these things, these photographs, as a particular these photographs, this is a condition in our country. We cannot talk about other countries. This is condition faced by women of our country. So dehydration in pregnancy results in decreased uterine blood flow. See, this is again a very important thing and is associated with preterm labor. કહેજો મને પછી મારા લીધે એવું ના થાય કે બેનને કાપવું પડે કશું. So again it is related to the next generation, right? Infection in pregnancy lead to poor maternal and neonatal outcomes. So every time whenever a female or woman is facing such problem, it is going to affect the next generation. Traditionally, women have the household role of providing water for family. Water security equates to more time spent harvesting water and less time spent on other activities. So women generally in villages nowadays, at some places the scenario has changed somewhat, but women has to go far to fetch the water for entire family. When there is a case of drought or anything like that, they have to go kilometers away to fetch water for the family, entire family, and that is role of women only, right? No male member probably may be helping or not, I don't know. In some regions, carrying water may use up to 85% of women's daily energy intake. Pathetic. Traveling long distance to collect water places women at risk for physical abuse and harms. During the long journey, she may be abused on the way, right? Pregnant women have increased susceptibility to mosquito transmitted disease. See, this is the wonderful thing. You might not know, even many of you may not have heard about this, because due to their higher carbon dioxide production, when the female is pregnant, at that time she produces more carbon dioxide because she has to breathe for herself as well as for the fetus. So more carbon dioxide production, that is a chemo attractant for the mosquito. The mosquitoes will attract it more towards her, right? And increased peripheral blood flow, the heat form which allows mosquito to locate the host. So the pregnant woman will receive more mosquito bites compared to any other person due to that heat generated in her body. Hormonally induced changes in immunologic functions during pregnancy leads to decreased immune response. Again, her immune response is decreased, which manifests as higher intensity of vermia and parasitemia. So, different disease can enter in her body due to low immune power during the pregnancy. Women spend more time around the house performing domestic tasks. Okay, they are found more in house, and houses they have more places of those mosquito breeding sites compared to the working places. Now the climate-induced environmental change drives human migration. Migration is seen everywhere, not only due to these climate changes. Even we have seen these things during these conditions in Ukraine and Russia war, right? Even during those rule change in Afghanistan, we have seen a very pathetic scenes, right? And during this period, women face a lot of problem. When there is a flood, when there is a drought, earthquake, the people has to migrate from one place to other place, and during that migration, that is the most challenging for females, right? I will just go through all these slides. You can see the 1.5 billion women living on less than $1 per day. Okay? I will just these are the other impacts. Only one or two examples I will discuss with you. Very important and very sad real examples are there. Sorry. The second para. Please go through the second para. People get more wife, just to fetch water. Yes, water wives. Sexual violence, everybody knows about this. But the second para, please go through. So human trafficking, again a big problem. Migration, we have already discussed. Here again second para. When during tea plantation, due to climate change, the production decreased. Due to decreased production, people started using more chemicals like pesticides, insecticides, weedicides, and chemical fertilizers. And that affects the health of women. Okay. And the last slide, that is the extreme weather events. We'll not discuss it. So, thank you very much. I hope I have delivered some important things, right? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ninesh Modi, for the wonderful presentation. And we have the co-speaker, Dr. Gitika Saluja. She holds a doctorate in education. Gitika ji believes that the purpose of human life is to seek the courage to dream big and then to empower oneself with the required knowledge, skills, and attitude for realization of its purpose. With a simple pursuit in realizing her dream and with a keen desire to increase a circle of influence of mutual learning, sharing, and inspiring during the span of 2 decades, Dr. Gitika has empowered herself with various roles as an entrepreneur, academician, researcher. She also has her corporate work, and she's also recognized as a life skills coach. Dr. Gitika has received Paryavan Mitra teacher nomination at the national level by NCERT and CEE. Also under her leadership, the school Saint Kabir was presented with the Paryavaran Mitra School Award in 2015. Dr. Gitika has written various research articles, and she has also organized various conferences and seminars as well as panel discussions. She is one of the most sought after speakers in various national and international conferences, specifically in the field of education, upskilling, and sustainability. With this, I'll hand over the stage to Dr. Gitika Saluja. Let's hope for a very good presentation.
Thank you so much. And I should say thank you, Dr. Nainesh Modi ji, for covering majority of the topics that I wish to share with you. So topics are very simple because when it comes to women, the men of women both have got same kind of sensitivity. So now, instead of going to the topics that we have already been seeing, I'll quickly take it a different approach now, and that helps being an educator. You can always change your approach to a specific topic and show a different perspective that is already been shared. So that's the beauty of being in the education. So when it comes to impact of climate change on women, yes, women is most vulnerable because most of the women, 70% of them are living under poverty line. And you will realize that the way he explained about the physiology and all, the climate change, it's very clearly seen, its impact is clearly seen on women more. But I will take an example of India where I'm talking about women and climate change in the Ganges River Basin. Now, this is an infographic which will help us to understand a particular case study only. So when I'm talking about a particular case study, here you can see this that it is actually affecting the womanhood. So when I'm talking about women in the rural communities, at times when I shared yesterday with a couple of women around, said, Gitika, how does it affect us? We are all busy in our own world, fulfilling our goals and going forward in life. Rain here and there, how does it affect us? So how are you going to ensure that climate change is affecting women? As it's not only about us who are we are a very small percentage of women. Majority are rural women and semi-urban area. They are the one who are affected. So when I'm talking about the rural communities across the globe, women and girls are overwhelmingly undertake the labor of gathering food, water, household energy sources. As drought worsen and forest burn, they have to travel further distances and spend more time acquiring their resources. So here they are into producing food, into managing farms, into collecting resources, and very nicely explain that if something happens, they have to travel more, and when this thing happens, they are very vulnerable to abuse. When in a family, हमने देखा है कि when there is an economic low income group, men tend to take out their anger on women. That's domestic violence. A woman who is not into her own income and busy taking care of the family, busy taking care of the requirement of food, requirement of water. Men having a second wife, forgetting water in certain areas, having girl child, depriving her of education when there is a boy and a girl. A boy is about to be sent to the school and girl is asked to take care of the home needs and give her one more helping hand. This results into very early child marriages. Imagine a girl who is still a girl, not well developed. Uterus is not well developed and she is put to an early child marriages because उसको कितना खाना खिलाने का, जब तक वो काम कर सकती है उसके बाद शादी करवा दो. लड़कों की जल्दी शादी इसलिए हो जाती है कि बहू घर में आएगी, so she'll be an extra helping hand to the mother to take care of the house. So again, the bahu is also very young, very vulnerable, and this happens most of the time when they need extra helping hand. And finally, when you are here, this is a very wonderful example where they're talking about Nepal and Bangladesh, where in Nepal and Bangladesh, they had to migrate. It is, women is not prone to a lot of physical, mental and emotional stress at the same time. She is not prone to manage all of them together and simultaneously take care of the entire community which is migrating together. She is actually thrown in unforeseen situations, strangers, and we know what happens in the rescue homes. And that is what even IUCN talks about, that is what UN Women talks about. UN Women is constantly doing a lot of projects which are related with understanding the impact of climate change on women and how can they support women and make them as engineers of climate change. So this is one of the very good case study by IWMI, that is International Water Management Institute, where how they have understood the effect of the floods, the effect of landslides in the Ganges Basin affecting India, Nepal and Bangladesh. This is a video which will summarize quite a lot, so this is required because
climate change is accelerating and impacting more and more communities around the world. The worst affected are the poorest countries, with rising sea levels, increasing temperatures, and extreme weather conditions. Within these countries, the poorest, most marginalized
this will summarize
groups
what we
the
have
fewest
discussed,
opportunities
and a
to
summary
protect
is
themselves.
required.
Due to discrimination and gender norms, women and men are impacted differently by climate change. In many developing countries, men work away from the home while women cultivate tiny plots of land without irrigation to produce food for their families. Climate change directly affects their ability to grow crops. On top of that, women often face barriers to basic education, employment, and to owning property. This often leaves women voiceless in advocating for climate change solutions and vulnerable to its adverse effects. By paying special attention to the different needs and contributions of men and women, gender-responsive climate finance not only addresses climate change, but also reduces gender inequalities and empowers women.
Yay!
Effective projects ensure equal benefits. Take, for example, a climate project used to fund sustainable public transport. Do women feel safe while using the system? Can they afford the fare? Does the schedule meet their specific needs? Without answering these questions, the project will not serve a large part of the population. Climate action that disregards half of the population cannot be efficient or effective. Taking women's needs into consideration is not only the right thing, but also the smart thing to do. In short, only gender-responsive climate projects can be equitable, effective, and efficient. To achieve gender-responsive climate finance, there are a number of essential steps. 1. Climate projects need to involve more women on the ground, both in consultation and in implementation. What exactly are women's needs and contributions, and how can these projects respond accordingly? For example, a project that provides women with access to renewable energy not only provides them with electricity, but also decreases their work burden in caring for families and communities. Second, climate funds need to have social and gender experts, not just technical ones. Policymakers need to look beyond the scientific and economic aspects of climate change and incorporate social and human rights dimensions as well. Third, more women should hold a seat at the table to affect the focus and the way climate decisions are made. In most climate funds, there are currently very few women holding these seats. This must change. Fourth, funds should be made directly accessible in the form of loans or grants to women's groups or female entrepreneurs working on climate action. This would empower them to be agents of change for clean energy projects. It is high time for decision makers and funding mechanisms to fully support women as important stakeholders in climate action.
So this is a good summary of what it is, but what's important is what as a policy makers should do.
Climate change is
So this is a very beautiful project which can be taken up by the ladies, where I'm talking about women can be change engineers. This is a project in Africa, and it's, if you see on the internet, you'll find them as actually solar sisters. So what they have done, they have equipped themselves with the required knowledge of building up the solar lights, and they have been supported with such kind of lights, and they are now training women as entrepreneurs in the rural community where they have low access to electricity or no electricity. So there they are not only becoming entrepreneurs, you can see, they are also reaching out to the people where they have clean energy. So here women can be a change agent when it comes to clean energy. Similar thing has been replicated also in India, where we are talking about IITians supporting the women in Rajasthan. So they have this, there are social helping groups of women, and they get together and they have been trained again to prepare solar lights, and then they have ensured they have now a turnover of around 1.2 CR for the SG, social help groups. And they have never dreamed of doing their own business. And now it seems like we are owners of lamp factory. The feeling is amazing as one of their feedback. Now, so that's where I'm talking about. Yes, women are, we know that's a fact, that women are the one who are going to be, women or all vulnerable people, whether it's an elderly people or who are prone to ill health, they are going to be the most affected because of climate change. But where is the solution? The solution is in reducing the gender, I said being gender responsive, reducing this gender gap in gender equality. That's SDG 5. If the world is working on SDG 5 because of climate change, the gender inequality is increasing. The gap, it feels very far-fetched when we say that gender equality has to be brought in by 2030. It seems to be very difficult. Yes, in urban scenario, it's a different thing. But when it comes to overall population, that is 7.7 billion population of the world, of the planet, this seems to be very far-fetched because of so many things happening around that gender equality, the gap between two genders, equality is increasing. So these are other SDGs which are finally are related with SDG 5, that's SDG 6, 7, 11, 12, and 18 and 17, 15 and 17. We'll talk about how we can, this is very important topic about, concern to me. Is Earth Overshoot Day. Are we aware of Earth Overshoot Day? We are not. Some of you are not. We are consuming 1.75 planets in 1 year. So Earth Overshoot Day talks about how much the planet can regrow as per the needs of the population on this planet in an year. सो एक साल आपकी फैक्ट्री सोचो आप कि आपकी फैक्ट्री में एक साल जो खाना बनता है उतना एक साल खाना कंज्यूम हो रहा है, एक साल जो रिसोर्स बनता है उतना एक साल में कंज्यूम हो रहा है, तो क्या हो गया? डिमांड एंड सप्लाई बैलेंस हो गया. बट अगर आपका डिमांड बढ़ गया 1.7 टाइम्स देन व्हाट योर फैक्ट्री कैन प्रोड्यूस, फूड, रिसोर्सेज, व्हाट विल हैपन? कंपटीशन. देयर अगेन अभाव, scarcity, and then again vulnerable population will be at the receiving edge of this scarcity. And what are we? And we are talking about all those vulnerable people to take care of them, but are we taking care of managing this Earth Overshoot Day? See, in December, in 1971, it was December 25th, am I right? बहुत छोटा इसलिए मुझे नहीं याद है, but around in December in 1971. It has, 2022, it was July 28th. Till July 28th, we finished the whole Earth, which Earth can produce, which is its biocapacity. We finished all that. How are we going to survive on this planet? I and Madhuji very often say that Earth is going to be there, but we have to ensure that we get the best from the Earth, and for our selfish interest, we have to take care that what we need, Earth is able to replenish. आज माँ के ऊपर इतना बोझ कर दोगे कि वो ज़्यादा गेस्ट आते जाए और खाना बनाती जाए, एक दिन ऐसा होगा वो हाथ ऊंचा कर देगी, खड़ा कर देगी. Nothing doing, kitchen is closed. Do whatever you want. Then we have to go to Mars, huh? घर नहीं बाहर जाऊँ पड़े ना होटल में खावा. That's what we say. We have to go out to Mars and explore the other states. So that's very important. And who is going to do that? Who is going to? Who is going to take care of all those vulnerable people? Who is going to take care of them? Is it okay to talk about that they are going to be affected and we are happy with it? Who is going to take care of them? Of course, us. Us as community. It's not about me, it's not about you. It's about us building a community. And that community has to be based on compassion, connection, creativity, and collaboration. It's a responsibility of a woman to talk about women. It's a responsibility of a man to talk about men which is vulnerable and elderly men. It's responsibility of men and women to take care of kids. It's responsibility of all of us to be gender responsive and simultaneously ensure that we are respecting each other and providing everything that each other needs as per their social, physiological, psychological, and economical requirement. So this is very quickly what we can do at the stage of planet. Conservation, restoration, and regeneration. If we work on CRR, we'll be able to ensure that. By 2050, this Earth Overshoot Day is now July 28th. Let's remember this date. July 28, 2022. 23 में हमें पता चल जाएगा हम और कितने आगे आ गए हैं. If you observe, हमारा जब COVID था, तो again जुलाई 2 बार जुलाई है and then in 2020 we went to August. So almost 1 महीना का हमने back कर दिया. This is the real data. So COVID actually gave the earth to regenerate itself, replenish itself. Sitting at home as humans, we gave earth to conserve itself. So it's better to sit at home rather than going out and do the work. But that's the data. That is what it is expected. But yes, we can't do that being human. So it's very important to build up a community, and we have a wonderful community at present. We are building it up on mindful eco-warriors. So when I am talking about what has to be done at the level of planet, again, SDG 14 and 15 has to be taken care of. That is, we are life below water and life on land. So we can have plant for planet and I nurture nature kind of projects. And if it's led by women, she can inspire everyone and influence everyone and ensure that each and everyone becomes a climate justice ambassador, and we can make ourselves heard. It's very important to bring back the lost species in our ecosystem. And along with it, the soil fertility is reducing. We are getting a stress because of the nitrogen content, which is also reducing, carbon content, which is reducing in soil. So along with bringing back many of the local lost species, we also ensure that we add a lot of nitrogen fixing plants. So in botany, we know there are legumes which fix nitrogen in the soil, which are natural nitrogen fixers. So this kind of understanding, just not blindly going on plantation, but a very organized understanding of plantation, its conservation, and simultaneously its management will help us to ensure that. Right now we had 6 million trees. We are back to around 3 million trees. Half of the population of the trees are gone because of us. Let's ensure that at least we add that half one by one. Then there is another thing which we are talking about at the level of city, what we can do. Smart cities concepts are now here in government policies. Apart from smart cities, as sustainable cities, and more women are to be there in the position to ensure that, because they bring along with it their sensitivity. They bring along with it their wide approach of observation of suffering which is happening. So when I'm talking about sustainable cities, it's not only about youngsters, it is about sustainable cities also about people who are elderly. People, have you ever seen pregnant women walking very easily on the road? You hardly see that. Acha, we are in AMA and there is Appang Manav Mandal, just opposite AMA. Have you ever seen people coming out on their wheelchairs and driving along with the cars on this road? No, it looks like they are living in a closed cocoon. They cannot come out because our cars are there on the road, just opposite AMA. They are just opposite each other. So when I'm talking about smart cities, sustainable cities, our public transport, our carpooling, everything has to reduce. 1/3 of car miles if are replaced by public transportation and rest by biking and walking, see the life, the city will be very alive. And we can reduce the earth shooting by 13 days more. और पीछे कर सकते हैं उसको 13 दिन. If 350 million hectare of forest reforestation takes place, 8 days हम पीछे कर सकते हैं. So in that case, we will be supporting Sustainable Development Goal 11. Carbon component को reduce करें emission का. If we focus on more on carbon sequestering, if we focus on more on carbon, you can say storage, reduction, cancelling and storage, 93 days. हम लोग उसको. So 28 जुलाई के बाद 93 days गिनो. Almost 3 months. August, September, October तक लेके आ सकते हैं. We have, our target is December 31st. It has to go back to December 31st. 21 days if we use energy efficient technologies. Then it will go back to 21 days. 17 days if we are very conscious, mindful of our eating habits. There women can play a very important role. Her understanding, her education. See, it's not about just going to the school is education. But she needs to be given time, the rural, and this is not about only urban areas. We are talking about rural areas as well. This, I was very happy to see that how Yuva Kendra is going to the rural areas. Our job, such kind of conferences next time has to be in the open rural areas where we involve rural communities and their women, their men, and they talk about them, we talk about them, they talk about us, and we say, don't copy us. We are not worth copying. So that's how it is, we are talking about food. So if some changes in the food, especially when we are talking about being vegan or being a plant-based food or food wastage, right from not only in the plate but from the farm itself, food wastage, if all that has been taken care of, we can push it to 32 days. And most important, gender equality. Population. Most important is understanding that if we delay parenthood by 2 years, and if a couple on an average have 1.8 children, that is what is our current is 2.3. I'm talking about planet. I have only one child. I'm not talking about me, but it's not only about me. It's about us together on this planet, which is really, मतलब आप ये लेके चलो कि छोटे से छोटे गांव से लेके बड़े से बड़े शहर हम सबको एक फ्रीक्वेंसी पे तोल रहे हैं. And that because everything is going to affect our whole planet. So gender equality, if it's invested in SDG 5, gender equality which calls for ending all forms of discrimination against all women and girls. And if we can postpone this overshoot day by 5 days each year, by 2050, we will come to December 31st, 2050. And if we don't work now till 2030, it will be irreversible. I'm sorry to say, we'll lose the major population. And that could be our near and dear ones. Our COVID has explained us how it is important. We always felt in the beginning that it will not enter our house. We always felt in the beginning it will not enter our country. We always felt it will not enter our state, our society. But how did it creep that COVID virus in our own home with our loved ones? It was devastating. If we understand this today and we ensure that what should policy makers do? I'm telling you, what is the role? Women taking on climate change, that is even Time talks about. That if you make women as earth ambassador, if you involve them, just not by talk, but if you involve them in policy making, in decision making, taking care of say for example, she's working in the farm, but she has no legal right on the farm. There is no access to investment, there is no access to loan, there is no micro opportunity for her to even get micro loan. So that policies have to take care of these things as well. They are very smart. It's not that they are not smart, they understand that. They have no legal rights, they don't have any say. It's not about going to school is only education. It is making them responsible. And by responsibility doesn't mean कि भी काम आपको करना इसलिए आप responsible हो. Along with calm, give her that pride. Give her that respect. Give her that identity. Through legally as well. And as Mary Robinson, the former president of Ireland, who is very vocal even in the case of Paris Agreement about the role of women for the climate change, she says climate change is a man-made problem with a feminist solution. And feminist solution is rooted in compassion, connection, creativity, and collaboration. And who can best show collaboration than women around? So coming to this almost end of it, I will just quickly share one thing. Is that the policies have to ensure that women are a part of decision making. Don't make them part of decision making just because they are women, but trust their abilities, trust their knowledge, trust their understanding of the immediate environment around them. Give them a role to play, not because she is just women, but because she matters. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kitika. Thank you so much, Dr. Modi. Before we begin the next panel discussion, we'll have a short tea break of 10 to 15 minutes. You can please proceed towards the canteen area. The tea will be served there. Just a second. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. I hope the short Chai Pe Charcha was interesting and engaging. Now we have interesting panel discussion which will discuss on the unique roles and contribution of women to mitigate climate change and in climate change. With this, I would like to call upon on the stage Dr. Megha Bhatt and Dr. Sweta Purohit, who will be the co-panelists for this particular session. Dr. Megha Bhatt and Dr. Sweta Purohit, can you please come on the stage? On behalf of everyone present over here, I would like to present a small rose to both the panelists. Before handing over the stage to them, I'll just give a quick introduction. I'll start with Dr. Megha Bhatt. Dr. Megha Bhatt, an educationist, scientist, environmentalist, and an entrepreneur, a PhD from ISRO and having education experience of close to 27 years. She is a founder of Science and Math Experimental Learning Initiative, which is known as SciNoTech, with the main aim to propagate science and math in meaningful and fun way to children and the youth. She has impeccable knack for educating young minds of India as well as in the USA. After being trained by IIT Mumbai and Delhi by WEE Foundation, Dr. Megha Bhatt now conducts workshops on women entrepreneurship, which includes topics like design thinking and business canvas model making. Dr. Bhatt has number of publications to her credit, and she is associated with number of academic institutes and universities and as an expert of environmental science and climate change. The co-panelist, Dr. Sweta Purohit, is a professional having 14 years of progressive work experience in the field of climate change research, mitigation, adaptation, and sustainability. She holds a doctorate in philosophy from CEPT University Ahmedabad and also holds a PG diploma in forestry management from IIFM Bhopal with major specialization in environmental management and minor specialization in development management. Previously, she is currently working as program director, climate change with CEE Ahmedabad, and prior to that, she has worked with CEPT R&D Foundation as environmental expert, as well as senior researcher with Geer Foundation Gandhinagar as manager climate change and forestry. She has successfully completed many research training and implementation projects in the field of climate change and environment conservation, which include the NAFCC project of Government of India and BCR LIP project of the World Bank. With this, I hand over the stage to both the panelists. Let's hope for a very healthy discussion.
Good afternoon, everyone. After a short break, I think we are rejuvenated one more time, to listen to us. But not only it will be listening to us, but we really want to make it very interactive. And that's why me and Shwetaji both decided that we, instead of showing a presentation possibly, we'll be talking to each other. And I want all the ladies also to be part of the conversation. એટલે તમને કમ્ફર્ટેબલ ઇંગ્લિશ, ગુજરાતી, હિન્દી આપણે બાયલિંગ્યુઅલ ચોક્કસ રાખી શકીએ કે તમને બહુ જ મજા પડે અને આ તમે અમારી સાથે વાતમાં ભાગ લઈ શકો તો બહુ જ આનંદ થશે. બરાબર ને? સો શ્વેતાજી, can we begin please?
And maybe all the ladies plus all the gentlemen also. Let's be gender neutral. So it's wonderful to be in the same panel with an old friend. Dr. Meghaji has been, one of the few ladies whom at least I have inspired to work with for long. And she has the kind of impact she has created among the young children and youths, especially in STEM education, invoking their interest in something which is complex to human minds, to a child's mind, is something which not many people do, and she has excelled in it. So compliments to you, and it's wonderful to be your co-panelist here in this interesting discussion on exploring role of women in mitigating climate change. So Dr. Megha, if I may ask you about what exactly you are currently occupied with, and what kind of projects you're dealing with, and how the young girls and youths are engaged in your work, and how you are empowering them through your efforts. It will be wonderful to know that.
Sure. Wonderful. To begin with, it's a lovely question, I think, because it is the work what I'm doing right now would definitely speak more than me. So STEM education is something which is like children actually enjoy doing. Hands-on learning is something which is so powerful as a tool for children to understand the complex topics like climate change. So I think to say it's very easy, but to do something, suppose awareness about renewable energy. Now, just to tell them that how in COP26, our Prime Minister, declared that in 2030, basically our 45% of the need of the energy will be sufficed by renewables. So I think to make them understand otherwise would be very difficult. But if you make them actually do something like a small DIY, that is do-it-yourself kit on alternative energy, where, they would be making 2 separate circuits. And all the children right from grade 6 onwards, those who are already exposed to electronics, are very much part of the program, where you first take them to a small presentation about effects, impacts, and mitigation measures what we could do. But in that one mitigation measure, which is the major one, is the renewable energy, right? So to make them understand, you make them make a DIY which is like on alternative energy. So it is such beautiful time what they invest in, where they would understand that first they make up a circuit with the battery where the LED and the fan both will be on with the battery. But immediately the second circuit, which is on the solar panel, photovoltaic, what we call. So after we let them go to just outside the auditorium, and in no time, just in 20 seconds, the fan starts, right, on that solar panel. And how beautiful it is that if they are not utilizing that battery and still the fan is working, that idea itself actually, you can actually see their curiosity in the mind that how that is happening. So the whole big idea of STEM learning is something which is like, doing hands-on activity, what you call it to be experiential learning. And in climate change, the possibility of experiential learning is vast in terms of, making them understand different things like possibly how to measure temperature, a barometer, how to measure pressure, and the simple things like, wind, how it is the major cause of every other thing in climate, how it decides everything. So wind vane making or anemometer making, which measures the direction and the speed at the same time. So all those small little things. Yeah, it's a rain gauge also. So basically all those little things, we can start from the middle school, where the understanding part would go to a different level, that how at home with very simple things they can do all this. And I think those curious minds, if they are already, if you are igniting them, possibly you are igniting the generation. So yeah, so looking at them after 10 years, probably it will be a great possibility. And before I wind up, I think I would definitely talk about a project what I'm doing right now with US Consulate General Mumbai, which is on building climate warriors. So basically it is awareness about the climate change, what I said. And there, the possibility is vast, that it could be right now, the number is only 2,000, but it could be 20,000, 2 lakhs. So basically how many number of schools you cater to, you make them first understand everything about it for 45 minutes possibly with a small presentation, and then you try making them make a DIY, and I think that makes a lot of sense.
And if I may also ask you, for everybody's knowledge, how many of your students are girls?
I would be very glad to say, actually, on 11th of February, we had a day for International Day for Women and Girls in STEM. So we celebrated that with a small survey. And the sample size was, ma'am, around 300, and out of which more than 65% of the girls, said that we want to pursue STEM. And it's lovely to see that right now in engineering also the numbers are slowly and steadily rising, though there are a lot of possibilities of, when we are talking about climate change, possibly there also with my university experience, I could say that the number of girls and boys are, I think girls definitely exceed. What do you say, Dhara? Girls definitely exceed as in the number? Yes, and we have so many representatives today also from the university, and most of them are girls. So I think
no, I can't agree more with you, because all her students who came to me for dissertation were girls. So I have the privilege of training more girls than boys for their masters in Master of Sciences, and I tell you, they all win gold medals. And if given a chance of job in the subsequent phase of life, they would really excel the boys. Now, with that happy note, I think it was wonderful, Megha, to learn from your experiences. If you have something to ask to me.
Of course. In fact, you have been working with climate change projects since long time. And if I correctly remember that how emission is, very crucial as far as the data goes. And for a very, very long time, you worked on, the world data of IPCC, if I'm not mistaken, on that. So possibly, you could talk to us about women as leaders in, how in research women is contributing today. Maybe I'll also try, giving my thoughts on the university perspective for that. But you could definitely spread more light on that.
Sure. So thanks for that wonderful question. In research field, gender neutrality is something we need to patch the gaps, honestly. But having said that, my own experiences says that until my post-graduation, we were not that many girls in the batches, but during my PhD, we were the highest batch to graduate in the doctorate, where girls were, more outnumbers with flying numbers. They outnumbered the boys. In a batch of 20, there were 15 plus girls. So who completed their PhD. So that was something to really celebrate for me. Now talking about doing research per se in real sense. You see the boards of IPCC. IPCC is an amalgamation of more than 250 plus scientists across the world who come together and who do various assessments on how the world is changing. What are the scientific facts behind the changes that are happening around us in the temperature, in the precipitation, in the melting of glaciers and the snow peaks, or even in the sea levels rising. Everything has to be backed by numbers. Every assessment has to be, statistically significant so as to make sense to the global community, to the global leaders. And when that gets counted, the picture is not very happy one. It is a gloomy picture that the representations of women in IPCC scientists is very, very less. In fact, all the IPCC chairs are all men. The co-chairs, probably a few are female. We recently had a working group 3 meeting in Ahmedabad University. In fact, Ahmedabad University is having a global center on environment and energy, which does work on IPCC assessments for working group 3, which assesses the mitigation aspects of climate change. We have only one person who is a part of the entire team, who is a lady. So, no, it's not me. It's Meenal Pathak, Professor Meenal Pathak. I'm sure those who are in the field definitely know her. So the point is, taking up careers, building on them is where that's the next phase of life. Education is one. We do see a big dropouts even in education sector. Girls after 8th, and let me be, please open your eyes that, our urban areas that we see is very different than the rural areas. In urban areas, girls still go beyond 10th and 12th. They take a bachelor's degree. Those who are fortunate also take master's degree. But then in rural areas, after 8, there is huge dropout. And no girl you will see in 9th who are really, intending to take up education further on. So when we talk about India, we will have to be fair to the rural areas as well. And we do see that that girls are dropping out of school education at a very young age. That is where the inequalities start building up. And then we see, why are women not there in research? That's because 50% of the share has been already taken away. And then the next phase of life, the more responsibilities, marriage and every other thing, children and every other thing. So things are not very easy for them. But having said that, I think their undeterring spirit of continuing their aspirations is something that should be encouraged and motivated so that they come to that stage and deliver their best. And talking about competencies, let me again open your eyes on one very interesting research that was done by none other than HBR, Harvard Business Review in 2020. Of course, under the pretext of COVID-19 pandemic, but then every crisis opens up a challenge for humanity to bounce back. And when that was studied, a study was done that how much competent women are in leadership roles. To the surprise of the world, of the 20 leadership competencies that were assessed, in every competency, women were better than men. And I would name a few competencies which you will say that yes, we excel there than the men do. The first one, taking initiatives. Women have the capability to take better initiatives than men. The second one was learning agility. We have that learning agility that we swiftly and very quickly learn things and unlearn things and relearn things than men. Those biases or those things are, we quickly let them go. And we are up for the next new thing. Then inspiring and motivating others. That's a very important leadership skill that women excel than men in. And the fourth is embracing diversity. This is very important aspect that women are better than men in. We embrace diversity. We will not want a panel of people which only has one same kind of people. We will want more diversity in the group, in the discussions. We will have more ideas, and that is how we will have better solutions, no? Exactly, design thinking. In fact, as you said, solution architects. Who could be the best solution architects? Those who are facing the problems themselves. And we say, you know, from water crisis to managing waste better to food, you know, health, nutrition, everywhere. Who is better in making solution architects for us, for our family, for the society? It is us. If we leave it to the men, we will have to, as you were saying, we will have to keep eating, you know, gahu ki roti. But only because cooking is in our hand, we will prepare bajra roti also. We will prepare jowar ka rotla also. We will prepare so many other things for our children. We will give them dry fruits. We will give them other sources of nutrients. So the point is, we celebrate diversity. We indulge in solutions because we understand the problems better. So that is where I would say women have a big gap, but at the same time opportunity to be with. So in forums like these, if decision making has to be done, what will be the decision look like if it doesn't have 50% of the population not involved? So even at policy level, when we talk about city planning, look at our cities, how they are planned. Why are rural areas better planned than cities? Because in rural areas, women will have, you know, at least in Gujarat, women have a strong say. But in urban areas, it's all in the hands of bureaucrats and it's all in the hands of developers. And they are all male dominated. The policy making is all happening by, you know, male dominated authorities. So my point is that of course there are challenges, but then there are opportunities lying out there which we need to tap in. Now I will give certain examples from my own experiences. There was this very interesting project that we did in Kutch, and we know how Kutch is. You know, and there are certain pockets in Kutch which are totally, they still follow Parda system. Banni, to be very precise about it, it's the Banni grassland, wherein the native population, native Muslim population that live there, they do not allow their women to even see the faces of men. That was one of our intervention areas wherein we wanted to do grassland restoration and we wanted to do livelihood security interventions. Now livelihood security was needed because they were only dependent on animal husbandry for their lives, for their income. But then climate is not very easy, you know, it changes, and as climate changes, the grasses that grow there in Banni, they also, their production varies. So in the years of drought, the grasses, the green grasses available to the Maldharis is not that much. So therefore livelihood security planning was very important. Now this entire project was, you know, planned by Gir Foundation at that time, by us. And despite knowing the challenges that it will not be easy to work with these communities, to talk to them about livelihood security and women's role in climate change adaptation, we knew it will be difficult. And for 4 years, we really faced bad hardships in bringing those women, you know, in the front and telling them that you have amazing skills of embroidery. The market is waiting for you. But then you will have to, I mean, you know, more than women, we had to convince the men, unfortunately. So the inequalities are knitted much deeper than we can even see in many cases. So this was one peculiar example wherein we said that it's not for these women, it's for the family. You know, there's a saying that if you educate a man, you educate a person, but if you educate a woman, you educate a family, and you educate a society. A woman will never think for herself. She will think for her children, for her family, her extended family, also for her neighbors. You know, we go to temples, we bring prasad even for the neighbors. So these are the skills, these are the competence, these are the attitudes and behaviors that women are naturally born with. This is not an intention that has to be poured into our brain to work like this. So the point is, it was difficult to initially break through and convince that, please come up. You have a skill of Kutchi embroidery. which the market is waiting for. Gurjari was with us. We tried to train 150 ladies of this community so that they can, they can outshine their skills in these embroideries and they can produce products which are accepted by the market. So it took us 4 years to make this happen. 150 women have to be trained every month. And every time we went there, we had an opposition. Why do you want to come here? You are going to spoil our women. We said, we don't have any such intention. And what is spoiling means? So these are the things. And that is for them, because ultimately climate crisis will be, they are more vulnerable, will be borne by those who are in the front line, whose livelihood is depending on the natural resources, like the farmers. Now, giving you another example of the same project, we also worked in Khadir, which is a small island in the greater Rann of Kutch. It's a 10-village island where Dholavira is located. That is more popular, I would say. So, in Khadir also, bringing women farmers in the picture was initially difficult, but I must put it on this table that the women and the other community, including the men, were so supportive that they never questioned or complained women coming in the forefront. In fact, we had 12% of the women farmers who took up the initiatives of having solar pumps in their fields, of having drip irrigation in their fields. It is very difficult to see it anywhere else in India. We saw it in Khadir. Exactly. They are not influenced by the by the rest of the world. By the rest of the world. Imagine, otherwise who will want a woman to have name in the farmers registry? All the farmers are male. Where do we see that farmers registered on Saat Bara ka Utara are female? Very less. There we saw that. And we encourage those women that yes, even if whatever happens, we will give you these solar pumps. And they've, embracing the change is one very good quality that only women have. They will embrace the change. They will not question at the first place why this. We saw that. We saw that in the field, that male were questioning, but females were seeing their vision is totally different. They will see that yes, this will probably bring some prosperity, some change in my life, in the life of my children. It will reduce our hardships to some extent. So that embracing the change aptitude is more in women. So that was another example. Also, of course, there are ups and there are downs also. In this project, we envisage that we will at least reach 33% of beneficiaries as women, which we could not do because Kutch is really a very, very different terrain and 4 years is too small a time to bring that societal change. It is too small a time. But then, if not 33%, we at least did 15% of our beneficiaries who were women, who adopted climate-friendly interventions in their lives, in their field, in their livelihood interventions, and in their fishing communities also. In fact, fishing community is totally dominated by men. Women only have the substitute, only have the secondary roles. They don't have the primary role. They only have the secondary roles of drying the fish and other similar value addition, or what they will. But we engaged, we through our project engaged them in something very unique. And in fact, kudos to the forest department here. The collection of mangrove seeds, it is not possible by men to do it. Go in the forest and collect those mangrove seeds for the upcoming nursery. Mangrove restoration was another intervention that we wanted to do on 700 hectares of coastal, front line on the coast of Kutch. To restore 700 hectares of mangrove, imagine the number of mangrove seeds that were needed by us. And this job, who were best at? The women. I have wonderful photographs of women collecting the mangrove seeds. I have wonderful photographs of women making mangrove nurseries. These skills are better in women than in men. So these are the kind of roles through which women, even in the grassroots levels, can be brought in the forefront. And when this happens, now imagine what does a woman do from the savings or the earnings that she had. Another very interesting example I will give you. this women in one of the villages of Abdasa, this is the taluka where we worked, from the savings of mangrove, mangrove restoration activity wherein we involved her, she bought a sewing machine. We said, why so? I want to stitch the uniform of my daughter, school uniform of my daughter. This can really, this was one of the emotional moments. Imagine, daughter, school uniform, and sewing machine she took for that. The change, the vision of this lady, she wants her daughter to be educated, her daughter, not her son. And therefore she bought from the savings her sewing machine and said, I will also do it for other children around and every other things. But then this is also a means of earning for herself also, whatever small or less. But then this is how women tend to behave when they have some financial security in hand. Okay? So these are few of the examples. Now one current example that C is doing, I will tell you, women are in the front line of bearing the brunt of climate change. And we know that their vulnerabilities are much, much more than men, and these are proven researches that we have, and especially in the developing countries, because the means and the resources available are limited, and their allocation is biased at the moment. So when we talk about women to take up climate actions, most of the time we forget those women who are actually supporting us in many ways. Do we ever think about housemaids? But imagine our life without housemaids. Housemaids are most of the time housemaids will be female. Now this interesting project CE is doing in Noida with Noida Authority. In every sector, they are training the housemaids to reduce or minimize the plastic waste and to segregate dry waste from the organic waste. Now, there the impact will happen. Telling it to others, vis-a-vis telling it to those who are dealing with it day in and day out. So CE is in fact executing this project wherein they are training housemaids in every sector of Noida for last 1.5 years. So far in every sector they've trained more than 40 housemaids, and through various communication means and methods and awareness activities and also demonstrations. So there was an interesting demonstration also on composting the organic waste. See, they know it, and if one maid will be trained, she works in 10 houses, the multiplier effect of 1 into 10. Direct multiplier effect, no? So all those 10 households will start adopting that change of separating the plastic from the other waste in the home, or recycling. The stuffs that can be recycled should not be thrown. Simple things should not be thrown in the trash. Or the composting, the organic waste should be separated, and then we also demonstrated how to compost this organic waste. So some of the maids also took up, okay, in their own small society, we will try to bring that. Rest you do. At least we ensure that we will bring that organic waste here. That much was also enough. And then the composting was done. So, and then the household owners were so happy to see that compost in their hand. Now, wow, we will use it in our plants. So this entire cycle of change is something to learn and be happy about. So some similar things can happen everywhere else also. Of course, here Noida Authority gave a very good support. Everywhere the government may not be that visionary, or may not really think on that directions. But if we do, the impacts will be multifold. So these are few examples that I can cite here. Of course, in the farming field, I can cite a number of other examples. From embracing the change begins only and only from the women. She knows what to do, and if the farmers adopt those, they have seen the results in many ways. So here I will stop to my talk. Over to you, Dr. Meera.
So I think more than, I have always, if she is talking about the institutional change, what, could have a larger impact on the society. Possibly, you know, with children, I work with children, and with ladies also. I always tell them that you begin the change with you. So small things, you know, which is a very small thing to understand, but those are the mitigation measures we can practice as individuals. And if we try practicing, possibly we can, you know, replicate that idea to family, friends, and so on, ultimately in the society. So I think I would really like to highlight few things that those people who are, you were talking about something which is that females are more good at, right? Now we, especially in urban areas, we belong to the society where we are absolutely supported by man everywhere. And thank you very much for being here as the part of the conversation today as men. And I think I am very fortunate to be, you know, having comfortable with my family, in the sense being supportive about everything, whatever I'm doing. So I think I would definitely try to say that small little changes in our lifestyles definitely make a larger impact. And those who are mothers here, possibly, you know, we can definitely promote carpooling, or we can promote mass transportation, especially we do not believe our children to be traveling in BRTS or something, but probably it is better that they learn whenever they are in India. They definitely should learn, you know, the kind of life what people can have. And at the same time, it's not only learning, but it is like energy saving. That is one thing. Carpooling is something which should be definitely promoted in our society, especially in the urban areas, where to the same after school program, 20 different parents will be, you know, sending 20 different cars from different parts of the city, or maybe the same part of the city, but the petrol is just, you know, anyway. So that is one thing. Then I think about the waste, I would definitely ask Funny to, you know, put up a little light on, you know, how we can make a small change in our household related to that. Then for children, I always tell them that when you say 3 R's, right? We always, you know, in the schools also we are teaching reduce, reuse and recycle. But instead of that, now if we switch to 5 R's, then only our country will be going to the circular economy. And for that, the first R should be refuse. So I think Gandhiji, before so many years, we already practiced that the waste management comes into picture when you create waste. So if you refuse something, then definitely you are not creating waste. A very, very simple example of somebody coming from US or UK or getting socks or shampoo for us, probably, we do not use something, you know, which is not branded anymore. So it is absolute waste for us. So it is just a simple example what I'm telling, that creating waste is a crime, right? So the first thing what we should do is refuse, that if we do not want something, then please do not create the waste. Just refuse that I do not want that. And obviously recovering something is, we do not need to be taught to Indians. Like આપણામાં તો એવું કહેવાય કે આપણે પહેરેલો ડ્રેસ હોય તો આપણા પછી આપણા કઝિન પહેરે, એના પછી એનું ગોદડું બને, અને એના પછી એનું પોતું થઈ જાય ત્યાં સુધી આપણે એને વાપરીએ. એટલે ઇન્ડિયામાં તો આ રિકવરિંગ તો શીખવવાનું જ નથી. એટલે એ તો આપણે રિકવર કરતા જ હોઈએ છીએ, એટલે પ્રશ્ન જ નથી આવતો. પણ આઈ થિંક આપણે નાની નાની વસ્તુઓ, જેમ કે at home also, all the lights, okay, for energy saving purpose, from incandescent yellow bulb, it should be changed to possibly CFL, and the LED is the best. So you feel that the luminance given by the 3 of them, you know, I have a comparison in my presentation also, which I teach children. So I think I would definitely like to show you those 2-3 slides which we could make it at home and spread that idea to the society around us also. And speaking for local is something which is very important. Today our children love pizza, pasta and all that, but then, you know, for making a pesto, why not use coriander? So it's like, you know, something, if we are trying to use something local, then possibly the carbon footprints, you know, we are trying to, the concept of CE, actually the increasing handprints, okay, the steps towards sustainability, we must try increasing our handprints that way as a citizen. I think before I wind up, and I will definitely try to show those 2-3 slides to all of you. Funny, would you like to say anything? It is just a conversation. Since she is already here and she is into the work of solid waste management, she's my friend, Miss Funny Trivedi. And
thank you, Megha. What I have seen is, this green education has come to us very positively. Women have changed, children have changed, AMC has changed. The only people who are resistant to change are the Safai Walas. So, in my experience, all the awareness is going in the right direction except for them. એટલે આપણે બધાએ ગ્રીન ડસ્ટબિન, બ્લુ ડસ્ટબિન વસાવી લીધું છે, આપણે અલગ બી પાડીએ છીએ, પણ પછી છેલ્લે સફાઈવાળો આવીને બધું એક જ ડ્રમમાં ઠાલવે છે અને એ ડ્રમ 7મા માળથી પહેલા માળ સુધી જાય છે અને પછી એ એવી જ રીતે આખું ડ્રમ એઝ ઇટ ઇઝ ટ્રકમાં જાય છે. તો આખી એક્સરસાઇઝ ઝીરો થઈ જાય છે. એટલે હવે આઈ થિંક ચેન્જ શુડ બિગિન વિથ અસ ને એ બધું તો હવે જૂની વાત થઈ ગઈ. આઈ થિંક somebody has to point a finger and say they are the real culprits. AMC changes their contractors. Let me tell you, if you must have seen, the human scavenging that they do. આમ પેલી વાઈફ ને હસબન્ડ ડોક્યું અંદર મૂકીને ખબર નહીં શું ટ્રકમાં હોય છે એમ અલગ પાડતા જ હોય, આખું સિટી ફરી લે ને ત્યાં સુધી એ લોકોનું મોઢું અંદર જ હોય, જાણે ખબર નહીં શું એમાંથી એમને મળી જશે. એ બધું જે પેલા સફાઈવાળાએ મિક્સ કરીને આપ્યું ને એ લોકો એ ત્યાં એટલે અલગ પાડે છે કારણ કે નહીંતર તો એમનું કોન્ટ્રાક્ટ રિન્યૂ નહીં થાય AMCમાં, કારણ કે AMCનો રૂલ એવો છે કે અલગ પાડેલો જ પીરાણા પહોંચવો જોઈએ. એટલે આઈ થિંક all of us have to start pinpointing at our Safai Walas, and you should speak up in your AGM અને જે મીટિંગ થાય ને સોસાયટીની ત્યારે જઈને એટેન્ડ કરો એ મીટિંગ અને સફાઈવાળાનું નામ દઈને એને કલ્પ્રિટ બનાવો. એને કહો કે અમે તો બધું કરીએ જ છીએ પણ એને તમે સમજાવો. જ્યાં સુધી એ લોકોને જોબ ખોવાઈ જશે, કારણ કે સફાઈવાળા શું છે 10-15 વર્ષથી કામ કરતા હોય આપણે ત્યાં, એકદમથી એ લોકોને આપણે કાઢી ના મૂકી શકીએ. એટલે જ્યાં સુધી ચેરમેન સેક્રેટરી એમને એવો લેટર નહીં આપે ને કે કાલથી આવું નહીં કરો તો તમારી જોબ ગઈ, અમે બીજાને શોધી લઈશું, ત્યાં સુધી આઈ થિંક નાઉ ધીસ ઇઝ ધ ઓનલી વીક પોઈન્ટ that is not addressed in any seminar. We are all very બધા બહુ જ જાગૃત છીએ સિટીઝન્સ તરીકે અને એ ચેરમેન સેક્રેટરીએ આવું કંઈક પગલું લેવું જોઈએ. તો આઈ થિંક વન્સ the chain is complete, then we will actually see waste segregation and management happening very smoothly, because it is very natural to generate waste. આપણે એવું કહીએ ને કે ક્રિએટ જ ના કરો વેસ્ટ તો એવું થવાનું જ નથી. ઇટ ઇઝ વેરી નેચરલ. પણ આપણી ડ્યુટી નથી કે બધું આપણે ઘરે બેસીને રિસાયકલ કરીએ. રિસાયકલર્સ બેઠા જ છે ત્યાં ધંધો લઈને. સો વી હેવ ટુ જસ્ટ એન્શ્યોર ઇટ ડઝન્ટ મિક્સ અપ વિથ દેટ ચાનો કચરો ને કૂચો ને બધું, એન્ડ ઇટ રીચીસ ધ રિસાયકલર્સ એન્ડ દેન દે ડુ ધ બેસ્ટ આઉટ ઓફ recycling it. Thank you.
That's right. But there are lots of many of my friends, suppose Sheetal, I think many of my friends are already practicing all this at home. And it's like, when you try spreading awareness related to all this, possibly even if you are able to sensitize at least few women, it will definitely have an impact. એટલે આપણે આજે 2-3 સ્ત્રીઓને પણ આપણે આમાંથી જાગૃત કરી શકીએ કે આપણે આપણા ઘરમાં આવું જ કરવાનું છે. તો આઈ થિંક ઇટ્સ અ ગ્રેટ આઈડિયા. ભલે આ સેમિનાર વસૂલ થઈ જાય. આઈ થિંક થેન્ક યુ ફણી એન્ડ ફોર દેટ ઇનપુટ. અને આઈ થિંક જેમ મેં વાત કરી કે આ નાની વાત છે કે આપણે નાના સબસ્ટિટ્યુશન્સ કે જે લોકોને અહીંયા ખબર નથી એટલા માટે મને થયું કે મારે બતાવવું જોઈએ કે આગળ તો બધા સ્ટુડન્ટ્સ છે એટલે એ લોકોને તો ખ્યાલ હોય, પણ ઘરમાં આપણે આવી રીતે જો LED બલ્બ લગાવીએ જે 3જા નંબર પર છે જમણી બાજુ, અને તમે જુઓ કે ત્રણેયમાંથી એ 9 વોટમાંથી પણ સેમ એનર્જી, ત્રણેયમાં 800 લ્યુમન્સની એનર્જી મળે છે. એટલે તમારા ઇલેક્ટ્રિસિટી યુનિટ્સ ઓછા કન્ઝ્યુમ થાય અને અલ્ટિમેટલી ધીમે ધીમે તમારું ઇલેક્ટ્રિક બિલ ઓછું આવવા માંડે, કે જેનાથી તમને ખ્યાલ આવે કે તમે એકવાર ઇન્વેસ્ટ કર્યું છે પણ 2.5 વર્ષ સુધી આ બલ્બને કશું થતું નથી. જે 16 રૂપિયાવાળો બલ્બ હોય એ લગભગ 2.5 થી 3 મહિનામાં કોંક ઓફ થઈ જાય અને એનાથી બિલ પણ ઘણું વધારે આવતું હોય. એટલે તમને આવી નાની નાની વાતો જ્યારે ખબર પડે ત્યારે તમે આ વસ્તુ આગળ ફેમિલી અને ફ્રેન્ડ્સ સુધી ડેફિનેટલી ફેલાવી શકો છો. અને મેં એમ કહ્યું એમ કે આપણે નેચરલી મને અહીંયા એક સ્ટુડન્ટ છે, આઈ થિંક અશ્મા, હર ડિઝર્ટેશન વર્ક આઈ ડેફિનેટલી રિમેમ્બર that she had gone to a very like industrial type of area, and I distinctly remember that there were a lot of water wastage during that time. Her dissertation project was on that. So basically whenever you are trying to consume natural resources like water, see all these micro studies which children are doing in climate change programs everywhere in different universities, they contribute to a larger level in terms of, you know, contributing to the data, કે આગળ જઈને આ ડેટા પરથી આપણે ઘણા બધા સારા સારા કન્ક્લુઝન લગાવી શકીએ. એટલે ફણીબેને કીધું એમ, લાઈક યુ નો, વી કેન હેવ ઇન્ડિવિજ્યુઅલ મીટર્સ ઓલ્સો ઇન ધ સોસાયટીઝ રિગાર્ડિંગ કન્ઝમ્પશન ઓફ વોટર. એટલે એક બંગલાની અંદર લાઈક કન્ટિન્યુઅસલી મહેમાનો આવ્યા જ કરે અને રોજના 10-10 જણા નહાતા હોય, અને એકમાં બિચારા બા દાદા એકલા રહેતા હોય, બધા જ બહાર રહેતા હોય, અને એ લોકો તો જે ખોબા જેટલું પાણી વાપરતા હોય. એટલે આમાં ઇન્ડિવિજ્યુઅલ મીટર્સ લાગી જાય તો કદાચ બધા જ એ પાણીનો વિચાર કરે કે આટલું બગાડવું કે ના બગાડવું. તો આઈ થિંક નેચરલ રિસોર્સિસ કન્ઝમ્પશન ઇઝ સમથિંગ વિચ ઇઝ વેરી ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ. પ્લીઝ સ્પીક ફોર local, that is also very important. And finally I think as I rightly said, renewables પર સ્વિચ થવું જોઈએ. આપણે બધાએ સોલર પેનલ ને આ બધું જ, ગુજરાતને તો આ વાત કરવાની જ નથી કારણ કે આપણે શ્રેષ્ઠ છીએ રાજ્ય તરીકે અહીંયા. અને આઈ થિંક ઇન્ક્રીઝિંગ હેન્ડપ્રિન્ટ્સ આપણે આઈ થિંક બધાએ પ્લેજ એટલીસ્ટ આજે કરવું જોઈએ કે વી વિલ ઇન્ક્રીઝ યુ નો હેન્ડપ્રિન્ટ્સ which are the steps towards sustainability. I think આપણે પૂરું કરતા પહેલા yes, sure, please sir.
હલો, કમ્ફર્ટેબલ છો પાછળ? તમને ગુજરાતી કે ઇંગ્લિશમાં ખ્યાલ આવે છે? ગુજરાતી ને? ઓકે. બહુ નાની વાત કરું છું. માય વિજય સોલંકી છું અને ડેપ્યુટી ડાયરેક્ટર છું વોટર મેનેજમેન્ટ ફોરમમાં. અમે સ્કૂલ, કોલેજીસ અને અધર સ્ટેક હોલ્ડર, ફાર્મર્સ વગેરેમાં ફક્ત કન્ઝર્વેશન ઓફ વોટર ઉપર અમે કામ કરીએ છીએ. મારે એક નાની ટિપ્સ આજે જ્યારે મહિલાઓ ભેગી થઈ છે ને એને કરવી છે. 1986, 87 ને 88 3 કોન્ઝિક્યુટિવ ડ્રોટ યર ઇન ગુજરાત, ત્યારે અમારી સંસ્થાની સ્થાપના થઈ. પાણી છે એને મેનેજ કરવાનું છે. લોકો કહે છે કે આટલો વરસાદ નહીં પડે, ના પડશે. મારે એક જ સ્મોલ ટીપ આપવી છે. તમારા ઘેર મહેમાન આવ્યા 4 જણા, એટલે આપણી વાઈફ અથવા તો આપણી સિસ્ટર કે પુત્રવધુ પાણીના 4 ગ્લાસ લઈને જશે. હેવ યુ ઓબ્ઝર્વ કે એમાંથી એક ભાઈ અડધો પીશે, એક ભાઈ કહેશે મને નથી જોઈતું, એક ભાઈ એમ કહેશે કે પા પીશે ને એક આખો પી જશે. પછી આપણે શું કરીએ છીએ? 4 ગ્લાસ સિંકમાં નાખી દઈએ છીએ. હવે જો આમાં તમે 10 ગુજરાતી પણ ભણેલા હોય ને તો ઘેર જઈ અને 200 mlનો કપ ધારજો. એમાંથી જે પાણી વેસ્ટેજ ગયું, ટોટલ આરોનું પાણી ગણો કે ફિલ્ટર પાણી જે કોર્પોરેશન સપ્લાય કરે, એટલું ટોટલ વેસ્ટ થઈ ગયું. એટલું પાણી આપણા સોસાયટીના ઘર ગણજો, મોહલ્લાના ઘર ગણજો, સિટીના ઘર ગણજો, અને પછી ગુજરાત સ્ટેટના ઘર ગણજો. મલ્ટીપ્લાય, કેલ્ક્યુલેટર નાનું પડશે તમને. થાઉઝન્ડ્સ ઓફ લીટર. હું આ બધી વસ્તુઓ મારા લેક્ચરમાં કહું છું અને મારું જાતે ઓબ્ઝર્વ કરેલું છે. બીજું એનો ઇમ્પેક્ટ હું બીજું કહું તમને કે અનનેસેસરી એ પાણી આપણે સિંકમાં નાખ્યું. આરઓ વોટર છે એટલે એસટીપી ઉપર એનો ભાર પડ્યો. એ ખરાબ વોટર નથી, પાણી નથી, ગટરમાં નથી નાખવાનું. તો એટલીસ્ટ એવું પાણી તમે ડોલમાં નાખો, નાની ડોલ રાખો, એમાં નાખી દો, અને એમાંથી એ પાણી તમારી આજુબાજુ છોડ હોય કે તમારા એમાં કુંડા હોય એમાં નાખો. બસ આટલું જ કરજો. કશું વધારે કરવું નથી. બહુ મોટી મોટી વાતો કરીશું ને તમારામાં અહીંયા બેઠેલા ખાલી 10 જણા રોજ આટલું કરશે ને, ઘણીવાર ક્વેશ્ચન આવશે કે ભાઈ આમાં અડધા ગ્લાસ ભરશો ને એટલે પહેલાં કહેશે કયો ગ્લાસ પીવું. જો એમાં 2 વસ્તુ, એનું પણ મેં વિચારેલું છે, નાના ગ્લાસ લઈ આવો, બરાબર? અથવા તો એ પણ એનોય ખર્ચો નથી, કરવો પડશે કદાચ, તો એ ના કરવો હોય તો પ્રેમથી કહેવાનું તમારે જેટલું બીજું પાણી જોઈતું હશે એટલું આપીશ. ઓર અધરવાઇઝ ભાઈ પાણી પીવું જ તમારે તો લાવો. આ તો જેવા આપણે ગયા એવા લઈને આવી જ જાય. આ એક બહુ જ નાનો કન્સેપ્ટ છે, બહુ જ નાનો કન્સેપ્ટ છે. બહુ બધી રિસર્ચ એન્ડ ડેવલપમેન્ટ તો બધા બહુ થયા, મારી પાસે બહુ બધા ફિગર્સ છે. પણ મેં જ્યારે આમાં સિવિલ એન્જિનિયર અને જ્યારે મેં આ બધું કેલ્ક્યુલેટ કર્યું ને ત્યારે મને ખબર પડી કે પાણીની ટ્રેનો દોડાવવી પડે. કેપટાઉન, ચેન્નાઈ, આ બધું 0 વોટર થઈ જાય. જો નર્મદા ના હોત ગુજરાતમાં, આઈ વર્ક ઇન નર્મદા પ્રોજેક્ટ ઓલ્સો ઇન ગવર્મેન્ટ ઓફ ગુજરાત, તો આ ગુજરાતની અંદર તમારે ટીપું ટીપું પાણી પીવું પડત. આજે જે જ કંઈ છે એ નર્મદાને લીધે જ છે. આખા ગુજરાતમાં નર્મદાનું પાણી ફરે છે. યુ ડોન્ટ બિલીવ, એ 6 રૂપિયે લીટર પાણી જાય છે, કોઈને ખબર નથી. અને આપણે બેન તમે મીટરની વાત કરીને, પુષ્કળ સોસાયટીઓ મેં એવી જોઈ છે કે મીટર લાગેલા અને પછી મહાયુદ્ધ થાય ને મીટર બંધ કરી દીધા છે. સો મેની સોસાયટી આઈ હેવ વિઝિટેડ. 200 બંગલાની સોસાયટી છે, 2,000 મીટરો લાયા, લાઈનો નાખી, બધું કર્યું. અને પછી જે તમે કીધું ને એકમાં 10 જણા ને એકમાં 2 જણા, અને પછી જે યુદ્ધ ચાલુ થયું એટલે મૂકો યાર પડતું, અને જેને જેટલું વાપરો એટલું વાપરો. બીજું પોલિટિશિયનનો વેર, પોલિટિશિયનો નહીં થવા દે મીટર. તમને આ જે 2-3 જે મેં ઓબ્ઝર્વ કર્યા છે, તમે ચાલીમાં જશો ને તો ત્યાં આગળ નળ જ નથી હોતા, બૂચ મારેલું હોય. એ બૂચ કાઢી લેશે. સતત પાણી જેટલો વાર કોર્પોરેશનનો સપ્લાય હશે એટલી વાર એ ચાલતું જ રહેશે પાણી. આઈ હેવ સો મેની ટાઈમ્સ. બીજું એક નાની ટિપ્સ તમને આપી દઉં કે આ બધી ઝીણી ઝીણી વસ્તુ કરવાની જરૂર છે. ગ્લોબલ લેવલે તમારાથી ચેરિટી બિગિન્સ હોમ. તમે પોતે જ શરૂઆત કરશો ને તો જ આ જે 2030 અને SDGના ગોલ્સ ને આ બધું જે યુએનના ગોલ્સ એ બધું એચીવ થશે. બાકી પેપર ઉપર બહુ મોટું કરવાથી કંઈ મતલબ નથી. આપણે અહીંયાથી હાજે આવેલા મોરારી બાપુની કથા જેવું છે. બેને કહ્યું આ બધું ઘેર જઈને ભૂલી જાઓ અને નળ ચાલુ રાખો. બીજું એક સેન્સિટાઈઝ કહું, તમારા ઘરમાં 4 નળ છે, બરાબર? એક નળ તો ટપકતો જ હશે, ગેરંટેડ, તમે પણ માનશો. અને આપણે નથી રિપેર કરાવતા. અમે એક બેન મણિનગર વેપારી એસોસિએશન જોડે 2 પ્લમ્બર રાખ્યા છે પરમેનન્ટ. અમે અમારા ખર્ચે ઘેર મોકલીએ છીએ પ્લમ્બરને, ભાઈ તારો નળ અમે રિપેર કરાવી દઈએ છીએ. એ વેપારી એસોસિએશને અમે ફંડ લઈ આવ્યા છે, કારણ કે તમને ટાઈમ નથી તો અમે તમારો નળ રિપેર કરાવી આપીએ.
સર, હું તમને ઇન્ટરપ્ટ કરું કે નેશનલ ચિલ્ડ્રન સાયન્સ કોંગ્રેસમાં મેં પોતે આવો એક પ્રોજેક્ટ વિદ્યાનગર સ્કૂલના બાળકને કરાવ્યો હતો કે જેની અંદર એક ફ્લેટની અંદર 80 ફ્લેટ હોય અને એમાં દરેક ઘરમાં જઈ અને કેટલા નળ છે અને કેટલા નળ ટપકે છે અને એ ટપકવા માટે 1 મિનિટમાં એને ટેસ્ટ ટ્યુબમાં જોવાનું કે કેટલું પાણી જાય છે. એ પરથી 24 કલાક
કેલ્ક્યુલેટેડ 8 કલાકની અંદર 16 લીટર.
ના એટલે એ ટૂંકમાં આવા પ્રકારના રિસર્ચ છોકરાઓ જ્યારે કરે ત્યારે એટલીસ્ટ ઈ બાળક અને એના ફેમિલીને તો એટલી વસ્તુ ખબર પડી કે આ નળ સરખો કરાવવાનો છે. એટલે આપણે શું કામ હારી જવું સર? આઈ થિંક
હું હારતો નથી, કારણ કે હું છેલ્લા લગભગ 10 વર્ષથી વોટર મેનેજમેન્ટ અને ઓલ ઇન્ડિયામાં હું જઉં છું. હું હારતો નથી. હું પોતે બી ઘણી વાર છે ને ક્યાંક અહીંયા એ હોય છે ને, હારવાની જરૂર નથી. મારે તો આમાંથી 1% મળશે ને.
સાચી વાત છે.
1 કે 2 બહેનો જો આ કરશે ને પાણીવાળો પ્રયોગ અથવા નળવાળો પ્રયોગ, તો આઈ વિલ બી વેરી હેપી.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you very
sir.
much.
Actually,
Thanks to listen me.
So with this positive note, I think it's already time up. And Mayur bhai, do you really think that if audience, you have any questions, we still have probably, time wise we have 5 more minutes. And you can definitely ask if you want to ask anything. Otherwise, I think we really had a good conversation. Yes.
Good afternoon all friends. Actually I am an electrical engineer and energy auditor. and from private company, and I work for climate change. Yeah. I would like to give some information regarding this climate change. I also worked for 10 years regarding the energy conservation. We had done pilot project with United States Agency for International Development in 1995. That was using PVC pipes instead of galvanized pipes in the high-rise towers of Ahmedabad. We have implemented about 24 pump sets. We have replaced, because of that we got 50% of saving. We can use and secondly, we are not using the technical opinion for any normally builders are using 20 horsepower, 10 horsepower pumps that are using overloads in the GEB's power. Actually, the requirement is only 5 HP normally for any, as a technical, if you take a technical opinion, only 5 horsepower is required. And we are losing, because of the small diameter of the pipe, you are losing the pressure. Pressure is a wastage of energy. So when we are using water pumping, you should take the opinion of the Kirloskar, like a company like, and if you use the this borewell of the Luby or Kalama or KSB, you can save up to 35 to 45, 50% power. And that will be the national energy saving. Secondly, I will give some small information that now AMC has initiated perforated wells scheme in Ahmedabad. They are giving 80% of the fund. If you are having a society and if you give an application to AMC for perforated wells project, if you want to use perforated wells, AMC is providing 80% of the fund. Free. Suppose there is a cost is 10 lakhs, AMC will provide 8 lakhs. You have to spend only 2 lakhs. So that will be the water will be saved for the whole year. Secondly, AMC, I have got a lot of friends in AMC, mechanical deputy engineers. They said Ahmedabad city doesn't need water filter. The very, very pure water AMC is providing, that is 50 ppm. Just you use the cloth. So 99%, 90% people of the Ahmedabad are using water filters. And water filter, there is a wastage of 80% of the water. Only 20% water is collected, purified. You don't need purification in Ahmedabad because the AMC also gives 100% pure water. Now solar subsidy is also, you can take advantage of solar subsidy. You ask your family members not to use the water jugs. I mean, your children are buying, when we go to college, they buy the water bottles. That is, plastic is harmful for the health also. So you can ask them to use your water jugs, I mean the metal water bags. And secondly, you can ask your family member to stop the use of plastic bags. Now, whenever you go to Sabji, you buy the Sabji, you get 5 bags. But you should bring your own, you can reuse. Instead of recycling, I'm sorry madam, but that is, recycling is a very long process, but instead of recycling, you can use the same bags. When you, normally in Europe, America, I've seen the people in US, the single person is wasting 10 kg of plastic bags. And America is dumping all this to Saudi Arabia, I mean ocean. Actually the America and Europe, they are dumping all the this scrap, plastic and metal scrap in 1,000 miles away, nearby in our Indian Ocean. So now everything else is covered except I can give one more suggestion. Automatic in the madam says that in all the residential buildings the water is wasted by the society. You can use automatic water level controllers, and we can, I will not waste your time madam, but I will request madam to make a climate change WhatsApp group. So I can share your idea, we can share the ideas. We can learn because we will forget. Tomorrow I will not remember all this. Whatever you have learned today, it is very difficult to remember for the whole year. So I would request everybody to make a WhatsApp group of climate change and share the. This is going live on YouTube. Yes. No, that will be, but that is, searching is very difficult for an individual person. There is already a link being provided. Okay. The entire thing is going live on YouTube. On which climate change? Yeah, this entire conference. Okay, thank you ma'am, thank you ma'am, thank you so much, thank you.
thank you to both the people for their wonderful suggestions, and thanks for being such a wonderful audience as well. Maybe coming back to the women's role in mitigation, climate mitigation, if one last positive hope I want to give here, by 2030, it is said that we will be creating 24 million green jobs. Let us quickly search what green jobs means, what green skills means. 24 million green skills, green jobs, that means we will need technical people. We will need more, people who understand STEM, who understand science, technology, engineering. Because we will have to make shift the world towards renewable energies and technologies which are, helping us to cope up with climate change. So when these 24 million green jobs are created, we don't want our women to stay back. Currently, it is said that only 24% women in technical roles are working in India. Let us have that the remaining 26% gap that has been created is also, fulfilled. In the coming, we have 7 years maybe with us now. So in the next 7 years, let us bridge that 27% gap in the technical roles that women can successfully take up in the times to come when it comes to green skilling. So all the best to all the women out there. Thank you so much for being such a wonderful audience.
So I think on behalf of Udgam Trust, Mayur Bhai, I think I would thank Shweta ji, and I would thank myself. So I hope you all, but then, I think I definitely feel that we had really good conversation and some meaningful conversation which you will take home today. And some of you might have, some suggestions from your side. We will definitely have that interacting time in lunch where you could share it with us. And at least in my case, as an educator, I would definitely wish that if you share it with me, then, that idea would be spread to millions of children. So thank you very much again one more time. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. This was really a very healthy discussion and a panel discussion that I would call it. Before we proceed to lunch, there are two important things. Firstly, I would invite Dr. Geetika to present this memento to both the panelists on behalf of all of us. Thank you all the panelists and Dr. Geetika. Now we will proceed to lunch, and before that we'll have a quick group photo, right? All of us can proceed from the door which is on the back side of the class, right? And there we'll gather for a group photo and then we'll go for the lunch. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome back, everyone. We are now in the final half of the conference, again starting with a panel discussion. I will introduce the panelists. Mr. Sandeep Kumar is a postgraduate in Rural Development Management from the Premier Institute, Xavier Institute of Social Service, Ranchi. He is also the recipient of National Fellowship of Ministry of Environment and Forest, Government of India through the Nehru Foundation for Development for completing the 8-month international training program in environment education from the Center for Environment Education, Ahmedabad, CEE. Mr. Sandeep has had a rewarding career wearing multiple hats with over 25 years of working experience of managing and leading the CSR functions for reputed organizations like Tata Motors Limited, Reliance Industries, Crompton Graves, and so on. He is currently working as head CSR for a textile-based company, ICIL, based out of Mumbai. Mr. Kumar is a trained and experienced assessor in business excellence, affirmative action by Tata Group and CIA Institute of Quality. The co-panelist, Ms. Parul Zaveri, with a diploma in architecture from CEPT Ahmedabad in 1978, has carried out a part of her studies in specific courseworks at MIT Cambridge, which is in USA, in 1975-76. She then worked with visionary architect Paolo Soleri in Arizona, USA, and worked in Nigeria before returning to India. Parul Zaveri and late Shri Nimish Patel established Abhigram, which is a Sanskrit word for initiation, a planning, architecture, conservation, and interiors consultancy firm in 1979 while they returned to India. Abhigram was established with a view to explore design directions and processes which make built environment functionally, psychologically, environmentally, and spiritually more balanced, contextual, and comfortable. Their 43 years of practice represents their pursuit for responsible architecture and design. Ms. Parul is now focused on advising on making built environment more sustainable and contextual, minimizing the use of mechanical systems for human comfort in the buildings, conserving the cultural heritage of India, and most importantly, maximizing the use of traditional materials, technologies, processes, crafts, and craftspersons in contemporary greenfield architectural and interior projects. Since last 20 years, Ms. Zaveri has been doing organic and biodynamic farming at her Kanika Organic Farm near Ahmedabad. On behalf of all of us, I would request Mr. Manjunath to kindly welcome the guests.
Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much, sir. It's really an honor to I'd like to tell one thing. Sir is boss to my boss, similar like that. He's senior to my boss. So of course, a good mentor to us. We are expecting a lot from him. A huge round of applause for our entire panel. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Manjunath ji. I now hand over the stage to Ms. Parul and Mr. Sandeep.
Or I can use this. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. The topic given to us for discussion today is it's a very, very complex topic that has been given. It consists of 3 different areas which require, it's a different biosphere altogether. Role of corporate, empowering women, and climate change. 3 वर्ल्ड हैं. तीनों को मिलाकर के हमें कुछ बात आपके सामने रखनी है जो हम we will try and use our experience of working with corporates and NGOs and also on the topic of women empowerment and climate change both. Because no such thing is there which we can say directly that because of women empowerment the climate mitigation is happening much more better. We all have to make efforts towards that. It's a big thing we are talking about. First and foremost thing that we need to understand is that climate change that we are talking, it's not it cannot be bound in a time frame of some place or location. It is something which is a process which is going on for long. And so one of the definitions that I researched on in order to make you understand a little better and clear what is this climate change is all about. We all know normally, but the definition which is largely understood as one good understanding on climate change is like this. I'll just read this. Climate change refers to long-term changes. It's a long-term changes. See, just understand this. It's a long-term changes in global temperature and other characteristics of atmosphere. Now, you all know, we all know, atmosphere is the topmost layer where we all stay in this world. Now, that is because of various stress that human has created over a period of time it already has started to crack its own, systems. And that's why there is a lot of change in different forms coming to us. We all know, we have been hearing this global warming. Largely it is all connected with one big, topic, which is climate change that we are talking about. And that's how the world understands this. So in order to have one understanding about it, we have to understand climate change is the top level that we are talking about. Within that, there is a global warming. We are also talking about changing temperature, this, that, a lot of sudden rainfall, very cold winters suddenly, and lot of rainfall leading to flooding in a very short span of time. Now, these are all effects. The symptoms were different. The effects are now coming. And so all of these, if we understand, this connects somewhere, and it's called and understood as climate change. Now, talking about role of corporate, I will try and delve upon all these three topics differently. I think in women, empowering women, a lot of discussions have happened in before sessions, and which is very good actually, and very much connected to what is being talked at largely at global level. Now, we have to understand, again, the contradiction is there. We are talking something which is so big, longer time horizon, as well at global level. And we are talking about small little things happening at individual or community level. That is the action that we are making. How it is connected, that also needs to be understood. Okay? Because होगा ऐसा कि many of these small little things that we are trying to work upon towards making our earth better. I'm talking about earth now, because the whole earth we are talking about. This will have a larger impact in a long term. Again, it cannot be just now. It cannot be in a year now. It has to be seen in a longer term again. The reflection of all the effects that we are seeing under the climate change related problem, it will all take time and different levels of work and action on the ground, and slowly it will again go back to its, that is what is expected, normal routine, the normal atmosphere. We all know about ozone layer depleting, greenhouse emission. Now, why this all has happened? Do you know one single reason why it is all happening? One single reason. Fossil fuel. That's the biggest contributor. Yeah, industrialization. So the thermal level, the temperature is increasing because of constant emission without control, and that's creating a lot of difficulty in our upper stratosphere. That is the first layer. And then it becomes a problem for the climate related disruptions. Have you noticed also, I'm talking about it because all of us are concerned about it, and we have been observing it, how it is making our life difficult day by day, year by year. We have observed suddenly someday a strong cyclonic wind comes and takes away everything. More so in US and western coast of US, because there the problem is much more in terms of cyclonic storms and all. But you all have experience, and I have experienced it, the Mumbai rains and the flooding which has happened. Such a horrible scene. I cannot, forget in my life the kind of experience we had. And so many people dying, so many people facing the problem. It's not the mortality only, it's also the morbidity. Associated problems that happens. उसके कारण जो समस्या होती है, हर कोई डर जाता है, हर कोई की समस्या बढ़ जाती है इतनी कि वो बहुत दिनों तक रहती है. It becomes a problem for lifelong for many. And now just understand that this is happening very often. कुछ ना कुछ किसी न किसी form में it is happening, and that's where we all have to make an effort. Since it is striking us, we have started to talk about it. All of us, we are getting struck by it. That is why we have started to understand it much, much better and deeper. So there is a need to first understand various things. There are different levels of things which are happening. You cannot do everything, but what you can do should do with the utmost care to take care of our environment in a sustained way. मतलब छू करके खाली ऐसा कर दिया, कुछ करके आ गए, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं होगा. ये लार्जर प्रॉब्लम है, लॉन्गर प्रॉब्लम है. इसमें लगातार काम करना पड़ेगा. लार्जर लेवल पे भी काम करना पड़ेगा, स्मॉलर लेवल पे भी काम करना पड़ेगा. तब कहीं जा कर के धीरे धीरे ये चीज़ें चेंज होंगी. ऐसा नहीं होगा कि आज हमने 5000 पेड़ लगा दिए यहाँ तो हमारा क्लाइमेट यहाँ पे एक्शन हो गया और बस दैट्स ऑल. वो कुछ लोग करेंगे, बट ये जिम्मेदारी अब सबकी है, क्योंकि सभी लोग इसमें बुरी तरीके से प्रभावित हो रहे हैं. आने वाले दिन में और होंगे, क्योंकि अभी का प्रेडिक्शन ये है, द मोर नंबर ऑफ साइक्लोनिक स्टॉर्म्स आर गोइंग टू कम वेरी ऑफन. It is already happening. I have seen this, in Mumbai. It is happening. It's already happening in various other parts of the world. But being close to a coastal area is always going to be a difficult and challenging time in coming days, because sea का temperature भी बढ़ रहा है, level भी बढ़ रहा है, और atmosphere में जो disturbances हो रहे हैं, इसके कारण ये लगातार आएगा. बारिश की समस्या तो हम सब लोगों को झेलना है. पहले हम बोलते थे कि बारिश हम अनुभव करते हैं, आनंद लेते हैं. अब ये समस्या आ गई है कि बारिश इज बिकमिंग अ प्रॉब्लम फॉर मेनी, सभी के लिए. सो कहीं ना कहीं हम सब लोग जिम्मेदार हैं, ये समझना भी जरूरी है. इसके साथ में इम्पॉर्टेंट ये है कि किसी भी क्लाइमेट चेंज से रिलेटेड इशू पे जब भी काम करना है, we have to work with a deep level of commitment on a longer term basis. It cannot be a short term. शॉर्ट टर्म छोटे छोटे एक्शन हो सकते हैं, लेकिन वो लगातार होने पड़ेंगे, तभी उसका कुछ ना कुछ प्रभाव पड़ेगा. एक और चीज़ मैं बोलना चाहूँगा. सी मैडम, you must have also studied this, and many of the people here sitting, they know. During our study days, we used to read the concepts of ecology. Now, one of the principle of ecology, ma'am, you will agree with me. One of the principle of ecology is, if the system is very complex, it's going to be strong. हमारे पृथ्वी पे इसीलिए बहुत सारे सिस्टम इतने कॉम्प्लेक्स हैं, क्योंकि उनको स्ट्रांग रहना है. हमारे एक्शन से क्या हो रहा है, वो स्ट्रांग जो सिस्टम्स थे या कॉम्प्लेक्स सिस्टम थे, हमने उसको बहुत अपने लिए सुधारा है, सिंपल किया है, बट वो सिंपल होने के चक्कर में और भी प्रॉब्लम हमारे लिए बढ़ती जा रही है. दिस इज ऑल्सो हैपनिंग, एंड वी हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड दिस, दैट you cannot work on one side aspect of any climate changes. I'll just give you an example. हम में से बहुत लोग जानते हैं कि पेड़ लगाओ, पेड़ से बहुत फ़ायदा है. सब लोग जानते हैं ये कि पेड़ लगाओ, और सभी ने कभी ना कभी पेड़ लगाया होगा और बहुत खुश हुए होंगे. सॉरी, somebody is saying something? Okay. Am I okay with both English and Hindi? Because Gujarati I cannot speak. मैं हिंदी इसीलिए थोड़ा बीच बीच में ऐड कर रहा हूँ. हाँ, हिंदी वाला अच्छा है. So I will try and speak in both the language. I am conversant in both. So ये इम्पॉर्टेंट है कि पेड़ लगाना सिर्फ बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट नहीं है. पेड़ लगाने के बाद पेड़ को बचाना, मेंटेन करना और उसको आगे बढ़ाना, ऊंचा करना, बड़ा करना, वो पूरा प्रोसेस है. वो भी लॉन्गर टर्म प्रोसेस है, उसमें हमको इन्वॉल्व होना चाहिए. पेड़ लगा के छोड़ दिया, पेड़ बच्चे से भी ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लमेटिक हो जाता है, क्योंकि वो ओपन स्काई में रहता है, उसको हर तरह की समस्या झेलनी पड़ती है. और जनरली वो पेड़ अगर वी डू नॉट टेक केयर ऑफ इट, इट विल डाई. सो सिर्फ लगा करके हम खुश हो जाएं, ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए. लगाना है, उसको बचाना है, उसको मेंटेन करना है. उसको भी खुराक चाहिए. बच्चे को जैसे हम खुराक देते हैं, बच्चे को अलग अलग समय पे अलग अलग खुराक देते हैं, वैसे उसकी भी ज़रूरत है, उसको देना पड़ेगी. देंगे तभी वो ग्रो करेगा। एक पेड़ ग्रो करता है तो उससे बहुत सारी चीज़ें और डेवलप होती हैं। सो वी हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड दिस। देन दूसरी पॉइंट मैं जो बोलना चाह रहा था, और इसीलिए मैंने बोला आपको कि हम सिर्फ एक चीज़ पे काम ना करें। पेड़ और पानी हमेशा जुड़ा हुआ है। डू यू अग्री? हाँ, पेड़ और पानी, ट्री एंड वाटर इज ऑलवेज कनेक्टेड। More number of tree, better condition of water. More water, better will be the status of tree. This happens. It's a symbiotic relationship which is already there in the nature. और ये दोनों किससे जुड़े हुए हैं? ह्यूमन से और सॉइल से। सारा कुछ जुड़ा हुआ है। आप एक पे खाली काम करिएगा, दूसरे पे नहीं करिएगा, तीसरे पे नहीं करिएगा, तो there will be some imbalance which will happen, and we have to take care of that way all these components together. मैंने ह्यूमन इसलिए बोला क्योंकि ह्यूमन का ही इंटरवेंशन सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है। हम ह्यूमन ही सबसे ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम होते हैं नेचर के लिए। हम सब लोगों ने देखा है कोविड के दौरान नेचर कितनी खुश थी, देखा था आप लोगों ने? सब लोगों ने देखा होगा, वीडियोस भी आए थे, चीता घूम रहे हैं, अहमदाबाद में भी घूम रहे थे कहीं, और पक्षी भी बहुत खुश हैं, सब बहुत खुश थे, पूरा का पूरा नेचर खुश था, क्योंकि ह्यूमन जेल के अंदर बंद था उस समय, ज़बरदस्ती जेल के अंदर बंद था। नेचर भी उस तरीके से हमें एक्सपेक्ट करती है, क्योंकि हम अगर इंटरवेंशन कम कर देंगे वहाँ, तो वो अपने आप ग्रो कर सकती है। दिस इज़ अ सेल्फ सस्टेनिंग थिंग which has been there for so many years, so many thousands of years, and it has already grown and matured itself in various forms. But हमने क्या किया? When we grow, we have poked the various aspects of our environment or Mother Earth or nature, and that is where we are creating troubles. So we have to understand this, and we have to work with an ecosystem approach. Not एक को मैंने छुआ और एक को नहीं छुआ, एक पे कुछ नहीं किया, एक को छोड़ दिया, ऐसा नहीं होगा। And remember always, don't expect the results just too soon, as we look into various social aspects, कि वो तुरंत आ जाता है कुछ रिजल्ट्स, आउटपुट तो आ ही जाता है तुरंत, आज इनपुट डालो कल आउटपुट आ गया। आउटकम भले थोड़ा टाइम लगे, इम्पैक्ट आने में थोड़ी टाइम लगे, बट इन नेचर वी हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड दिस, दैट इट इज़ अ कंटिन्यूअस प्रोसेस वेयर वी हैव टू गेट engaged at different level and keep on working on small little things together, and everyone to take care of each and every components of it. Then only in a longer term it will become little better for us to live and have a good life. So this is where I was coming to. These are the very important point I wanted to talk to you on this. Climate mitigation के measures सब लोग जानते हैं generally, मैं उसको touch नहीं करता हूँ। अगर आप बोलेंगे तो उस पर बात हम कर सकते हैं, but we'll keep it for the question answer session. एक concept है जो over a period of time, even I have been working in the field for last more than 27, 28 years now. I have realized this, because of this, वो बताए ना कि जटिलता है, it's a very complex subject, lot of connection is there. We have to understand each and every component of it properly before we get into it. And so एक thought जो मेरे दिमाग में आया, जो मैं आपके साथ शेयर करना चाहता हूँ, कि देखिए सबसे पहले इस पृथ्वी पे आया क्या, इसको समझने की जरूरत है। इस पृथ्वी पे सबसे पहले क्या आया, कोई बता सकता है? सबसे पहले इस पृथ्वी पे पानी आया, सबसे पहले इस पृथ्वी पे पानी आया। जब Right, I'll come to that. So सबसे पहले this has to be very clear. See, सबसे पहले पानी आया तो क्या हुआ? पेड़ आए. पानी आया तो पेड़ आए. पेड़ जब आए और पानी आए, दोनों मिलकर के सॉइल बना, क्योंकि पेड़ के ही गले सड़े पत्ते सब मिलकर के सॉइल बना, बिकॉज उसके अलावा रॉक हुआ करता था यहाँ, लाइक मार्स अभी है उसी तरह का पृथ्वी भी हुआ करता था. तो पानी आया, पेड़ आया, उसके कारण सॉइल आया. सॉइल जब हो गया और ये तीनों हो गए, तो फिर अमीबा फर्स्ट लिविंग बीइंग आया, और वहाँ से डेवलप होते होते हम जैसे लोग भी आ गए इस पृथ्वी पे. इट हैज़ टेकन मिलियंस ऑफ ईयर्स टू डेवलप आवर ब्रेन्स. कितने साल हो गए हुए, मतलब कहाँ वो आदि मानव था, जंगल उसके अंदर रहता था, रॉक मैन जिसको बोलते हैं, ही इज़ टू स्टे इन द रॉक्स. और उसके पहले भी बंदर के शेप में हम हुआ करते थे, एप मैन. सो इट हैज़ टेकन ईयर्स ऑफ एवोल्यूशन. नो, हमारा ब्रेन डेवलप हुआ इतना, बट ये ब्रेन कहीं ना कहीं खो गया कि जो जिस चीज़ ने हमें ये सब चीज़ दिया उसी के साथ हमने बेईमानी करना चालू कर दिया. And we have started competing with nature. So that's a big problem. You know, बोलते हैं ना सिंपल, बेटा अगर बाप से कंपटीशन में आ जाए तो फिर तो उसका कुछ नहीं हो सकता है. सिंपल है. आई थिंक सब लोग समझ रहे हैं क्या मैं बोलना चाह रहा हूँ. तो पृथ्वी इतनी बड़ी है और ये ब्रह्मांड इतना बड़ा है, इसके अंदर में हम एक छोटा सा कण भी नहीं है, और हमने कंपटीशन इतने बड़े लेवल के साथ लेने लगा, तो कोई वो कंपटीशन है ही नहीं एक्चुअली पहली चीज़. सो पहले पानी आया, पेड़ आए, सॉइल आया, फिर लिविंग बींग्स आए. उसके बाद क्या आया? पशु पक्षी आए. पशु पक्षी आए. एंड पशु पक्षी व्हेन आई से, it is consisting of everything which we understand as insect, animals, है ना, everything. So just listen properly because this concept needs to be understood. So पेड़, पानी, पेड़, पशु, 3P. 3P very very important. ये जब आया तो उसके बाद मनुष्य आया, और मनुष्य आया तो उसके अंदर में एक W आया. क्या? वुमेन. ये W आने के बाद M आया और W दोनों आए, लेकिन M और W के बीच में जो समस्या है वो बहुत बड़ी आ गई है, क्योंकि वो ईगो का क्लैश होता है और कहीं ना कहीं सब कुछ भूल जाते हैं उसके पीछे. लेकिन नीति ने, नेचर ने जो चीज़ें महिलाओं को दी है उसका हम यूटिलाइजेशन बहुत कम करते हैं. ये हमारी विफलता है, एज ह्यूमैनिटी हमारी विफलता है. इसलिए वुमेन को एम्पावरमेंट के मोड में ले जाना बहुत ज़रूरी है. ओवर ए पीरियड ऑफ टाइम ऑल दिस हैज हैपेंड. I do not want to delve deep in it because there is a big problem which is there, but we have to recognize this, and therefore our action has to be there on that level to bring women in the core mainstream. Decision level पे, leadership level पे महिलाएं नहीं आएंगी तो बहुत ये इसी तरीके से रहेगा. और ये मैं अपना कॉर्पोरेट एक्सपीरियंस से भी बता रहा हूँ. आज के दिन में मैडम ने बताया आपको, इंडिया में अभी आज के दिन में इंडिया इज नोन फॉर व्हाट टुडे ग्लोबली? व्हाई इंडिया इज नोन फॉर व्हाट? हाँ, just give a thought. I mean, you must be also all the time listening to it in the news and all. It is known for the startups, right? Startups सबसे ज़्यादा इंडिया में है इस समय. कितने हैं? 75,000 प्लस. उसके अलग अलग ग्रेड हो सकते हैं, बस 75,000 से ऊपर हैं. इट्स फर्स्ट टाइम इन वर्ल्ड this huge number in last 5 to 7 years startups have come. Do you know how many of these 75,000 is headed by women? No? सिर्फ 18% है, 18%. Now you understand that the logic is very clear. So we have to work on that. We have to constantly work on that to bring them up to leadership level, decision making level. Then only their views can come, which is very, very important. First is to recognize that, that's very important. And second, we have to make efforts and platforms and different opportunities created for the, so that women participation increases in terms of decision making, in terms of giving a direction, in terms of building the strategy, everything. Because men and women look at the same thing differently, and one has to recognize this. Both bring strength, and the strength have to be worked upon. Then only we can work on this further. So this is the point I wanted to tell you. So हमने क्या बोला, 3P सबको समझ में आ गया. क्यों 3P इम्पॉर्टेंट है? क्योंकि वही क्रम में ही सारी चीज़ें इस दुनिया में हुई हैं. इन तीनों P के ऊपर लगातार काम करना है. पानी, पेड़, पशु. नंबर ऑफ पशु जो है वो कम होता जा रहा है. That means it is creating an imbalance in the whole ecosystem. Fourth is W, and the fifth is also W, which is creating all the more problem. हम सब लोग उसके साथ associated हैं, वो हमारे से हर समय associated है. उसके बारे में आज फर्स्ट हाफ में भी बात हुई है, वो है वेस्ट. वेस्ट नेचर में कहीं कुछ नाम का चीज़ नहीं होता है. हर कुछ यूज़ होता है, रीयूज़ होता है, रिसाइकिल होता है. ह्यूमन के इंटरवेंशन के बाद वेस्ट आने लगा, क्योंकि इस ब्रेन ने बहुत सारा कचरा जमा है, वो कचरा किसी न किसी फॉर्म में निकलता है. तो कचरा हम जमाने लगे, इकट्ठा करने लगे अलग अलग तरीके से, अपने प्रैक्टिसेस के लिए, अपने सहूलियत के लिए वेस्ट भी जनरेट करने लगे. तो वेस्ट बहुत बड़ी समस्या होके आ गई है, जो एक बड़ा बिल्डिंग ब्लॉक है क्लाइमेट चेंज के ऊपर काम करने के लिए. वी हैव टू वर्क ऑन इट. सो आई एम एंडिंग माई थॉट्स हियर विद दिस कॉन्सेप्ट. 3P and 2W we have to work. Then only we can achieve the larger reality of making this world a better place to live for all. Thank you.
Hello? No. I was expecting a panel discussion on the role of a CSR. And I was more prepared for that. So I would prefer that, would like to know what is the role that CSR plays. See, basically, to me, what has happened is that we were all climate conscious people. India, we used everything right up to the time it was converted into ashes and reused that, right? So everything went back to nature. Yeah. When did this stop? Why are we talking about climate change today? Yeah. That's the basic thing. Yes. And CSR, I think, can play a major role in that, because we have to recenter our education at all levels. Yes. If we want to empower the women. Correct. Forget about empowering the women, making people aware of this need. And when did that change? Okay. See, even in a cradle, જ્યારે ઘોડિયામાં પણ છે ને લોકોને જે હાલરડા ગાતા હતા એમાં પણ ગીતાના શ્લોકો આવી જતા હતા. ગીતાના દરેક ચેપ્ટરનો સાર આવી જતો હતો 3 કે 4 લાઇનમાં. I know you understand Gujarati, right? Yeah. Everyone else can understand Gujarati? Okay. અને આપણી દરેકે દરેક કવિતામાં કે નાના જે હતા તે તમારા આજુબાજુના જે ફેમિલી મેમ્બર્સ હોય એના વિશે આવી જતું હતું, તમારા નેચર માટે આવી જતું હતું. લેન્ડ કઈ છે, કેવી છે, દરિયા કિનારો છે કે નદી છે કે નાળું છે કે જે બી છે એના માટે આવી જતું હતું. કે ખાબોચિયું હશે તો ખાબોચિયા માટે બી હશે, કારણ કે પેલી ચકલી ગઈ ખાબોચિયામાં, કે સમથિંગ ઓર ધી અધર. આપણી વાર્તાઓ પણ એની આજુબાજુ સેન્ટર્ડ હતી. This thing broke when you got this British education.
Correct.
And look at the nursery rhymes that you have. They are so stupid. They don't make any sense. Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. अरे पानी नीचे होय खीणમાં કે ઉપર होय?
Very good.
Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall and he had a great fall. એમાં હસવાનું છે? તમે શીખવાડો છો શું છોકરાઓને? એટલે આખું આપણું ફોકસ શિફ્ટ થયું છે. એને પાછું લાવવામાં CSR can play a major role. If you can translate them well. આપણી બધી કવિતાઓ into English, because every region and like સૌરાષ્ટ્રનું જુદું હતું, ગુજરાતનું જુદું હતું, ઉત્તર ગુજરાતનું જુદું હતું. એ લોકોની ક્લાઇમેટ અને કલ્ચર પ્રમાણે આ બધી વસ્તુઓ હતી. So how can CSR work on it so that right from not only nursery, I am talking about કે તમે નર્સિંગ હોમમાં છોકરું જન્મ્યું ને ત્યારથી આ વસ્તુ તમે કઈ રીતે આપો? Through books, and then you have to make people aware about all this. અને અવેરનેસ આના માટે ક્રિએટ કરવી પડે, કારણ કે હું ઘણા વખતથી કહું છું કે આ જેક એન્ડ જીલ, કારણ કે I studied in a convent. Fortunately, at my house, there was a rule that if I read an English fiction book or any book, story book, I had to become a member of MJ Library and get a Gujarati book, besides the magazines that came in Gujarati at home. Otherwise, I was not allowed to read the English book. So that made a lot of difference. And then in architecture college, most of the students that we had were from Gujarati medium. So there again you started getting involved in that. And that's why one is aware of this culture. But my colleagues, they can hardly even speak in Gujarati. Right, Tanushri?
Yeah.
So this is something, if that is addressed, to nanpanthi, and especially in our rural areas, because I am a farmer also. So I know my people who come to work for me, or in the village where I have a farm, they are far more aware of all this than any city-based person. So how do you make people aware about it in the city? Ajay, but I am so happy that people walk, even they are walking, mornings, દાંતણ ચાવતા હોય છે ગામમાં. Right? They don't have any issues about teeth. They don't need dentists. And here, if you go down the street, you have at least 2 dental consultancies on 1,000 feet road.
Correct.
So these are the things that we need to make people aware of, and there I feel CSR can have a major role. And the way we worked for revival of our traditional technologies and all, we realized that if we talk at grassroots level, it's not going to reach it top. It has to become a fashion. So if you convince people from top and they talk about it, and through them if we can demonstrate that our traditional technologies are still valid today, they are more economical, ecological, biodegradable, and they will last for thousands of years. Like this building makes me feel very sad. You have so much glass, but have you ever seen these blinds being opened?
And greenery.
We have done Torrent Research Center, where we have passive cooling systems, where in some parts, there is no AC in a lot of area. That's how we convinced the director. We were able to do that. We were fortunate to find the Maharana Arvind Singh Ji, who also saw that we were believing in the same thing. Though we had studied in architecture, modern architecture, but because of our background, Nimish came from a Gandhian family, so that was another thing, that we had decided we go abroad, but we'll come back to serve our country. And then we were able to, through Arvind Singh Ji also, we got the project of Oberoi, working with Oberoi. And we were able to do this hotel. Through his hotels, we were able to show that our tradition makes sense, and you can revive the dying traditions and crafts, which are very much ecologically balanced. So CSR can play this role. And how do you think your CSR can do that?
Sure. So, I'll speak from here. Largely, if you look at the realm of CSR, how it has developed over a period of time, and why all these things have not been covered. It has been covered in many aspects, like, traditional rainwater harvesting structures and all that were being promoted in the rural area. Those things were done. But the cultural dimension of it, which is very, very important, that has not happened, I see, primarily because of two reasons. One, that most of the people who were in the corporate were already uprooted from their roots. They were not understanding anything, so they have not promoted. Second, the limitation is also in terms of, this has been made mandatory, there is a compliance, there are set of things which you can do, which cannot do, and there these things get caught up somewhere. Because one, that there is an understanding problem itself, but second is that, if you look at compliance of act, there is no such thing which talks about you revive your culture, you promote your culture, which can be covered. So it's a big area of concern, actually.
So UN agenda for 2030 is talking about reviving culture,
yes.
Teaching people in their local languages,
Yeah.
bringing back all the traditional knowledge, the stories,
True,
the songs, everything. They're
Yeah.
talking about that.
Yeah.
At least that should open the eyes of CSR.
Yeah, it is. I mean, because I was involved in right from the beginning stages when this was started to talk upon the first set of conversation for even making a act like this. They had conversations with us in Mumbai, the first, and then we started talking about similar kind of, because so India, because of its vastness and so many different diverse experience, it is very difficult to bring everything in within some heads, and that's where we got caught, actually. But the good point is that, there's a lot of discussion still going on, and it's evolving. So few things which have been already added to it. Earlier it was 7 or 8 things in Schedule 7. Now it is 13 which you can cover in this. It will be further more added. So the point is that it is developing, and it will. But I'll tell you, frankly speaking, and I come from a background where I had this, background of rural areas. I could understand this very well, because all these years when I was studying, I had to always fight within myself. ये क्यों पढ़ाते हैं ऐसा? ये क्या है? इसका meaning क्या है? Why do we do this? And why not? There are so many other things. There good knowledge and wisdom which is there. So somewhere it got lost in the processes that we have followed in the past.
It's 75 years.
Yeah. It's two generations. Last 2 generations, whatever they've studied, it has eroded a lot of those value system and wisdoms, actually.
But Tatas we expect.
The Tatas are doing. See, Tatas are doing. I'm not representing right now Tatas, but then, but Tatas, because they have worked on it right from the beginning itself. I mean, because of their thought process, and the very fact that 65% of the profit goes for bettering the condition of the country on various aspects, that itself shows a lot. And apart from that, it was always there to take care of the community around. It used to called as Community Services Department, not CSR. Community Services. That makes a lot of change, actually, in terms of overall thinking and thought process. So, they're doing very well, much ahead than many others. But in a good way. One good thing has happened, that a lot of corporates, because of the compulsion, also have got into it, and they have started to work around this.
I can just add.
Yeah.
ये है कि कॉर्पोरेट जब तक मुझे गुजराती में हम कहते हैं MBA मने बधु आवड़े छे, जब तक कॉर्पोरेट के माइंडसेट से ये नहीं निकलेगा, जो भी बंदा कॉर्पोरेट में है, कि मुझे सब आता है, तो मैं हमेशा मानता हूँ, क्योंकि मैं जब से CSR लॉ आया तब से बहुत सारे कॉर्पोरेट्स के साथ, CSR हेड्स के साथ मेरी बहुत अच्छी दोस्ती और एक बॉन्ड हो गया है करके। तो मैं कहता हूँ कि आप लोग है ना, जो कॉर्पोरेट स्टाइल अच्छा लुक्रेटिव चीज़ देने की बात करते हो ना, इसकी जगह कुछ इम्पैक्टफुल बात किया करे, क्योंकि जो कॉर्पोरेट कर रहा है वो आप यू कैन नॉट एक्सपेक्ट कि वही काम आप एनजीओ से करवा सकते हो, एंड यू नीड टू थिंक अबाउट लॉन्ग टर्म प्रोसेसेस. Corporate is not looking for a long term things, they are looking for only short term things. कि short term highlight हो गया, फोटो आ गया, 4 अखबार में फोटो आ गया और एक ग्लोसी अच्छा रिपोर्ट दे दिया. So people are those who are working with the corporate CSR also nowadays, they are also doing same thing. I just talking to Sandeep bhai कि एक corporate से किसी को एक प्रोजेक्ट मिला, he came to me in January and मुझे कह रहा है कि मुझे डिजिटल और फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी पे महिलाओं के लिए अप टू मार्च 3 महीने का समय है, 3 दिन का ट्रेनिंग है और मुझे मोर देन 900 ट्रेनिंग्स करना है. और लोग हैं, एक महिला और पुरुष 2 ही लोग हैं यहाँ पे जो उस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को गुजरात में लीड कर रहे हैं. तो मैंने कहा तुम लोग यार 3 दिन का बात कर रहे हो तो मैक्सिमम इसमें छुट्टी उट्टी गिन लोगे तो यू कैन नॉट डू मोर देन 20 to 25 ट्रेनिंग्स. दे सेड नहीं सर हम लोग कर लेंगे करके. फिर मैंने कहा ठीक है चलो मैं एक बार आपका मॉड्यूल देख लेता हूँ कैसे करते हैं आप लोग. दे केम टू गांधीनगर, आई अरेंज्ड समथिंग फॉर देम in one college. They just came here for 1 hour. जो फुल डे का ट्रेनिंग था उसको 1 घंटे में किया उन्होंने. ऐसा 3 दिन आए, 3 दिन 3 घंटा किया. मैं बोला भाई ये सब मैं नहीं करता. So you go to some other person, the person who is doing this kind of work. I don't do this kind of work. बोले सर हम लोग 5,000 रुपया देंगे, प्रोजेक्ट हो जाएगा, हम 5,000 रुपया देंगे, लड़कियों को ये है वो. ठीक है, मैं बोला तुम 5,000 रुपया दोगे, उस 5,000 रुपये का कुछ इम्पैक्ट क्या है वो मुझे आप बता दो. बोले सर हमको तो सिर्फ डेटा पे दिखाना है, इसलिए वी नीड टू शो दैट कॉर्पोरेट, सो दैट इज़ वाई वी आर डूइंग. सो corporate also needs to change that mindset. They don't understand the things.
एक point ये भी है कि not all the corporates will be at the same level. There are different levels. There are, you know, as I said, because of the act, suddenly अभी उनका इतना profit होता है तो इतना profit डालना है, बाकी और कुछ पता नहीं है, उनको करना है, दे दो किसी को, हो गया.
नहीं मैं वही कह रहा हूँ संदीप भाई, हाँ संदीप भाई उस तरह के लोग बहुत कम हैं. आप जैसे लोग के जो सही में कुछ करना चाह रहे, एल्स पीपल आर डूइंग फॉर सेक ऑफ डूइंग. या फनी भी बैठी है, सी इज वर्किंग विद द गुजरात चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स एंड सी ऑल्सो नोज कि कितना स्ट्रगल करना पड़ता है. आप किसी के पास प्रोजेक्ट लेने जाते हो, यू आर प्रोड्यूसिंग मेनी थिंग्स बट दे आर नॉट सो कॉल्ड इन इन्वर्टेड कोमा, दे आर नॉट अग्रेड कि नहीं हमारे मैंडेट के हिसाब से ये नहीं होता है, या हमारे जो कंपनी का जो मैंडेट हमने डिसाइड किया उसके हिसाब से नहीं होता है. दे डोंट वांट टू वर्क ऑन इट. सो मैं इसीलिए इस स्पेसिफिक सब्जेक्ट को रखते हो, ध्यान में रखते हो. दैट इज व्हाई वी केप्ट दिस पर्पसफुली दिस सब्जेक्ट. नहीं तो क्लाइमेट चेंज में आई कैन व्हेन आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट एम्पावरिंग वीमेन तो उसमें मुझे CSR का रोल पे बात नहीं करना चाहिए था. देन ऑल्सो आई पर्पसफुली केप्ट दिस सेशन. सो CSR जो लोग 2 लोगों ने कमिट किया तक विल कम एंड दे आर नॉट टर्न्ड आउट. पर हम बात करना चाह रहे कि CSR इसमें भी कैसे अच्छे से काम कर सकता है करके. सॉरी आई इन बिटवीन आई केम.
Also the kind of change I'm talking about, it's not just at nursery level, it has to go to the PhD level.
Yes.
And especially the IIMs.
Correct.
All the IIMs and IITs need to know about this change. I mean, they have to be taught this.
Yes.
And part of it, and if CSRs can take it up, starting with their own staff, because that would be essential for them to be convinced to do that.
No, that's true. I mean, it's a evolving stage thing, definitely. You know, a lot of discussion goes on. If not in all corporates, there are good corporates and at least good CSR guys who are there. They started to realize this problem which is there. And it cannot be changed like, you know, just by putting a word to, you know, the top management about. It is going to be a systematic change which will take some time. So we need to have a lot of this kind of discussion and forum where people should come, address this problem and give suggestions also. Because जब तक एक बड़ा ग्रुप या say, you know, politically it is becoming a big issue, it's going to be a trouble zone actually. So politically तो हमको इसको आगे लेके जाना पड़ेगा, तभी कोई चीज़ बन पाएगी.
नेचर हमको उतना टाइम देगी? That's the question.
नहीं, नेचर नहीं देगी, लेकिन फिर भी सब कुछ होने के बाद भी, see there are a lot of good thing which is already happening on the ground. It is already happening on the ground.
Even that CSR needs to bring it out.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
And, you know, news.
Yeah.
It has to be, because see, one good change that I am so happy with that Gujarat government has taken, and I'm sure there will be so much of opposition, but every school that's in Gujarat has to teach Gujarati.
No, that's right. That's right.
If
Correct.
you insist on this, that's where all this will come in also.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, at least from that second standard or whatever it is, I've not gone into the details. And also the kind of curriculum changes that are coming in. I had to go through some curriculum, someone had asked me. And I was quite surprised that how the government was able to bring about that curriculum change at national level. Which is really good.
Yeah.
There must have been so much of opposition.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, within, say, the social sector itself, not one view prevails. There are so many different views. And so still struggling among all these, you know, something good is happening, we must appreciate that also.
See, there are bound to be different views because we have about 21 climates basically, okay, 165 soil types.
Yes.
So, more than 1600 communities still alive, you know, still kicking. So, there are bound to be different views, and the fact is that we have to accept that and work with that, that for every community you have to work out something else. The way you approach them, the way you convince them has to be very different. एक फिशरमैन को आप ये नहीं कह सकते कि आप फिश मत पकड़ो, वो जैन जाके नहीं बोल सकता है, वो जैन कम्युनिटी को आपको दूसरा कुछ कहना है.
Absolutely correct.
So that awareness and sensitivity needs to be brought in, which has gone with globalization. Basically, what has happened to architecture? You're only looking at West, and that also has come. It was a very planned obsolescence. It is known as light bulb conspiracy. It came in 1920s. And they wanted to universalize everything to sell their products. Yes. The bulb that was made more than 100 years ago is still working. It is not fused ever. Yeah. It's just to make profit. They started making bulbs of lower quality so that people keep on buying them. And that is what is continuing, and that is what has resulted into climate change. So unless we attack at the root level, things are not going to change. And we are still talking of GDP, more consumer-oriented things. Yeah. And unless we shift from that, climate change is never going to happen. It's only going to be something to be talked about. Yeah. Sorry, but sorry.
Most famous international conference was sponsored by a company which sell Coca-Cola.
Right.
Yeah. Then what can you expect from such funding?
Correct.
No, there's no sincerity in funding also something.
And then more BT and
yeah.
more BT.
Yeah, that's what
BT card. Yeah.
Yeah. Because, and mustard. So that's going to ruin North India. So we'll have more hospitals, more deaths. It's going to lead to something like COVID only, eventually.
So vicious circle.
નથી. હું આર્કિટેક્ટ છું. અમારી પોતાની પ્રેક્ટિસની થ્રુ જ અમે આ બધું કરતા હતા. જેટલું લોકોને અવેરનેસ ક્રિએટ થાય, જેટલા આર્કિટેક્ટ્સને, ઇન્ટિરિયર ડિઝાઇનર્સને અમે જેટલી કોન્ફરન્સીસમાં હું કે નિમિષ પ્રેઝન્ટ કરીએ એ બધામાં, અને થ્રુ અવર પ્રેક્ટિસ વી હેવ ઓલવેઝ પ્રોપોગેટેડ ધીસ.
સારી રીતે આ બધા આપણા જે મૂલ્યો છે તેને વણી રહ્યા છે બાળકોમાં, અને બરાબર આપણી જે પરંપરાઓ છે એ જ રીતે એને આગળ લઈ જઈ રહ્યા છે. અને મારું બાળક એ જ સ્કૂલમાં ભણે છે. સો આઈ એમ વેરી પ્રાઉડ ટુ સે પણ સિનેરિયો આજે એ છે કે મહાવિત્રો આવે છે એડમિશન પ્રોસિજરમાં અને જ્યારે જોવે છે કે અહીંયા તો ફક્ત પ્રવૃત્તિઓ કરાવે છે કે ગુજરાતીમાં ભણાવે છે તો દે હેઝિટેટ ટુ ટેક એડમિશન કે લઈને બી પછી આઈ મીન દે આર ટીચિંગ લાઈફ સ્કિલ્સ. બાળક ત્યાં હસતે હસતે જાય છે ભણવા માટે અને એ જે શીખીને બહાર આવે છે ઇટ ઇઝ ફાર મોર બિયોન્ડ દેન વિચ ધીસ ઇંગ્લિશ મીડિયમ સ્કૂલ્સ આર પ્રોવાઇડિંગ. તો એ લોકો ખૂબ જ સારી રીતે આઈ મીન લાઈફ સ્કિલ શીખવે છે અને ધ મોર ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ ઇઝ ચાઇલ્ડ ઇઝ હેપી ઓવર ધેર. તો આઈ ડોન્ટ નો એવી ઘણી બીજી સ્કૂલો હશે બટ આઈ એમ અવેર અબાઉટ ધેટ એન્ડ આઈ એમ વેરી પ્રાઉડ કે એ લોકોએ આપણી સંસ્કૃતિને જાળવી રાખી છે.
બહુ ઓછી સ્કૂલો છે એવી અને વર્ષો પહેલાં આઈ યુઝ ટુ બી કનેક્ટેડ એઝ અ સ્ટુડન્ટ. હું એવરી વેકેશન આઈ યુઝ ટુ ગો ધેર. એ લોકો સ્ટેજીસ જે કરતા હતા પાલબાબુ કરતા હતા ત્યારે અને લીલાબેન સાથે પણ known all that. My friends were, my closest friend even till today are the ones who have studied in Shreyas and Balgar. પણ પુપુલ જયકરને અમારે ઇન્ટેકની થ્રુ મળવાનું થયેલું. ત્યારે પણ મેં એમને કીધું હતું કે મેં કીધું આ તમે એ લેવલ પર છો કે તમે આ શ્રેયસનું મોડલ આખા હિન્દુસ્તાનમાં કરી શકો. કારણ કે એ લોકોને દર વર્ષે એક સંસ્કૃતિ વિશે ભણવાનું તે નર્સરીથી લઈને એસએસસી સુધીના બધાએ એ જ વસ્તુ ભણવાની, એ જ દેશ વિશે કે એ મહારાષ્ટ્ર લીધું તો મહારાષ્ટ્ર વિશે, ખાવાનું પણ એ જ, સંગીત પણ એ જ, ઇન્સ્ટ્રુમેન્ટ્સ એ લઈ આવે લીનાબેન અને એ બધું પરફોર્મન્સ પણ એ જ થાય.
અત્યારે બી એ જ લેવલનું એ લોકોએ મેન્ટેન કરી રાખ્યું
પણ એ આઈ વોઝ ટ્રાઇંગ ટુ ટેલ કે દેટ ઇઝ રેર. Nothing is rare. You just got to get it implemented.
Yes.
અને જ્યારે લોકો એ જોશે કે ભાઈ આની ઇમ્પેક્ટ અને એક છોકરું લેટ મી ટેલ યુ જે મારા ફ્રેન્ડ્સ છે ઘણા હાઈ લેવલે પહોંચેલા છે એમને કોઈ પ્રોબ્લેમ નથી. નિમિશ માય હસબન્ડ સ્ટડીડ ઇન ગુજરાતી મીડિયમ. હિઝ ઇંગ્લિશ વોઝ ફાર બેટર દેન માઇન. કારણ કે તમે બે લેંગ્વેજ જોડે શીખવાડો ને, ઘરેથી શીખવાડો. આની અવેરનેસ લાવવી કે શ્રેયસ વિશે વાત કરવી કે એના સેમિનાર્સ રાખવા ઉદ્ગમે મયુરભાઈ આ ટાઈપના. અને લોકોને અમે તો કેટલું કન્વિન્સ કરીએ છીએ કે ભાઈ તમે ગુજરાતી મીડિયમમાં મૂકો. અને હું અંગ્રેજીમાં ભણી છું એટલે હું વધારે કહું છું લોકોને કે તમારા છોકરાઓને ગુજરાતી મીડિયમમાં મૂકો. GLS CN unfortunately yes, very bad. Coming from the same family, unfortunately.
Yeah, sure.
CSRના નામે છે ને કોર્પોરેટ્સ મોસ્ટલી ટ્રી પ્લાન્ટેશન ઉપર કોઈ પ્રોજેક્ટ લઈ આપો તો એપ્રુવલ જલ્દી આપી દે છે અને કામ પતી ગયું એટલે એ લોકોને નંબર્સ મળી જાય છે. તો કેન યુ થ્રો સમ લાઇટ ઓન આ સિવાય બીજા કયા ટાઈપના એન્વાયરમેન્ટ રિલેટેડ તમે પ્રોજેક્ટ લઈ જાઓ છો તો CSR મની ઇઝ ફ્લોઈંગ લાઇક એનીથિંગ ઇન ધોઝ કાઇન્ડ ઓફ પ્રોજેક્ટ્સ other than tree plantation?
Yeah. See, again I'll tell you, if the mental construct is not very clear on this, largely this is what happens. वो आप जो बोल रहे हो कि ट्री प्लांटेशन का प्रोजेक्ट दो तुरंत हो गया, उनका नंबर हो गया, वो तुरंत हो जाता है. बाकी और क्या चीज़ में हम कर सकते हैं काम, या जहाँ पे हम ज़्यादा ज़रूरत है काम करने के लिए, तो वो सभी पॉइंट एक ही जगह आ रही है कि क्लैरिटी ऑन द ओवरऑल कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ इकोसिस्टम इज़ नॉट देयर. We have to work with the ecosystem approach. Mitigate climate is not one particular thing you can work on. You have to work simultaneously on many things together.
No, but where all is the money getting approved other than tree plantation? What kind of projects are CSRs taking up these days? Can you throw light on that?
Yeah, I'll tell you. I mean, because a lot of thought is going on. See, water is a big area of concern. Water. So conservation of water through different means, either you follow a watershed approach, you go on making ponds or rainwater harvesting. These are all getting a lot of traction all through in CSR. So that's one area. Second is waste management. Very, very important. वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट के ऊपर बहुत काम हो रहा है, बहुत लोग कर रहे हैं, और कॉर्पोरेट्स आर ऑल्सो इंटरेस्टेड टू डू दिस. See, one difficulty that with corporate in terms of funding will be always there. Corporate will function in an area where their plant or their services are there. आपको एक limitation के अंदर में ही रखेंगे. ये reality है, इसको accept करके चलिए. तो आप कहीं पे काम कर रहे हैं या ज़रूरत कहीं पे है और वो बोलेंगे यहाँ करेंगे, this is going to create a kind of disturbance of balance, imbalance. ये एक प्रॉब्लम है, इसको तो एक्सेप्ट करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि वो बियॉन्ड बाउंड्रीज नहीं जाते हैं.
સર હું થોડું બે વાત એડ કરવા માગું મારા એક્સપિરિયન્સ પર. GHCL ફાઉન્ડેશન કરીને GHCL લિમિટેડનું CSR મેં 10 વર્ષ સંભાળ્યું છે. અમારી પાસે એક ઓપોર્ચ્યુનિટી હતી. એકચ્યુઅલી આપણે કઈ જગ્યાએ કામ કરવા માંગીએ છીએ ને એના પર વધારે અસર કરે છે. ધારો કે અમારો એરિયા કોસ્ટલ એરિયા હતો, વેરાવળથી લઈને ભાવનગર સુધીનો દરિયા કિનારો. તો દરિયા કિનારાના પ્રોજેક્ટની અંદર આવી બધી ઓપોર્ચ્યુનિટી અમને મળતી હતી. ત્યાં અમે 2 કામ કર્યા હતા. એક રૂફ રેઇન વોટર હાર્વેસ્ટિંગ સ્ટ્રક્ચર અમે બનાવ્યા હતા, RRWHS, જે ત્યાં ક્ષાર સેલિનિટીનો બહુ ઇસ્યુ છે, ખારાશનો. એટલે દરિયા કિનારે રહેવા આજુબાજુમાં પાણી ઘણું હોવા છતાં મીઠું પાણી નથી મળતું. એટલે એ લોકોના માટે અમે વોટર સિક્યુરિટી ઘરની અંદર જ 10,000 લીટરનો ભૂગર્ભ જળનો ટાંકો બનાવી દેતા હતા, અને એના ઘરની છત ઉપરથી પાઇપલાઇનનું કનેક્ટ કરી અને વિન્ટરમાં મોન્સૂનમાં એ પાણી કન્ઝર્વ કરે. સાથે સમરની અંદર જ્યાં પ્રોબ્લેમ થાય ત્યારે બહારથી ટેન્કર મંગાવીને પણ એમાં એટલીસ્ટ ઘરની અંદર એક સ્ટોરેજ અમને બની જતું હતું. અને 10,000 લીટર અમે પાર્ટિસિપેટરી મોડમાં કરતા. એમ કેનો 40,000 રૂપિયા ખર્ચ થાય તો 20,000 અમે આપતા, 10,000 વાસમાં આપતું, 10,000 એ પોતે પણ કન્ટ્રીબ્યુટ કરતા. એમના કન્ટ્રીબ્યુશનમાં કદાચ એવું હોય કે લેબર ચાર્જ પણ એમાં આવી જતો. એમ એટલે ફાઇનાન્શિયલ કન્ટ્રીબ્યુશન ન કરવું પડે, પણ જે બાંધકામ કરવું પડે એ લોકોએ કરી આપતા હતા. એમ કરીને લગભગ અમે 10,000થી ઉપર એવા ટેન્ક બનાવે છે. અને ત્યાં બહુ જ સૌથી વધુ ડિમાન્ડ એ જ હતી કે અમને ટાંકો આપો, અમે બીજું કશું ન આપો તો ચાલશે, પણ અમને ટાંકો આપો. એટલે આ મોસ્ટ ડિમાન્ડિંગ કોસ્ટલ એરિયા ઉપર હતું. એટલે આપણે કયા એરિયામાં કામ કરવા માગીએ છીએ ને, કોઈ CSR કયા એરિયામાં કામ કરવા માગીએ તો એની નીડ એસેસમેન્ટ શું છે એના ઉપર વધારે ડિપેન્ડ કરે છે. સેકન્ડ થિંગ, અમે એગ્રીકલ્ચરમાં ઘણું બધું કામ કર્યું, ઓર્ગેનિક ખેતી ઉપર અમે એ લોકોને ડાયવર્ટ કર્યા. તો આ બધી ચીજ જે છે કે કેમિકલ્સ, પેસ્ટિસાઇડ્સ, આ બધું ઓછામાં ઓછું વપરાય. ઓર્ગેનિક મેન્યુઅર અમે આપતા હતા સબસિડી રેટમાં. શરૂઆતમાં સબસિડી વધારે હતી, પછી ધીમે ધીમે ઓછી કરતા ગયા, અને એ લોકોને ત્યાં એ લોકોને ઓર્ગેનિક વસ્તુઓ મળે એના માટે શોપ અમે ઊભી કરી આપી એન્ટરપ્રેન્યોરશિપના મોડેલ ઉપર. પ્લસ એ લોકોની જે ઓર્ગેનિક ફૂડ જે હોય, વેજીટેબલ્સ હોય, તો એના માટે પણ અમે શોપ ઊભી કરી આપી. એમાંથી એન્ટરપ્રિન્યોર કરી અને અમે અમુક બેઝિક સપોર્ટ આપતા હતા. અને એવા ઘણા બધા એન્ટરપ્રિન્યોર બન્યા કે અમે શાકભાજી આટલી વાવીએ છીએ, અમે હોટલવાળાને દેવા જઈએ કે માર્કેટ યાર્ડમાં દેવા જઈએ તો કંઈ એની અલગ વેલ્યુ આવતી નથી. અને અમારી ત્યાં ટાઉનશીપ છે, તો ટાઉનશીપમાંથી ઘણા લોકોને અમે કહેતા કે આ બધી શોપમાંથી તમે પરચેસ કરો. અને અમારી સામે ત્યાં સુધી કે પેલા જે પેસ્ટિસાઇડ્સના વેપારીઓ હોય, કેમિકલ્સ, એ લોકોનો અમારા પર લેટર આવ્યો કે તમે આ બધું કરો, અમારો ધંધો બંધ કરવા માગો તમે. એ લોકોના એસોસિએશનનો અમારા ઉપર કાયદેસર લેટર એના પ્રમુખ અમને મળવા આવ્યા હતા. તો અમે અમારો ધંધો બંધ કરી દઈએ કે. અને ધીમે ધીમે અમને લગભગ 10 વર્ષ થયા, પણ અમે બહુ જ સરસ કામ કરી શક્યા છે. અને ક્યાંય ને ક્યાંય આ બંને ચીજ છે એ એન્વાયરમેન્ટને સપોર્ટ, ઓર્ગેનિક ખેતી, સજીવ ખેતી અને આ ભૂગર્ભ જળના ટાંકા, આ બંને ચીજ બહુ સક્સેસફુલ મોડેલ અમારા રહ્યા છે. થેન્ક યુ.
કરેલું આપે મેંગ્રોવમાં આપેલું?
મેંગ્રોવમાં નથી કર્યું ના, એ કચ્છમાં વધારે ચાલુ છે. અમારા ત્યાં સુત્રાપાડા, વેરાવળ એ બાજુ એટલું બધું નથી.
એ અમે કરી હતી સુત્રાપાડાની હાઉસિંગ કોલોની.
હા.
વી વર ધ ડિઝાઇનર્સ, જે પહેલો આખો ફેસ થયો.
મેં એ કંપનીમાં છેલ્લા 35 વર્ષથી મેં જોબ કરી છે.
ઓકે. અને ચૂનામાં ટાંકા કરતા હતા કે સિમેન્ટમાં? કારણ કે ચૂનામાં ટાંકા કરો તો 100 વર્ષ 150 વર્ષ સુધી પાણીને કંઈ ન થાય.
એટલે અમુક જગ્યાએ ચૂનાના પથ્થરો વપરાતા, એ જે લાઇમસ્ટોનના જે પથ્થર બેલા જે કહેવાય, બેલા વપરાતા, પણ વચ્ચે તો સિમેન્ટિંગ જ એ લોકો કરતા. એ પછી અમે ડિઝાઇન અમે આપીએ કે આ ડિઝાઇન પ્રમાણે કરો, પછી તમે જે લિબર્ટી એમ આપતા હોય.
હવે તમે કંઈ પણ કરી શકો ત્યાં એન્કરેજ કરી શકો, કારણ કે ત્યાં આગળ હજી કારીગરો છે ચૂનાનું કામ કરવા.
છે કારીગરો છે.
તો એમાં ઇવન અમને લોકોને કારીગરોનું પણ એડ્રેસ આપી શકો, મેળવી શકો. કારણ કે બહુ જ બધા હવે લોકો ચૂનામાં કરવા માંગે છે, આર્કિટેક્ટ્સ. તો એ અને ટાંકાઓ પણ કરવા માટે અમારે લોકેન્દ્ર બલસારિયા કરીને છે લેન્ડસ્કેપ ડિઝાઇનર, એ અત્યારે અહીંયા ઘણા કૂવાઓ કરાવે છે, ખંભાતી કૂવા ને બધું.
બરાબર.
તો એમને પણ આ ચૂનાના કારીગરોની જરૂર છે.
ત્યાં ચૂનાના કારીગરો તો ખૂબ જ છે, ખૂબ જ છે.
થેન્ક યુ.
અને બીજું એવું થશે કે તમે ટ્રી પ્લાન્ટેશનને અત્યારે જે લેટેસ્ટ, હું હમણાં 2-3 કોર્પોરેટ સાથે મેં વાત કરતાં મને ખબર પડી કે લોકોની જીઓ ટેગિંગ, તમે જે ટ્રીઓ પ્લાન્ટેશન કરો છો એને જીઓ ટેગિંગ સાથે તમે એમાંથી આઉટપુટ શું આવ્યું અને એમાંથી ક્લાઇમેટ ચેન્જના સંદર્ભમાં શું ફરક પડશે એ સાથેનો કોઈ પ્રોજેક્ટ મૂકો તો તરત દે આર વેરી કીન ટુ ડૂ દેટ કાઇન્ડ ઓફ પ્રોજેક્ટ્સ. અને તમે જે વાત કરી રહ્યા છો એમાં હું એક વસ્તુ એવું કહીશ, તમે જે કામ કરી રહ્યા છો સ્પેસિફિકલી હમણાં જ મારી ગાંધીનગર કોર્પોરેશન સાથે, ગાંધીનગર કોર્પોરેશનવાળા મેં બહુ લાંબા ટાઈમ સુધી એ લોકોને કીધું કે તમે જે ઇન્દોરવાળા સાથે કામ કરો છો એવું અમે અહીંની સંસ્થા તરીકે, ગાંધીનગરની સંસ્થા તરીકે અમે કરી શકીએ છીએ. સો દેન આઈ પરસ્યુડ લાઈક એનીથિંગ, કારણ કે મને એવું છે કે ગાંધીનગર, લેટ્સ કીપ ગાંધીનગર ઇન્ડિયાઝ ક્લીનેસ્ટ સિટી. એટલે આઈ પરસ્યુડ લાઈક એનીથિંગ ટુ ધ લોકલ બોડી, લોકલ ઓથોરિટીઝ, ઓફિસર્સ એન્ડ ઓલ, બટ એટ ધ એન્ડ ઓફ ધ ડે દે ગેવ દેટ પ્રોજેક્ટ ટુ ઇન્દોર વાલા NGOs કે નહીં એમણે અમે ત્યાં કરી આવ્યા ને એમને બહુ સરસ છે ને આ છે તે છે. પછી આઈ મેટ ધેમ એટ વેરિયસ પ્લેસીસ. તો કરે કોણ? તો જે લોકો આવ્યા છે ઇન્દોરથી કરાવવા માટે એ લોકોને અહીંની જિયોગ્રાફી વિશે કશું ખબર નથી, અહીંની લોકોની પેટર્ન સાથે કશું ખબર નથી. એટલે શું કરે તે લોકો, દે જસ્ટ યુઝ ઇટ કોર્પોરેશન સ્ટાફ. એટલે મેં કોર્પોરેશન સ્ટાફને મેં પછી જઈને બરાબર ખખડાવી નાખ્યા મારા સ્વભાવ મુજબ કે જો તમે પૈસા એ લોકોને આપો છો તો કોર્પોરેશને વાય કોર્પોરેશન એમ્પ્લોઈઝ ગોઈંગ એન્ડ ડુઈંગ સચ કાઇન્ડ ઓફ એક્ટિવિટી. તો કે એમને ભાષાનો પ્રોબ્લેમ છે. તો મેં તો ભાષાના પ્રોબ્લેમ અમે લોકલ NGO હતા, વી આર રેડી ટુ ડુ ઓલ્સો. અમે આટલા પૈસા પણ માગતા નહોતા તમારી પાસે. તમે વોટ યુ આર પેઇંગ ટુ ધેમ, વી વેર નોટ આસ્કિંગ ફોર ટુ દેટ કાઇન્ડ ઓફ મની. અમે તો એનાથી ચોથા ભાગના પૈસામાં તમારી જોડે કામ કરવા તૈયાર હતા, કારણ કે ઓલરેડી વી હેવ દેટ કાઇન્ડ ઓફ નેટવર્ક એન્ડ વી હેવ યુનિસેફ કાઇન્ડ ઓફ એજન્સીઝ, સો વી કેન ડુ ઓલ સચ કાઇન્ડ ઓફ થિંગ્સ. બટ એટ ધ એન્ડ ઓફ ધ ડે યુ નીડ ટુ કન્વિન્સ ધેમ, કારણ કે જે લુક્રેટિવ છે, ઇફ વી આર ટોકિંગ અબાઉટ એનીવેર, આપણને બધાને સરળ અને સાદું ગમતું નથી. તકલીફ ત્યાં છે. અંગ્રેજી માધ્યમની શાળાની અત્યારે જે વાત થઈ રહી છે, આપણને અંગ્રેજી બહુ લુક્રેટિવ લાગે છે. દેટ ઇઝ વી આર ટોકિંગ અપ ઇન ઇંગ્લિશ, વી આર જસ્ટ સેન્ડિંગ આર કિડ્સ ઇન ઇંગ્લિશ. તો હું મારી વાત કરું તો મેં ડ્રોપ આઉટ લીધો, એટલે હું ફેલ થયો, 12th ડ્રોપ આઉટ થઈ ગયો, છોડી દીધું ભણવા. અગેન આઈ રીસ્ટાર્ટેડ ઇન 2009 કરી, અને કરતાં કરતાં બધું ડ્યુઅલ ડિગ્રી કરીને મેં PhD કર્યું, માસ્ટર્સ, ગ્રેજ્યુએશન, પોસ્ટ ગ્રેજ્યુએશન, MPhil અને પછી PhD કર્યું. મારે શીખવી છે, હું જાણું છું, એટલે મને 16 ભાષાઓ સમજ પડે છે. તો તમારી ઉપર છે કે તમારે ભાષા, હું ગુજરાતી મીડિયમમાં ભણ્યો છું, પણ આજે હું ભારતની 16 ભાષાઓ સમજી શકું છું. એટલે તમારી ઉપર છે. અને બહેનો જ બેઠી છે એટલે ખાસ હું કહું છું કે તમારી ઉપર જ છે કે તમારે કેવી રીતે તમારું જીવન લીડ કરવું છે. આ ભાવ ને અભાવની વાત આખી મેં એક વાર્તા વાંચી હતી, એમાંથી મને ઉદ્ભવી છે વર્ષો પહેલાં. અને હું કાયમ એમ કહું છું, મારું જીવનનું બહુ સરળ સૂત્ર છે, અટકવું નહીં, લટકવું નહીં, ભટકવું નહીં. કારણ કે અટકી ગયા તો લટકી ગયા, લટકી ગયા તો ભટકી ગયા. આ બધી આખી પ્રક્રિયા અને પરિસ્થિતિ એના માટેની જ છે. હું ને પારુલબેન સ્પિરિચ્યુઅલી એક જ ગુરુને ફોલો કરીએ છીએ, એટલે અમારે ત્યાં એવી બહુ સરળ પરિસ્થિતિ કે એવરીથિંગ ઇઝ ઓકે. એટલે અમારા માટે બહુ સરળ પરિસ્થિતિ અત્યારે આ ક્ષણ છે, તમે આનંદથી માણીએ છીએ કે આ અદ્ભુત વાત છે કે આ સરળતાથી. એટલે પારુલબેન અને સંદીપભાઈએ જે સરસ વાત કરી એના માટે મને બહુ સરળતાથી, હું એકદમ સરળ ને સહજ રૂપે ગુજરાતીમાં અત્યારે એકદમ બોલતો થઈ ગયો કે એકદમ સરળ. મારા માટે સરળ શું વસ્તુ છે કે ગુજરાતી કે હિન્દી મારા માટે વધારે સરળ છે. સો આપણે સરળ ને સહજ થવાની એ જે વાત છે, એમાં કોર્પોરેટને આપણે જેમ સરકારની શું કહેવાય બહા મરોડતે ગુજરાતીમાં શું કહેવાય ને, હા મારી મળીને એમ, એમાં એ લોકોને પણ થોડું આપણે આપણી જાતે મોલ્ડ કરવું પડશે, કારણ કે આપણે જાગવું પડશે, કારણ કે સેવાની બહેનો છે તો એ લોકો ખબર છે એ લોકોની જે શું કહેવાય એને ગુજરાતીમાં, હું શબ્દ શોધી રહ્યો છું કે એમ જે તૂટી પડવાની જે હા પકડ છે જે એકદમ જોરદાર એમ એપ્રોચ છે એ લોકોનો, એવો એપ્રોચ આપણે કરવો પડશે, કારણ કે નહીં તો પછી બધું ગુડી થિંગ્સ એને મેં જે પેલી જે એનજીઓની વાત કરી એવું જ થઈ રહેશે કે અત્યારે ઇન્દોરવાળા જે ગાંધીનગરમાં કરી રહ્યા છે એ જ થઈ રહેશે. તો આપણે બી સ્ટ્રોંગ થવું પડશે અને આપણે એમના ડોક્યુમેન્ટેશન લેવલે પહોંચવું પડશે. એમનો જે માઇન્ડસેટ ચેન્જ કરવાની વાત છે એમાં આપણે પણ માઇન્ડસેટ થોડો ચેન્જ કરવો પડશે. તો બંને બાજુ વિન વિન સિચ્યુએશન થશે. મારે તો હું આટલા બધા મિત્રો છે CSRવાળા, એટલે મારે તો સખત મારે તો કકડાટ થાય છે એ લોકો સાથે કે તમે કશું કરતા જ નથી કરીને. What you are doing, that is not less than 1% because you are not thinking about on long term things. You are always thinking about short term things. So પારુલબેનને અહીંયા બોલાવવાનો અને આગ્રહ પહેલેથી કરવા માટેનો એમનો સબ્જેક્ટ નહોતો, છતાં પણ આ પેનલમાં સ્પેસિફિકલી અમે રાખ્યા. અને જ્યારે છેલ્લી ઘડીએ કોઈ અહીંથી આપણને એમ કહે કે ભાઈ આઈ એમ નોટ એબલ ટુ કમ, હશે એમના પોતાના ઇસ્યુઝ હશે એટલે દે આર નોટ એબલ ટુ કમ ઓન લાસ્ટ મોમેન્ટ, બટ ત્યારે આખું સેશન સંદીપભાઈ બોમ્બેથી આવ્યા અને પારુલબેન બંને ખૂબ સારી વાતો કરી. અને મને એ છે કે આને આપણે હજી આગળ લઈ જવું છે. જે हमने मंजूनाथ है इसलिए मैं अभी हिंदी में भी बोल रहा हूँ कि उन्होंने जो बात करी उसमें हाँ, इसलिए जब विवाह की जैसी संस्था हमारे साथ जुड़ती है तो हमें अच्छा लगता है कि हमको सो कॉल्ड अभी जो बात हुआ कि क्लाइमेट चेंज के कॉन्फ्रेंसिस को कॉरपोरेट फंड करता है, तो हम जब हमने क्लाइमेट चेंज पे बात किया है तो विवाह के जैसे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं, तो उस वजह से हमें किसी कॉरपोरेट के पास जाके हाथ लंबाना नहीं पड़ा कि हमको इस तरह का काम करना है तो हमको पैसे दीजिए. तो ये एक अच्छा आज मंजुनाथ जी टॉपिक पारुलबेन और संदीप भाई ने बताया कि अब कॉरपोरेट को भी हमको इस माइंडसेट चेंज करने के लिए ट्रेनिंग वगैरह प्रोग्राम ऑर्गेनाइज एज ए VY के नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट VY के को करने चाहिए. तो ये उन लोगों की तरफ से मेरी तरफ से भी एक रिक्वेस्ट है कि ये थोड़ा कॉर्पोरेट स्पेशल VY को यूथ के साथ अब कॉर्पोरेट को भी ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम ऑर्गेनाइज करने चाहिए. True. We are doing it and we are still on that process. We have with VYK replicated that model many places.
एक इसमें बहुत बड़ी एक समस्या जो मैं मतलब ब्लॉक जो दिखता है मुझे वो ये होता है कि लार्जली लीडरशिप लेवल पे जो लोग हैं उनकी समझ बहुत अलग होती है. एक तो समय नहीं होता है, दूसरा प्रॉफिट का प्रेशर होता है, सब कुछ है, ऑपरेशंस का प्रेशर है. तीसरा बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट पार्ट यही है कि वो समझना भी नहीं चाहते हैं. जब तक वो समझेंगे नहीं वो रन थ्रू कॉर्पोरेट में नहीं होगा.
सब MBA है. सो इसी के साथ मैं दोनों पैनलिस्ट का आदरणीय पारुलबेन जवेरी और आदरणीय संदीप भाई का बहुत बहुत शुक्रगुजार हूँ कि उन्होंने अपने बिजी शेड्यूल में से अपना समय निकाला. संदीप भाई स्पेशली केम फ्रॉम बॉम्बे एंड पारुलबेन इज़ ऑलरेडी टू मच ऑक्यूपाइड. पर ये थोड़ा मेरा मैं कहता हूँ स्नेह है और प्यार है कि मैं कई बार प्यार से लोगों के ऊपर हावी हो जाता हूँ, तो वो आए और तो उनका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. थैंक यू.
Thank you, Ms. Parul. Thank you, Sandeep sir. This wonderful interaction. Now we come towards the last technical session, and I would like to invite Mr. Tejas Deshmukh. I'm not sure if many have noticed that Mr. Tejas was here throughout the morning as well as till now, and he was seated backside because this is the most important session that he is going to handle. And મારી એક રિક્વેસ્ટ છે કે આ એક એક્શન બેઝડ સેશન છે જેમાં તેજસભાઈ આપણી જોડે ઘણા ઇન્સાઇટ્સ શેર કરશે, પણ એની સાથે સાથે તમારા લોકોનો પણ મંતવ્ય, તમારા લોકોના સજેશન્સ એ રેગ્યુલર ફ્રીક્વન્સી ઉપર તમે આપતા રહો, સો દેટ આપણે કોઈક એક વ્હાઇટ પેપર જેવું કે કશું પણ લોન્ચ કરવું હોય તો એના માટે આ ઇનપુટ્સ કામમાં લાગે આપણાને. Right, so Tejas bhai, please come on the stage. Yes. So I'll just give a quick introduction of Mr. Tejas. Tejas Deshmukh is a development professional with around 6 years of experience in WASH, which is water sanitation and hygiene sector. As a state consultant with UNICEF, Mr. Tejas has worked with district and state administrations of Gujarat on different domains of WASH, which focuses on behavior change communication, sanitation action plans, and integrating climate resilience in WASH initiatives. A civil engineer and a rural manager by qualification, Tejas blends both experiences and facilitates technical support pertaining to flagship products of Swachh Bharat Mission, Jal Jeevan Mission, and Atal Bhujal Yojana to Government of Gujarat. Additionally, Mr. Tejas holds a diploma in humanitarian WASH from IHE Delft, which is from Netherlands. Please, Mr. Tejas, I would request Dr. Sweta to, hand over the memento and the rose to Mr. Tejas on our behalf. I will now hand over the stage and mic to Mr. Tejas. This is again an action-oriented session, so I anticipate your participation. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. So we come to the end. It's 3:15 after lunch. Tea after this. So I know all of you have been quite engaged since the morning. So I'll first of all I will just summarize what all has happened today, because what I am going to present, the title of my presentation is Connecting the Dots. So I will be majorly connecting whatever was presented here today and across different panels, whoever the speakers were. So first in the morning we started with Vishwa Yoga Kendra. So they talked about team building, they talked about they have done how they have been engaging with the communities, schools, etc. Then Mayurji, he presented about becoming a leader to majorly initiate change and take up such programs which promote women participation. Then we had two speakers, Nanesh ji as well as Gitika ji. So that session, first it mentioned on the effects of climate change on unborn children, then how physiological, biological, economic and cultural vulnerabilities they take place in the entire ecosystem, how gender equity issues were highlighted, Then she mentioned one special slide on the Earth Overshoot Day, which I think was pretty important and new for many of us. Then the first panel discussion between Meghaji and Shwetaji. So it talked more on how to engage children in STEM education, not to be how whatever the gaps are, they should not be seen as a gap, but as an opportunity. Then you shared one specific example from Noida about training housemates to segregate plastic waste, which I think is a very a nice initiative, a new one, and I think all ULBs should look forward to this. Finally, the last panel discussion, so how we should engage at all levels to ensure that we ensure that impact is there at all levels. How continuous efforts are required, specifically so that whatever incremental gains we can have in terms of reducing this gap, that can be addressed. And finally, that local knowledge is already there in our ecosystem, but how CSR can play a major role in reviving all this. So all of this majorly happened today, and now we are to the end session. So I will be, the session is on action planning and way forward, which will go at the end, and I would require everybody's participation at the end, so that all of us are on the same page when we leave this room, and we have a definitive plan of action how to take this ahead. Okay. So so I'll be sharing some cartoon. Just try to make out something out of this. So first is what do you think about what our most powerful renewable resource is? And that is denial. Majority of us don't agree that climate change is there, and so this is the situation which we had before, and how we are actually now engaging more and more women in this to impact the climate change scenario. Redefining access for all. So here I work majorly with the Swachh Bharat mission. So you will, in the entire presentation, you will find a lot of reference to household toilets. So please bear with me on that. So first is access for all. So this is specifically talking about people with, yeah. Okay, fine. I'll take it in Hindi then. Yeah, sure. Thanks for pointing that out. तो सबसे पहले अगर ये सामूहिक शौचालय है, तो सामूहिक शौचालय में कई जगहों पे आपने देखा होगा कि जो मेल्स के जो शौचालय होते हैं वो शायद साफ़ होते हैं, लेकिन लेडीज़ के उस पर ताला लगा होता है. तो इस तरीके से भले ही आपके शौचालय पे दिया हो, लेकिन क्या वो सही में यूज़ हो रहा है, नहीं हो रहा है, इस पे भी अभी तक बात हो रही है. ह्यूज क्वेश्चन रिगार्डिंग बिहेवियर चेंज. बिहेवियर चेंज यानी व्यवहार परिवर्तन. तो व्यवहार परिवर्तन की अगर मैं बात करूं तो आदतें एक दिन में नहीं बदलती हैं. आप जब तक एक की मैसेज को, एक इन्फॉर्मेशन को बार बार लोगों तक, बार बार फीमेल्स तक ले जाएंगे, तभी उसके बारे में हमारा जो हम बोल रहे हैं कि विमेन पार्टिसिपेशन बढ़ेगा, महिलाएं आगे आएंगी, महिलाएं किस तरीके से इस पूरे एजेंडा में एक चेंज लाने की कोशिश करेंगी, वो संभव होगा. आजकल काफ़ी जगहों पे डिजिटाइजेशन की बात होती है कि हमें हर चीज़ एप्लीकेशन पे करनी है, मोबाइल ऐप से वेस्ट कलेक्ट करना है, मोबाइल ऐप से कैब बुलाना है. लेकिन अगर हम पानी की बात करें तो वो क्या सही में महिलाओं का प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व कर रहा है कि नहीं कर रहा है, ये अभी तक एक ऐसा सवाल है जिसके ऊपर काफ़ी लोगों ने काम तो किया है, लेकिन स्केल नहीं हो पाया है. फाइनली ये खास एक ऐसी स्लाइड है जिसमें मैं मेजरली आपको ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि किस तरीके से मतलब क्लाइमेट चेंज जो हो रहा है, पूरे हमारे वातावरण में जो परिवर्तन हो रहा है, उससे किस तरीके से मेजरली चेंजेस आ रहे हैं. तो सबसे पहली बार एक आज शुरुआत के सेशन में भी लिया गया था कि अभी 3 दिन पहले भी हमारे यहाँ पे बहुत तेज़ बारिश हुई, और उस बारिश में भी आप नॉर्थ और साउथ गुजरात में देखेंगे तो काफ़ी क्रॉप डैमेज भी हुआ. तो इस तरीके के और बहुत कम समय में बहुत ज़्यादा बारिश होने लगी है. तो फ्रीक्वेंसी और इंटेंसिटी जो रेनफॉल का है वो काफ़ी बढ़ गया है. तो ये सारे इंडिकेटर्स हैं, सिम्टम्स, जैसा कि आज बोला गया कि सिम्टम्स हैं क्लाइमेट चेंज के जो दिख रहे हैं, लेकिन उसके बारे में ये एक ऐसी चीज़ नहीं है कि आज हमने अमेज़ॉन पे कुछ ऑर्डर कर लिया और सॉल्व हो गया. ये एक ऐसी चीज़ है जो हमें बार बार करनी पड़ेगी, तब कहाँ जाके मतलब ये सारे चेंजेस का जो इफ़ेक्ट है, इम्पैक्ट है, वो थोड़ा कम होगा। तो काफ़ी दूर से पानी लाना, उसके बाद आपका कोलेरा, मैल न्यूट्रिशन, स्टंटिंग, जितनी भी बीमारियां हैं, डिहाइड्रेशन होता है। उसके अलावा आप देखेंगे तो कच्छ जैसे विस्तार में, कच्छ और मेजरली गिर सोमनाथ के विस्तार में, जहाँ पे जो कोस्टल एरिया के पास में होंगे, वहाँ पे धीरे धीरे जैसे जैसे पानी का लेवल बढ़ता जा रहा है तो सलाइन इनग्रेस बहुत सारा हो रहा है, तो नमक वाला पानी जो है आपके ड्रिंकिंग वाटर के साथ मिल रहा है और आपका पानी का स्तर जो है आप यूज़ नहीं कर पा रहे। तो ये काफ़ी चीज़ें ऐसे प्रॉब्लम्स हैं जो गुजरात में क्लाइमेट चेंज की वजह से देखी जा रही हैं। तो ये खास एक अभी कुछ दिन पहले टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया में आया था कि किस तरीके से कौन से स्टेट्स हैं जिनमें लिविंग स्टैंडर्ड गिर रहा है और कितने टके से गिर रहा है। मतलब आज अगर हमने इसके बारे में अगर कुछ किया नहीं तो ओवर द नेक्स्ट फ्यू ईयर्स किस तरीके से आपका लिविंग स्टैंडर्ड गिरने लगेगा। इसमें मेजरली सेंट्रल इंडिया जो है, मध्य प्रदेश और छत्तीसगढ़, ये 2 स्टेट जो हैं ये मेजरली अफेक्टेड हैं। और ये आज ये ग्राफ ऐसा दिख रहा है, शायद 1 साल के बाद ये ग्राफ और भी बदलेगा। अब ये एक मेजर इस चीज़ के बारे में थोड़ा सा बात करेंगे। सुबह से हमारा जो सेशन है उसका नाम है एम्पावरिंग वीमेन फॉर क्लाइमेट चेंज मिटिगेशन। तो मिटिगेशन की जो एक्शंस हैं उसमें अगर हम देखें तो एनर्जी सेक्टर जो है उसके सबसे ज़्यादा ग्रीन हाउस गैसेस, सबसे ज़्यादा हार्मफुल गैसेस एमिट होते हैं। उसके अलावा 3 सेक्टर और हैं, इंडस्ट्री, वेस्ट और एग्रीकल्चर, फॉरेस्ट्री। ये तीनों को, ये 4 इंडस्ट्री अगर मैं मिलाऊं तो आपके सारे के सारे जितने ग्रीन हाउस गैस एमिशन जिससे हमारे पूरे वातावरण में जो गर्मी है वो बढ़ रही है वो कवर हो जाते हैं। तो इसमें सबसे ज़्यादा, जैसा कि हमें दिख रहा है, ज़रूरत है एनर्जी पे ध्यान देने की। गीतिका जी ने ये स्लाइड प्रेजेंट करी थी आज सुबह। तो ये यूएन वीमेन का एक फ्रेमवर्क है। इसमें जैसे कि मेजरली अगर हम वो SDG 5 को छोड़ देते हैं, SDG इस तरफ से अगर देखने लगें तो किस तरीके से एक महिला का रोल पानी और स्वच्छता में बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है। किस तरीके से अगर आपने देखा आज कई जगहों पे सोलर एंटरप्रेन्योर की बात हुई, तो कई जगहों पे उन्होंने अलग अलग इनिशिएटिव शुरू किए हैं। तो उससे कैसे मतलब आपका जो पूरा एक बिजनेस, एक पूरा वैल्यू चेन सेट करने की जो बात है उसमें विमेन इन्वॉल्व हैं। सेफ्टी इन पब्लिक प्लेसेस, उनके विमेन के ह्यूमन राइट्स, देन कंजम्पशन पैटर्न चेंज होने की वजह से आज एक बात हुई थी कि हमारा जो कोई भी अगर आपदा आती है तो उससे मेन पे अलग असर पड़ता है और विमेन पे ज़्यादा असर पड़ता है। तो इसके ऊपर मतलब हम किस तरीके से आगे बढ़ें। और फाइनली कि जितनी भी औरतें हैं उनको सही मात्रा में सही रिसोर्सेज देना बहुत ज़रूरी है, तभी वो जो गैप है मेन और विमेन के बीच में और क्लाइमेट चेंज को कैसे मतलब इम्पैक्ट करना है वो हम कर सकते हैं। आज जितने भी डिस्कशन हुए उसमें मेजरली ये रोल्स एक महिला प्ले करती है। पहला एक एंटरप्रेन्योर का, पानी समिति में अपने गांव में काफ़ी जगहों पे महिलाओं की पानी समिति बनती है। आंगनवाड़ी में आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर्स, टीचर्स, आशाज, सैनिटेशन वर्कर, पॉलिसी मेकर्स, जितने भी हमारे GAS और IAS जितने भी हमारे गुजरात सरकार में हैं वो हो गए। और फाइनली एक होम मेकर जो आई थिंक काफ़ी एक इम्पॉर्टेंट जॉब है और इसको मतलब इस पूरे रोल में काफ़ी इम्पोर्टेंट पार्ट प्ले करता है। और इसके अलावा भी बहुत सारी चीज़ें। तो पॉइंट ये है कि इतने सारे रोल्स विमेन ऑलरेडी हैं, बट पॉइंट ये है कि इसमें कैसे इनका पार्टिसिपेशन बढ़ाए जिससे कि क्लाइमेट चेंज को मिटिगेट करने में हमारी मदद हो। अलग अलग सेक्टर्स हैं, हेल्थ, वाटर, सैनिटेशन, हाइजीन, एनर्जी, एग्रीकल्चर, कंस्ट्रक्शन। तो हर जगह पे विमेन इन्वॉल्व है एंड दे आर नॉट इन्वॉल्व जस्ट एज लेबर, दे आर इन्वॉल्व एज एजेंट्स ऑफ चेंज। क्योंकि जो महिला सीखती है, जो महिला को इन्फॉर्मेशन दी जाती है, वो एक नहीं वो 10 घर पे जाती है। तो इसको ध्यान में रखते हुए हमें ये इंश्योर करना है कि उनके पास सही मैसेज जाए, उनके पास कैसे क्लाइमेट चेंज को मिटिगेट करना है, ये इसके जो सही मैसेजेस हैं वो उन तक पहुँचे। अब आज सुबह से हमने आज जितना भी सीखा, जितना भी ये किया, मैं अब थोड़ा सा एग्जाम्पल बेस्ड बताना चाहूँगा, प्रोजेक्ट बेस्ड, कि गुजरात में किस तरीके से महिलाएं जो हैं वो क्लाइमेट चेंज इनिशिएटिव्स में इन्वॉल्व हैं। और ये मेजरली अलग अलग 3 3-4 मैं प्रोजेक्ट्स की बात करूँगा तो आपको आइडिया आएगा कि हमने जो पहले बात करी एनर्जी, एग्रीकल्चर, वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट, इन सब में कैसे हम क्लाइमेट चेंज के इफ़ेक्ट्स को मिटिगेट कर रहे हैं। तो सबसे पहला श्वेता जी अभी जो गिर फाउंडेशन में थी पहले, तो उनके द्वारा ये NFCC का प्रोजेक्ट है। तो आप जैसे फ़ोटो देख सकते हैं, एक रिचार्ज वेल बनाया है, एक सोलर पैनल का फोटो है, और फाइनली एग्रीकल्चर, एक टपक पद्धति जो हम बोलते हैं, टपक पद्धति से सिंचाई करने का एक तरीका दिखाया गया है। तो खास बात इसमें यह है कि ये तीनों चीज़ें एक ही प्रोजेक्ट के अंदर 10 गांव में की गई है। हम जनरली आप देखेंगे तो खेत में एक एक कंपोनेंट अलग अलग तरीके से लिया जाता है, लेकिन ये तीनों एक प्रोजेक्ट के अंदर लेके हमने ये कोशिश करी है कि आप पानी कंजर्व भी कर रहे हैं, पानी को सस्टेनेबली यूज़ भी कर रहे हैं, और उससे अपना एग्रीकल्चर में जो प्रोडक्शन है वो आप बढ़ा भी रहे हैं। तो कम ज़मीन में ज़्यादा प्रोडक्शन करने का जो तरीका है, और उसमें मल्टी क्रॉपिंग कर करके उस ज़मीन की भी जो हेल्थ है वो आप सही तरीके से टिका पा रहे हैं। तो ये कच्छ के 10 गांव में किया गया है। उसके अलावा ये अभी काफ़ी स्केल हो रहा है। स्वच्छ भारत मिशन ग्रामीण के अंडर बायोगैस यूनिट्स दिए जा रहे हैं। अब बात ये है कि बायोगैस पहले भी था, तो आज इसमें फ़र्क क्या है? फ़र्क मेजरली ये है कि ये पूरा ये कम्युनिटी लेवल पे नहीं है, आपको घर पे दिया जा रहा है। तो जितनी भी महिलाएं हैं वो इंश्योर कर रही हैं कि गाय का जो गोबर होता है उसको उनके घर में, जितनी भी, मान लीजिए कि 15 गाय हैं, तो 15 गाय के हिसाब से 5 गाय हैं, 5 गाय, हर गाय दिन का कुछ 15 किलो गोबर के हिसाब से अराउंड देती हैं। तो 75 किलो गोबर हर घर में से लेकर उसको कलेक्ट किया जाता है, और उसके लिए 1 रुपये प्रति किलो इस रेट के हिसाब से महिलाओं को दिया जा रहा है। तो आप देख सकते हैं किस तरीके से 2250 रुपये एक्स्ट्रा एडिशनल इनकम महिलाओं को घर में आ रहा है। और ना ही आ रहा है, जितना भी आपका काउडंग है वो पूरा जो भी मतलब आपके एटमॉस्फेयर में जो भी एमिशंस हो रहे थे, ग्रीन हाउस गैसेस जा रही थी, वो भी एक सस्टेनेबली एक चेन में स्लरी के थ्रू आप जितने भी खेडूत हैं वो सीधा उस स्लरी को डायरेक्टली यूज़ भी कर सकते। तो पूरा एक जो चेन है, इस चेन को पूरा बनाया गया है। और ऐसे अभी तक पिछले साल में 7600 का टारगेट लिया गया था, और ऐसे 5300 घर के आजू बाजू अक्रॉस हमारे 33 जिले अभी तक किए गए हैं, और आगे आने वाले समय में ये और भी होगा। तीसरा ये खास प्रोजेक्ट है जो अभी कुछ दिनों पहले ही मतलब मटेरियलाइज हुआ है, सितंबर के महीने में। एक एंटरप्रेन्योर हैं राजीबेन वनकर करके, कच्छ में अवधनगर ग्राम पंचायत भूज में। खामीर नाम का एक NGO है जो भूज के पास में कुकमा गांव में बेस्ड है। उन्होंने उस गांव में क्या किया है, कोई भी टाइप का आपका प्लास्टिक आता है, स्पेशली सिंगल यूज़ प्लास्टिक, आपने देखा होगा सब्जी वाले से आप जब सब्जी लेते हैं तो काले रंग का प्लास्टिक दिया जाता है, या फिर एकदम ट्रांसपेरेंट टाइप का प्लास्टिक दिया, उसको छोटा छोटा श्रेड करके उसमें से प्लास्टिक वीविंग किया जाता है। हमने नॉर्मल कारपेट का वीविंग सुना है, जो उनका अजरक होता है उसका वीविंग सुना है, लेकिन ये खासकर यही सारी चीज़ें प्लास्टिक से बना रही हैं। तो जो कारपेट है, मोबाइल फ़ोन के कवर हैं, शॉपिंग बैग्स हैं, ये सारी चीज़ें वो बना के रण उत्सव में बेचती हैं। तो 4 महीने का उनका एक पूरा जो चेन है वो बन गया है। तो अभी तक करीब करीब 10 लाख सिंगल यूज़ प्लास्टिक बैग्स सिर्फ 3 गांव के कलेक्ट करके उन्होंने ये सारे प्रोडक्ट्स अक्रॉस इंडिया बेचे हैं। तो और इस इनिशिएटिव को अभी कुछ दिन पहले माननीय राष्ट्रपति मैम ने भी इसको सम्मानित किया गया है। तो हर 15 महिलाएं करीब करीब इसमें जुड़ी हैं, जिनको 7,000 to 8,000 पर मंथ इस इनिशिएटिव में से मिल रहा है। तो अब इसमें देखने वाली बात क्या है कि सिर्फ इन लोगों के करने से नहीं हुआ, गवर्नमेंट से भी एक सपोर्ट आया गेड़ा के रूप में। आप सब लोग गुजरात एनर्जी डेवलपमेंट एजेंसी जानते होंगे, उन्होंने इस पूरे साइकिल में 10 रुपया प्रति किलो इस रेट के हिसाब से प्लास्टिक कलेक्शन के लिए पैसा दिया। तो जितना भी गांव में प्लास्टिक कलेक्शन होता है, उससे पहले जो राजीबेन थी वो जो कचरे उठाने वाले हैं, सफाई कर्मचारी हैं, उन सबको 2 रुपया किलो मिलता था, और अभी इसके 10 रुपये जैसे ही आए उसमें से 3 रुपये अपने पास रखे और 7 रुपये आगे दिए। तो सेविंग भी कर रहे हैं, इन्वेस्टमेंट भी कर रहे हैं, और इस पूरे चेन को मैनेज करके अर्निंग भी कर रहे हैं। तो इस पूरे इनिशिएटिव के साथ अभी ये पूरा चेन जो है इसको ऐसे इनको राजीव बहन को देखकर और भी एंटरप्रेन्योर्स आगे आ रहे हैं और आगे ऐसे भी चेन्स कच्छ का जो फैब्रिक है, कच्छ के जो डिज़ाइंस हैं उसको प्लास्टिक वीव करके आगे बढ़ाने की बात चल रही। तो ये इनिशिएटिव काफ़ी नया है एंड काफ़ी सक्सेसफुली रन हो रहा है। लास्ट आज काफ़ी चर्चा हुई हमारी कॉरपोरेट प्रैक्टिसेस के बारे में। तो एक खास ये है जो भरूच डिस्ट्रिक्ट का है। तो भरूच डिस्ट्रिक्ट में इसमें विमेन किस तरीके से इन्वॉल्व हैं, विमेन डोर टू डोर वेस्ट कलेक्शन में इन्वॉल्व हैं। उस कलेक्शन के बाद जो सॉर्टिंग सेंटर होता है उस सॉर्टिंग सेंटर पे ले जाके उसको अलग अलग करके उसको आगे उस साइकिल में अपसाइकल करना, उसको आगे एक रिसाइकलर को बेचना और उसके अलावा रिसाइकलर उसको वापस ग्राम पंचायत तक लाता है और उस प्लास्टिक के पेवर ब्लॉक बनाता है। तो पूरा जो चेन है, जो गांव से प्लास्टिक, हम जैसे बोलते हैं कि गांव का पानी गांव में रहना चाहिए, वैसे ही गांव का कचरा जो है वो रिसाइकल होके वैल्यू एडिशन किसी और तरीके से हो रहा है। तो पूरा इसमें भी हम देख सकते हैं कि साइकिल किस तरीके से बंद हो रहा है और जितना भी जैविक कचरा होता है उसका खातर बना के उधर की ही जो मंडली है, कोऑपरेटिव है, फार्मर्स कोऑपरेटिव है, उसके थ्रू उसको बेचा जाता है। तो एक लास्ट ये है, आप सबके फ़ोन पे आप menti.com एक बार खोल लीजिए। तो मैं आगे बताता हूँ। छोटे छोटे 2 सवाल हैं जिसके आपको आपके मन में जो आ रहा है वो उसके जवाब आपको देने हैं। menti.com खोल के सब लोग ये कोड अपने उसमें डालें 569 आ गया 56934327 आगे लिखा हुआ है स्क्रीन पे। ओके या फिर स्कैन कर लीजिए, जितने लोग आगे बैठे हैं वो स्कैन कर सकते हैं। ओपन हो रहा है। तो पहला सवाल अगर आप देखेंगे तो आप क्या लगता है कि आपको ऊपर के लेवल से किस तरीके का सपोर्ट चाहिए होगा जिससे कि हम क्लाइमेट चेंज को मिटिगेट कर सकें और विमेन का इन्वॉल्वमेंट इसमें बढ़ाना है। तो किस तरीके से हम, क्योंकि दूसरा सवाल जो है वो इस चीज़ पे है कि नीचे के लेवल पे यानी कि स्टेट लेवल पे, डिस्ट्रिक्ट पे, ग्राम पंचायत में, तालुके में, उसमें क्या करना है। तो आपको क्या लग रहा है कि पॉलिसी लेवल पे क्या चेंज होना चाहिए और नीचे के स्तर पे क्या चेंज होना चाहिए। तो आप एक बार करके आप सबमिट कीजिए तो यहाँ पे दिखने लगेगा। सबका खुला? फाइव 693 4327 4327। Okay, giving women training, giving women loans, giving them opportunities, giving free education. ठीक है, और बताइए. किया सबने? कोड 5693 4327. कुछ लोगों ने आगे वाला भी भरा है, डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पे, स्टेट लेवल पे और तालुके लेवल पे क्या करना चाहिए. ओके. आप सब लोगों में से आप आज जो पूरा आपने पूरे दिन जो ये पूरा अटेंड किया है उसमें से जो निकल के आएगा वो हम इसको आगे यूज़ करेंगे कि किस तरीके से हम आपके जो सजेशंस हैं उसको आगे कैसे ले जाएं और AMA के साथ जो ये पार्टनरशिप चल रहा है उसको हम आगे बढ़ाएं. एवरीबडी डन?
વર્ષોથી ફિલ્ડમાં કામ કરે છે એટલે એ તો ઘણા બધા સજેશન્સ આપી શકે.
યસ.
સો તમારા આટલા વર્ષોના અનુભવે કેવી રીતે આપણે કામ કરવું જોઈએ ને ક્લાઇમેટ ચેન્જમાં, કારણ કે ગ્રાસરૂટ ઉપર તમે જ્યારે કામ કરો છો સેવા જેવું તો કામ કોઈ કરી ના શકે, એટલે તમારો અનુભવ વધારે છે એટલે તમારા સજેશનની અત્યારે જેટલા આપી શકો એટલા અને પછી પણ આપશો તો પણ અમને સ્વીકાર્ય છે. એટલે એ આનો ઇમ્પ્લિમેન્ટ અમે પછી પણ કરશું, પણ અત્યારે આપશો તો આપણે આમાં જ સાથે સાથે વણી લઈશું. કારણ કે જેટલા પાર્ટિસિપન્ટ આવ્યા છે એની પાસેથી આપણે એક શ્વેતપત્ર બહાર પાડવું છે કે આપણે કેવી રીતે વધુ સારી રીતે કામ કરી શકીએ. એટલે આ તો છે જ, સાથે સાથે मेलिंग सिस्टम में भी ईमेल करके भी हम लोग आपसे फीडबैक इस मामले में लेंगे.
So yeah, no worries. Who last slide मैं बता देता हूँ. मेजरली जो आज हमने सब सीखा उसका जो मेजर जो एक्शंस हैं कि किस तरीके से, मैं सुबह से इसीलिए नोट कर रहा हूँ कि इनको अगर मेरे को फाइनल अगर 5 लर्निंग्स में सबको कोलेट करना हो तो दीज आर सम एक्शंस जो आज का पूरा नॉलेज है इसको हम अगर वी वांट टू टर्न इनटू एक्शन, सो दिस इज़ समथिंग वी कैन डू. सो जैसा मैंने ये कच्छ का भी एग्जांपल दिखाया आपको, तो किस तरीके से उनको इंसेंटिवाइज किया जाए विमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को स्पेसिफिकली टू डेवलप द एंटायर वैल्यू चेन. सिर्फ एक अगर हम एसेट की तरह दें कि हमने अगर मान लीजिए कि एक सोलर पैनल लगा के दे दिया या ये दे दिया, जैसे सर भी बोल रहे थे ऑपरेशन मेंटेनेंस पूरा एंड टू एंड हम करें तो उस तरीके का वैल्यू चेन के लिए क्या इंसेंटिव देना पड़ेगा, इस पे हम आगे चर्चा कर सकते हैं। दूसरा, जैसा कि हमने वो कच्छ के 10 गांव में देखा, तो स्पेसिफिकली अगर हम लैंड ओनरशिप एक महिलाओं को दें, लैंड ओनरशिप का प्रोपोर्शन महिलाओं में बढ़ाएं, तो सस्टेनेबल फार्मिंग के चांसेस और प्रोबेबिलिटी ज़्यादा बढ़ जाती है। सेकेंड इज़, जैसे आज के इसमें हुआ, तो आज एम्पावरिंग विमेन फॉर क्लाइमेट चेंज मिटिगेशन, वन ऑफ द फोरम्स जहाँ पर विमेन वेर मोर देन मेन, तो इस तरीके के फोरम्स को हम ज़्यादा प्रमोट करें, सो दैट द डायलॉग एंड द पार्टिसिपेशन इम्प्रूव्स। फाइनली एक मेघा भट्ट मैम ने एक पॉइंट दिया था, सो शी इज़ ऑलरेडी वर्किंग ऑन दैट, बट जो ग्रीन जॉब्स आजकल की बात हो रही है, उसमें कैसे स्टेम स्किल्स को एनहांस करके हम विमेन का पार्टिसिपेशन बढ़ा सकते हैं। एंड फाइनली हमने देखा है कि जब आज भी बात हुई थी कि एक औरत को पढ़ाओ तो ज़्यादा लोगों को हम पढ़ा सकते हैं, पहुंच सकते हैं, तो वैसे ही रेजिलियंस बिल्डिंग की बात होती है, तो रेजिलियंस बिल्डिंग विल इम्प्रूव इफ़ वी इन्वॉल्व विमेन इन ऑल काइंड्स ऑफ डायलॉग्स, एंड उनके पास जो भी रिसोर्सेस हों उसकी अवेलेबिलिटी और एक्सेसिबिलिटी अगर हम बढ़ाएं एसेट्स की, तो उसका ऑपरेशन मेंटेनेंस, उसका वैल्यू चेन, उसका रेवेन्यू, उसका बिजनेस मॉडल सेटअप, ये सारा मेन से ज़्यादा बेटर तरीके से विमेन कर सकती हैं। सो विथ दैट I would like to end it with a brief cartoon, and this is we only have one planet और इसको बचाना ज़रूरी है, and kudos to the organization today because this is the first forum I am attending which has gone like time to time. So that's wonderful from your end. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Tejas ji, for your whole day which you have dedicated to us from the UNICEF, from your busy schedule, because I think you came here in a last moment because some other person was supposed to attend, but Tejas ji spent a whole day with us, and we are very grateful to Tejas ji and hope we can continue our relationship with the UNICEF to take this initiative further. Thank you so much, Tejas ji. मैं, क्योंकि हम जल्दी समाप्ति की ओर बढ़ रहे हैं, तो मैं मंजुनाथ जी को लास्ट में बोलने से पहले मैं आप सबको विनती करूंगा कि अगर किसी को अपना फीडबैक शेयर करना हो तो इवन गुजराती में भी बोल सकते हैं, तो अगर किसी को कोई अपना फीडबैक शेयर करना हो तो लिखा तो है पर बोलना हो किसी को, तो हम फोरम इज ओपन फॉर एनीवन। कई सलाह सूचन आपવું હોય, કઈ કહેવું હોય, हाँ
સર, જેમ સવારે કોઈ સરે શેર કર્યું કે આપણે જે વાતો કરીએ છીએ નાના સ્ટેપ્સ લઈને, જેમ કે ઘરે આપણે પાણી બચાવીને વી કેન કોન્ટ્રીબ્યુટ ટુવર્ડ્સ ક્લાઇમેટ ચેન્જ. તો ઇન ધીસ રૂમ ઇફ વી લુક અરાઉન્ડ, if we avoid using this plastic bottles and if we avoid filling this paper feedback form, જે પાછળની બાજુ તો ફક્ત કોરું જ છે ને, જેને ultimately we are going to throw it away after utilizing, તો એની જગ્યાએ આપણે કદાચ ગૂગલ ફોર્મ કે કંઈ બી બીજી રીતે આપણે કરી શકીએ, તો that would go a long way, like instead of this plastic bottles even.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
I can tell the AMA people to take your suggestion in a positive manner. Okay. AMA માં હું ખાલી તમે જેમ સજેશન આપ્યું એમ કહી શકું છું, એટલે I will try to tell them, convince them to not to use this. પાછળ છે અચ્છા.
નમસ્તે, મારું નામ અરુણા છે અને હું સેવા અકાદમીમાંથી આવું છું. અમે 5 વિભાગમાં કામ કરીએ છીએ. અમારું ત્યાં સાક્ષરતાનું કામ છે, સંચારનું કામ છે, રિસર્ચ અને તાલીમનું કામ છે અને અમે વધારે ફિલ્ડ ઉપર કામ કરે છે. એટલે અમે સવારથી અહીંયા બેઠા છે, એરિયાના બહેનોને પણ લઈને આવ્યા છે. જે વધારે બહેનો છે એ ગાર્મેન્ટ વર્કરના બહેનો છે અને વેસ્ટ પીપર એટલે કાગળ કામ કરનારા પણ બહેનો છે. એટલે આજે સજેશનની જે વાત હતી કે સેવ વોટર કે પછી સેવ વીજળી અને ક્લાઇમેટ ચેન્જની જે અસરો છે, એટલે બહેનોના જે અમે જે ફિલ્ડમાં કામ કરીએ છીએ તો બહેનોના ઘર તો બહુ જ નાના નાના છે અને આ એકદમ વરસાદ પડી જાય છે કે એકદમ ગરમી આવે છે તો એ લોકો બહુ અમારી સાથે બધી વાતચીત કરતા હોય છે. તો પછી અમે પણ એ લોકોને એમની માનસિક અસરકારકતા કેવી રહે છે કે હવે શું આપણે આગળ કરીએ કે તમે જ્યારે તમારા ઘરનું કશું કરો તો અમે અમારું એક ચાલે પણ છે સોલાર એનર્જીનું. તો અમે MHT વિભાગ અમારો મહિલા હાઉસિંગ ટ્રસ્ટ છે તો એના દ્વારા અમે બહેનો પાસે લઈ જઈએ છીએ, એમની તાલીમો કરીએ છીએ. અને જે સંસ્કૃતિની વાત કરી તો અમે પણ એ ચાલુ કર્યું છે કેમ કે સેવામાં હવે 4થી પેઢી આવી ગઈ છે. તો જે અમારા બુઝુર્ગ છે એ અને એમના દીકરા ને એમની વહુઓ, એમની દીકરીઓ એમને સાથે બોલાવીને કિશોરીઓ એ ખોરાકમાં તમે જે અત્યારના જે ફેરફાર આવી ગયા છે ને આપણી માતા કે આપણા નાની કે દાદી જે છે એ કેવી રીતે ખોરાક એ કરતા હતા તો એના ઉપર પણ અમારું કામ ચાલુ રહ્યું છે. અને જે સંચારની જો ખાસ વાત કરીએ તો એમાં અમારું વિડીયો સેવા એક ડોક્યુમેન્ટરી બનાવે છે અને અમે પણ એવી નાની નાની ફિલ્મ બનાવી અને બહેનો સુધી પહોંચાડવાનું કામ કરે છે. 5 કે 10 બહેનો હોય તો અમે આવું લેપટોપ લઈ જઈએ છીએ અને એ બહેનોને બતાવીએ છીએ. સજીવ ખેતીની જે વાત કરી એના ઉપર પણ કામ ચાલુ છે. એમાં અમારું રેડિયોનું કામ છે કે એવા નાના નાના પ્રોગ્રામ કે જેથી કરીને બહેનોને ટિપ્સ આપે કેમ કે બહેનો તો આખો દિવસ કામ કરવાની છે, એની ઘરની બધી જવાબદારી બહુ હોય છે પણ એવી 5 મિનિટ 10 મિનિટની ટિપ્સ આપે એવા અમે પ્રોગ્રામ કરીએ છીએ. અને આજના જે પ્રોગ્રામમાં અમને વિમેન એમ્પાવરમેન્ટની જે વાત કરી અને એમાં બી ક્લાઇમેટ ચેન્જની તો ખરેખર જે બધાને પરિસ્થિતિ ફેસ કરી રહ્યા છે બધા જ લોકો કે એવું નથી કે સ્લમ એરિયાના નથી કર્યા કે બધાને એની અસરકારકતા થઈ રહી છે. એટલે આપણે બધા સાથે મળી અને આ ક્લાઇમેટ ચેન્જની જે અસરકારકતા છે એ ઓછી થાય અને જે આપણું હ્યુમન રિસોર્સ છે આગળ વધે. અને થેન્ક્સ AMA સેન્ટર કે અમને બધાને અહીંયા ઇન્વાઇટ કર્યા છે.
નમસ્તે બધાને, મારું નામ જસુબેન છે. હું સેવામાં લગભગ 28 વર્ષથી કામ કરું છું. અમે પણ બહેનોને પર્યાવરણની તાલીમો આપવાનું કામ કરીએ છીએ. તો એમાં તો પર્યાવરણ બહુ મોટો વિશાળ શબ્દ છે, એમાં બધું જ આવી જાય છે. પણ એમાં અન્નનો બગાડ, અનાજ પણ એટલું બધું બગડે છે કે ક્યાંક હજારો લાખો લોકો ખાય નથી, જેને ખાવાનું નથી મળતું. અને અમુક જગ્યાએ એટલો બધો અનાજનો બગાડ થાય છે કે એન્વાયરમેન્ટને અસર કરે છે. તો ખાસ તો અમે એ પણ બહેનોને ખાસ શીખવાડીએ છીએ. પછી જે બહેનો જે ગામડાની બહેનો છે એ લોકો તો બહુ અનુભવી હોય છે કે એમના ઢોર ઢાંખર સાચવતી હોય છે ને એમાંથી જે એનું ખાતર બનાવી એના બીજ એ સાચવીને કરતી હોય છે. એટલે અમે એ લોકોને એ પણ શીખવાડીએ છીએ કે પહેલાં તમે જે સજીવ ખેતી જે અરુણાબેને વાત કરી એવી રીતે કે તમે એવી ખેતી કરો અને બીજું એ કે તમે એક જ પાક વાવો છો પણ એના બદલે તમે અલગ અલગ પાક પણ વાવો તો તમારી જમીન થોડી ફળદ્રુપ થાય. જો એક જ પાક લીધા કરો તો એમાં એટલી ફળદ્રુપતા રહેતી નથી અને પાકની એટલી અસર પણ આવતી નથી. એટલે એ પણ અમે બહેનોને શીખવાડીએ છીએ. પછી અમે અલગ અલગ બધી સંસ્થાઓ પાસેથી જે આવા બીજનું કામ કરતી હોય એ લોકોને પણ બોલાવીએ છીએ. તો એ લોકો પણ આવીને અમારી બહેનોને બીજ આપે છે કે તમે દાખલા તરીકે સીતાફળના બીજ, સીતાફળની સિઝન આવી તો સીતાફળના બીજ હોય તો તમે એ બીજને માટીમાં સાચવી રાખો, ગોળ બનાવીને, બોલ બનાવી. પછી તમે ક્યાંય બહાર જતા હોય ત્યારે એવી જગ્યા હોય તો ત્યાં એને મૂકી દો એટલે એ ગ્રો થશે, વરસાદ આવશે તો. એટલે આપણે ઇનડાયરેક્ટલી પણ પર્યાવરણને સાચવવાનું કામ કરીએ છીએ. એટલે આવી નાની નાની ટિપ્સ બહેનોને આપતા હોઈએ છીએ. પછી ખાસ તો અત્યારે પ્લાસ્ટિકનું ખૂબ થયું છે, જે પ્લાસ્ટિક 100 વર્ષે પણ એવું ને એવું જ રહે છે જમીનમાં. તો એ પણ અમે બહેનોને કહીએ છીએ કે ક્યાંય પણ તમે પ્લાસ્ટિક જુઓ તો તમે સાચવીને રાખો અને એ અમને આપજો, અમે તમને એ 1 કિલોના 2 રૂપિયા આપીશું. એટલે એ પણ સાચવવાની વાત. એટલે આવી નાની નાની ટિપ્સ આપીને બહેનોને બહુ જાગૃતિનું કામ કરાવીએ છીએ.
બહુ આભાર. જસુબેન આપનો. બીજું કોઈ બેનને કંઈ કહેવું હોય તો હું ખાલી એક વસ્તુ કહીશ, કારણ કે સેવાની બહેનો છે ને આ ખૂબ કામ કરે છે બહેનો વચ્ચે. કારણ કે અમે 4 વર્ષ અમે સમર કેમ્પ કર્યો હતો લાઈફ સ્કિલ એજ્યુકેશન ઉપર બાળકોને, સ્પેસિફિકલી મિડ એજ ચિલ્ડ્રનને, 5 વર્ષથી લઈને 12 વર્ષ સુધીના બાળકો. પછી જ્યારે બાળકો સાથે વાત કરીએ ને ફ્રી ઓફ કોસ્ટ માટે, તો બાળકો સાથે વાત કરીએ તો કહું હું અહીંથી બીજા સમર કેમ્પમાં જઈશ, 3જા સમર કેમ્પમાં જઈશ. એટલે પછી મેં મા બાપો સાથે વાત કરી કે અમારું બાળક હાઈપર એક્ટિવ છે. એટલે હું જ્યારે કોઈ કોલેજમાં લેક્ચર આપવા જાઉં, ચાહે છોકરો હોય કે છોકરી હોય, તો હું કાયમ એમ કહેતો હોઉં છું કે ભારતનો ઇતિહાસ તમારી પેઢીને ક્યારેય માફ નહીં કરે. કારણ કે પાણીપુરી, ભાજીપાઉં અને ચાઉમીન ખાઈને પેદા કરેલું બાળક એ આજીનો મોટો વાળી વસ્તુઓ ખાઈને પેદા કરેલું બાળક એવું જ થશે. અન્ન એવો ઓડકાર આપણે વાત કરીએ છીએ એટલે એ જ થશે. તો આપણે જ્યારે આપણે વાત કરતા હોઈએ છીએ ને, અને બીજી વસ્તુ જે જસુબેને હમણાં વાત કરી કે ફૂડ વેસ્ટેજીસ, તો આપણને જરૂર કરતાં વધારે કરવાની ટેવ પડી ગઈ છે. એમાં આપણી જે હું એને ભિખારી પ્રથા કહું છું વર્ષોથી, આજથી નહીં, હું એને વર્ષોથી કહું છું, બુફે ડિનરની જે ટેવ છે. આપણે જ્યારે નાના હતા ત્યારે શું હતા, તો ભાઈ સમૂહમાં ભોજન થાય તો છેલ્લે સાવકારી ઉઘરાવા નીકળે કે જે છેલ્લું વધ્યું છે એ એઠવાડમાં ના જાય, ક્યાંક કોકના મોડે જાય અથવા ગાય કૂતરાના મોડે જાય. તો જે વેસ્ટેજની જે વાત હતી એ વેસ્ટેજ નહોતું થતું. એની સામે આજે પુષ્કળ અનાજનો બગાડ થાય છે. અને હું કાયમ એમ કહું છું કે જેટલું લો, હું હોટલમાં ક્યાંક ગયો ને તો હું હંમેશા હોટલવાળાને હું પોતે ટોકું કે તમે એવું કેમ નથી કરતા કે અહીંયા તમારે દરેક ટેબલ ઉપર એક બોર્ડ મૂકો કે જેટલી જરૂરિયાત હોય એટલી જ વસ્તુ મંગાવી. તો હું તો એક ગ્રાહક તરીકે, કસ્ટમર તરીકે જોઉં, તોય હોટલવાળાને ટોકું છું. તો આપણે ત્યાં જઈએ તો આટલો એક મેસેજ આપતા જઈએ. આપણે બીજાને મેસેજ આપીએ તો આપણે સામેવાળાને નથી જ ગમવાનું, મને ખબર જ છે નથી ગમવાનું, પણ મારે ક્યાંક એક વ્યક્તિને ગમી જાય ને કંઈક ઇમ્પ્લિમેન્ટ કરે તો ફરક પડશે. એટલે એવા વિચાર સાથે હું હંમેશા, હરેશભાઈ મારા વર્ષો જૂના મિત્ર છે એટલે એમને ખબર છે કે હું બહુ બ્લન્ટલી સ્ટેટમેન્ટ કરતો હોઉં છું. એટલે બ્લન્ટલી દરેક જગ્યાએ મારો વિચાર મૂકી જ દેતો હોઉં છું. એટલે હું આપ સૌ તો વધારે મૂકી શકો એમ છો. એટલે મારી આપ અને સેવાની બહેનોને તો હું કાયમ વર્ષોથી કહું છું. રીમાબેનને પૂછશો તો એ કહેશે કે ગાંડો એવું જ કહેશે કે સેવાની બહેનો એકદમ ખમતીધર બહેનો છે કરે, કે ભારતીબેનને પૂછશો તો ભારતીબેન બી એવું જ કહેશે કે મયુરભાઈ એવી જ વાત કરશે કે સેવાની બહેનો એટલે એકદમ ખમતીધર. એટલે તમે તો ખમતીધર સંસ્થાની ખમતીધર બહેનો છે. એટલે તમે બહુ મોટો બદલાવ લાવી શકો છો. એટલે મારી બધાને નમ્ર વિનંતી છે, સામેવાળાને ખોટું લાગવું હોય લાગે પણ ખખડાઈને કહી દેવું કરે. હરેશભાઈ
થેન્ક યુ મયુરભાઈ. સૌથી પહેલાં તો ઉદ્ગમ ટ્રસ્ટ, વિશ્વ યુવક કેન્દ્ર અને એમાં ત્રણેયના કોલેબોરેશનમાં આજે ખૂબ જ સરસ કન્ટેન્ટફુલ કાર્યક્રમ રહ્યો. આના ફર્ધર એક સજેશનમાં મને અત્યારે આજના દિવસના એન્ડ ઉપર એવું લાગે છે કે રિયલી ઘરમાં બેઠેલી દરેક સ્ત્રીઓ એક ચેન્જ એજન્ટ બની શકે છે. અને ત્યાં સુધી પહોંચવા માટે આના પછીનું નેક્સ્ટ સ્ટેપ જે છે, તો એટલીસ્ટ આપણે અર્બનની જ્યાં અમદાવાદ છે, તો અમદાવાદની અંદર હાઉસિંગ સોસાયટીઝ છે, તો એના ચેરમેન, સેક્રેટરી, એટલે બધાને બોલાવીને કંઈક આ ચીજનું એક પછી એના પછીના સ્ટેપમાં સોસાયટી લેવલે ક્યાંક એમાં કોર્પોરેશનને પણ આપણે પાર્ટનર બનાવી અને આ ચીજ ત્યાં સુધી લઈ જઈશું. તો એ સોસાયટી લેવલે પહોંચશું તો દરેક મહિલા સુધી પહોંચશું. એ લોકો જ્યારે એની અન્ડરસ્ટેન્ડિંગ, અત્યારે નોલેજ પૂરતું હોય છે પણ એ અન્ડરસ્ટેન્ડિંગમાં નથી હોતું. અને સમજણ આવ્યા પછી પણ ઇમ્પ્લિમેન્ટેશનમાં એના જે ઇસ્યુ છે એ સમજી લઈએ અને આ ચીજ ત્યાં સુધી લઈ જઈએ તો કદાચ આગળ રિયલી આ સાર્થક કામ થાય અને રિયલી એમને એમ્પાવર કરે કહેવાય. થેન્ક યુ.
Thank you, Hareshbhai, for your suggestion. Hope we were talking in Gujarati. Hi. We are talking in Gujarati about these things only, how we can move ahead. So, thank you for your suggestion. And I was just discussing with the Dr. Svita Purohit and Fani Trivedi. And I told them that on future, we will take one close group meeting where we can involve UNICEF, you. Those who are here, presented here in conference will organize with the one close group meeting over here, and we can discuss how we can move ahead with this, all the themes, and we can take the suggestions also in future also. So will Tejas agree na? Yeah. So we can move ahead with this situation, because nowadays these political people are looking for a mass project. They are not looking for a smaller projects. If we are talking to Ahmedabad mayor or Ahmedabad anybody from the commission, so if you are talking about smaller area, they always think about, you can talk about all the 60 lakhs people, not about the one area. So on that note, we accept your suggestion and we take this in future. We can partner with the radios and some where, because as you are aware that Radio Mirchi is doing the Pastiki Pathshala, that kind of project also we can take the initiative and we can do it, and with the help of UNICEF we can develop, because they have very good communication team, so we can develop the communication material which we can circulate and discuss. We can take the AMA also on board, so we can utilize their infrastructure to organize meetings and other things. So that is in our plan, so we'll definitely do so. Any other person like to say anything? Or may I hand over mic to the Manjunath ji. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mayur sir, for this wonderful opportunity. मुझे बेहद खुशी हो रही है कि आज की ये पूरा दिन AMA कैंपस में आप सब लोगों के साथ जुड़े रहना काफ़ी फ्रूटफुल रहा, सुखदायक रहा और आनंदमय रहा। मेरे साथ आज के पूरे दिन में कई ऐसे नामी गिनामी व्यक्ति आए जो डेवलपमेंट सेक्टर में अपने अपने क्षेत्र में, चाहे वो गवर्नमेंट एजेंसी हो या कॉरपोरेशंस हो, चाहे वो वॉश एम्बेसडर्स हो या अलग अलग सेक्टर्स में, एजुकेशन, हेल्थ या स्टेम स्किल्स की हम बात कर रहे हैं, अलग अलग सेक्टर में अपनी एक महारत हासिल किए हुए लोग जुड़े रहे। और आज पूरे दिन यानी सुबह 9:30 से लेके अब करीब शाम के 4 बजने वाली हैं, आप सब लोग अटेंटिवली इस प्रोग्राम को अटेंड कर रहे थे। ये बात जानकर बेहद खुशी हुई और ये भी जानने को मिला कि ऐसे कॉन्फ्रेंसेस, ऐसे मीटिंग्स या फिर ऐसे वर्कशॉप या गेट टुगेदर कहिएगा, इनकी कितनी ज़रूरत है इन दिनों में, चाहे वो दिल्ली हो, अहमदाबाद हो, जहाँ भी हो, कि ऐसे प्रोग्राम होने की कितना इम्पोर्टेंट है। मुझे सिर्फ इतने लगता है और ये लगता है कि हम सब लोगों को आज भले ही हमने टॉपिक रखा हुआ एम्पावरिंग वुमेन टू मिटिगेट क्लाइमेट चेंज, ऑफ कोर्स ये बात सच है, जब तक महिलाओं के भागीदारी को हम सुनिश्चित नहीं करेंगे, चाहे वो पॉलिटिकल हो, एजुकेशन सेक्टर पे हो, सोशो इकोनॉमिक एस्पेक्ट को लेके हो, तब तक शायद हम क्लाइमेट चेंज की बात कर तो पाएंगे, डिस्कशन और डिस्कोर्स तक सीमित रखेंगे, लेकिन वो ग्राउंड रियलिटीज़ पे वो सारी चेंजेस देखने को नहीं मिल पाएगा। मैं ये क्यों बताना चाह रहा हूँ, मैं बस 2 मिनट लेते हुए अपने बात को रखना चाहता हूँ। 111 साल की उम्र की एक महिला जो कर्नाटक स्टेट से आती है, जिसे सब लोग सालू मरदा तिम्मक्का नाम से जानते हैं, आई गेस ऑल ऑफ यू हर्ड दिस नेम, जिन्हें पद्मश्री मिला रिसेंटली। और आप सबको जान के बेहद खुशी होगी कि उन्होंने नियरली 1000 ट्री क्या है प्लांट किए हैं, करीब 46 किलोमीटर हाईवे पे दोनों साइड पे करीब 10,000 पेड़ लगाए हुए हैं, और अब उनकी उम्र है 111 से 112 साल। आप अंदाज़ा लगा सकते हैं कि जब हम कुछ बहुत बड़े करने के लिए सोचते हैं तो शायद हमें हर बार फिनंशियल रिसोर्सेस हो गया, नॉलेज सपोर्ट हो गया, फंडिंग सपोर्ट हो गया, दिस दैट, हम ये करेंगे, हमें वो चाहिए, शायद इन सब चीज़ की ज़रूरी ना हो। और अब दूसरे वो नाम भी मैं आपको बताता हूँ जो हाल ही में ऑनरेबल प्रेसिडेंट महोदय से बेयर फुट यानी नंगे पैर जाके ट्रेडिशनल लुक में पद्मश्री से सम्मानित हुई थी। मैं बात कर रहा हूँ तुलसी गौड़ा जी का, जिन्हें अभी रिसेंटली पद्मश्री मिला, जिन्हें हम सब लोग जानते हैं, उन्हें एक पॉपुलर नाम से बुलाया जाता है एनसाइक्लोपीडिया ऑफ फॉरेस्ट। मैं सिर्फ ये उदाहरण इसीलिए दे रहा था। एक बात बताइए, क्या ये सब लोग IIM, IIT या फिर जो मयूर भाई भी कुछ देर पहले कह रहे थे दीज आर MBAs, क्या ये लोग MBA थे? नहीं। जब हम कुछ करना चाहते हैं हमारे प्रकृति के बचाव के लिए, पर्यावरण के बचाव के लिए, सर बहुत ही अच्छे बात बता रहे थे अपने सेशंस में, हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं सर। तो सर ये बता रहे थे ट्रिपल पी तो हम लोग हमेशा ये सुने थे, पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप, या फिर CSR के जब आती है तो फिर हम पीपल पब्लिक, हम हमेशा वो बात करते थे प्रॉफिट हो गया फिर पब्लिक हो गया, फिर इन्हीं चीज़ों के इर्द गिर्द ही हम लोग डिस्कस करते थे। लेकिन आज सर ने जो अपने बात रखे, जिस तरीके से पानी की बात रखें, पक्षी की बात रखें, मतलब कंपोनेंट्स देखिएगा किस तरीके से चेंज होते जा रहे हैं, डायमेंशंस किस तरीके से चेंज होती जा रही है। हमारे साथ कई सारे ऐसे यंगस्टर्स हैं, मैं कुछ, अच्छा आपको लग रहा होगा कि आप सिर्फ उन्हीं के एग्जाम्पल क्यों दे रहे हैं जिन्हें पद्मश्री मिला है या जिन्होंने अपने जीवन को पूरी समर्पित कर दिए हैं और सिर्फ पेड़ लगाना लेके, पर्यावरण को बचाने के लेके। मैं कुछ ऐसे भी नाम बताना चाहता हूँ आप लोगों के सामने जिन्हें सुन के शायद आपको अच्छा लगेगा। ये सब वो लोग हैं जो 25 से 30 साल के बीच में से हैं, आई गेस मेरे ही एज के होंगे मैक्सिमम। तो सब कोई कर सकते हैं, हर कोई कर सकते हैं। यहाँ बैठे जितने हमारे सीनियर्स बैठे हुए हैं, जितने हमारे जूनियर्स हैं, जितने हम उम्र के लोग हैं, सब लोग मिलके इस पर्यावरण की बचाव जो है, ये किसी एक व्यक्ति के काम नहीं है, किसी एक संस्था के काम नहीं है, ना कि सिर्फ AMA, ना कि सिर्फ उद्गम, ना कि सिर्फ दिल्ली के विश्व युवक केंद्र। हमें ऐसे हंड्रेड्स लाइक माइंडेड वॉलंटरी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस, एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस, साथ ही साथ AMA जैसे ऐसे जो नॉलेज सेंटर भी हमें चाहिए जो इस टारगेट को अचीव करने में हमारी मदद करती हो। आप बहुत सारे नाम सुनेंगे, जैसे मैं बताता हूँ, आप अभी UNDP के साइट्स पे जाके देखिएगा, ऐसे 6 यंग गर्ल्स को सेलेक्ट किया गया है जिन्होंने एनवायरनमेंट की बचाव के लिए एक्सेप्शनल सर्विस कर रहे हैं। अपने एक छोटी उम्र में वो कर दिखाया है, शायद हम सब लोग अभी भी नहीं कर पा रहे या करने की स्थिति में नहीं है। मोनिका झा जो सस्टेनेबल स्टील लाइटिंग सॉल्यूशन के लिए नवाजा जाती है, UNDP ने रिसेंटली उन्हें सम्मानित किया। फिर प्रेरणा गोराडिया है जो सस्टेनेबल एयर एंड वाटर प्यूरिफाइंग सॉल्यूशन के लिए जाना जाता है। फिर कुंजप्रीत अरोरा है सस्टेनेबल ब्रिक्स फॉर कंस्ट्रक्शन, जो ईंट होती है ना घर बनाने के लिए, लेकिन सस्टेनेबल ईंट कैसे बनाना जाए कोई इनसे सीखे। ये सारी डॉक्यूमेंट्स आपको साइट पे मिलेगी, बड़े बड़े इंस्टीट्यूशंस, ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस, पेपर्स में, रिसर्च में, सब जगह मिलेंगे। मैं क्यों इनके नाम ले रहा हूँ, चाहे वो जानवी राणा हो जो प्रोवाइडिंग क्लीन ड्रिंकिंग वाटर यूजिंग सोलर थर्मल एनर्जी, या फिर शैवी मालिक हो सस्टेनेबल रेफ्रिजरेटर ट्रक्स, या करिश्मा शाह कन्वर्टिंग प्लास्टिक पेपर वेस्ट इनटू यूजेबल प्रोडक्ट्स। कई सारे ऐसे यंग गर्ल्स, एडोलसेंट्स एंड वुमेन हैं जो वेस्ट टू बेस्ट पे काम कर रहे हैं। दिल्ली के कई सारे ऐसे वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर्स हैं जो हम कचरे वेस्ट जो बना के भेज देते हैं, या अपने सुबह सुबह हमारे यहाँ कचरे वाले आते हैं, गाड़ी वाले आया घर से कचरा उठाओ, लेकिन किसी दिल्ली वाली एक यंग महिला ने सोचा, यंग गर्ल ने सोचा कि उस कचरे को से भी हम लोग प्रॉफिट निकाल सकते हैं और एंटरप्रेन्योर बन के दिखा सकते हैं। और आज उस कचरे से बने हुए गारमेंट की कीमत है 5 से 6 हज़ार पर पीस, चाहे वो शर्ट बनाए, चाहे वो पैंट बनाए, चाहे वो एक कर्चीफ बनाए। कहने की सिर्फ इतनी सी अर्थ है कि जब तक हम सब लोग मिलके एकत्रित होकर सोच नहीं पाएंगे या एकजुट होकर एक मिशन की ओर बढ़ नहीं पाएंगे, शायद ये सब डिस्कशन जो है कॉन्फ्रेंस या डायलॉग या डिस्कोर्स तक ही सीमित रहेगा, लेकिन ग्राउंड लेवल रियलिटी पे शायद उतर नहीं पाएगा। और आज के ये जो कॉन्फ्रेंस था, हमारे पूरे दिन में कॉन्फ्रेंस में, मैं सबसे पहले तो धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ अपने प्रिय मयूर भाई सर जो उद्गम ट्रस्ट के फाउंडर हैं, जो आज के इस कार्यक्रम को बहुत ही बेहद सुंदर तरीके से ड्राफ्ट किया, डिज़ाइन किया। और अकेले हम चल नहीं सकते थे, हम ये जानते थे, तो हर वक्त की तरह इस बार भी हमारे साथ AMA जुड़ गया, अहमदाबाद मैनेजमेंट एसोसिएशन। मैं रेस्पेक्टेड एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर साहब को भी धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि आज के इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में आप सब लोगों ने बढ़ चढ़ के हिस्सा दिया, और आप सभी लोगों को जान के बेहद खुशी होगी, चाहे वो AMA हो या उद्गम चैरिटेबल ट्रस्ट हो, दोनों संस्थाओं की 25 बरस पूरी हुई है। आप दोनों को ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं सर। बेहद खुशी की बात है कि डेवलपमेंट सेक्टर में आप लोग ऐसे ही युवा वर्ग को, वुमेन को हो, चाहे वो यंग माइंडसेट हो, देश दुनिया से जहाँ से भी आते हैं उन लोगों को आप ऐसे प्रेरित करते रहिए। आज के इस कार्यक्रम को सफल बनाने के लिए मैं विश्व युवक केंद्र की तरफ से अपने AMA के एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर साहब, साथ ही साथ हमारे IMA के फाउंडर जो हैं, उन सबको आपकी तरफ से सम्मानित करना चाहता हूं। ये सिर्फ विश्व युवा केंद्र नहीं, मैं आप सब की तरफ से, तो मैं इसलिए चाहता हूं एक बार आप जोरदार तालियों के द्वारा इनको सम्मानित करने में हमें मदद करें। तो मैं रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं अपने एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर साहब को भी कृपया वो मंच पे आए। प्लीज बी सीटेड सर। ये हमारी प्रथा है, जिसे हम ट्रेडिशन कहते हैं ना, सब चीज़ें अच्छा होता है, लेकिन वो सब चीज़ें अच्छा होने के लिए उसके पीछे जो मेहनत लगता है वो लोग हार्डली ही आपको दिखते हैं। तो मैं अपने संदीप सर को भी मंच पे आमंत्रित करना चाहता हूँ। हमारे मेंटर्स हैं, हमारे उदय सर के भी सीनियर हैं और हम सब लोगों को इंस्पायर करते हैं। सर, मैं चाहता हूँ आपके द्वारा हमारे AMA के एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर साहब और हमारे मयूर भाई को भी फेलिसिटेट किया जाए। आइए सर। फ्रॉम उद्गम चैरिटेबल ट्रस्ट, जिनके बगैर शायद हम लोग इमेजिन तो कर सकते थे प्रोग्राम्स, लेकिन इतने सुंदर तरीके से कर नहीं पाते थे। सर, दिस इज फॉर मयूर सर। थैंक यू सो मच सर, थैंक यू सो मच, इट्स एन रियल ऑनर हैविंग यू। थैंक यू सो मच सर। साथ ही साथ मैं आप सब लोगों से रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहता हूँ, आने वाली दिनों में हमारे जो भी डेवलपमेंटल इनिशिएटिव्स के साथ डायरेक्टली या इनडायरेक्टली जुड़ने के लिए आप हमारे वेबसाइट्स पे जा सकते हैं www.vykonline.org। आप हमें सोशल मीडिया के जरिए हो या फिर किसी भी प्लेटफॉर्म के जरिए हो, जिस तरीके से चाहे आप हमें जुड़ सकते हैं। हम लोग इन दिनों खास करके यूथ को एंगेज करने के लिए यूट्यूब चैनल्स क्रिएट किए हैं, जिस पे कई सारे एजुकेशनल अवेयरनेस कंटेंट हैं, चाहे वो एजुकेशन रिलेटेड हो, हेल्थ के रिलेटेड हो, वॉश के ऊपर हो, वॉलंटियरिज्म के ऊपर हो, सेमिनार्स हो, डायलॉग्स, डिबेट्स, सारे कंटेंट आपको मुफ्त में मिलेगी, फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट कंप्लीटली, एंड दैट हैज़ बीन स्पेशली डिजाइंड एंड डिवोटेड फॉर ऑल द यूथ ऑफ द कंट्री। तो जब भी आपको कोई ऐसे कंटेंट चाहिए तो आप हमें ज़रूर विजिट कीजिएगा। जैसे मॉर्निंग में आप जो वीडियो कंटेंट देख रहे थे वो भी हमने अपने वहाँ साइट से ही लिया हुआ है, ताकि हम चाह रहे थे आप सब लोग जो भी हमारे काम हो रहे हैं उस काम से अवगत हो और हमारे इस काम में आप सब लोग भी भागीदार बने। मैं हमेशा बिलीव करता हूँ सक्सेस कोई एक चीज़ का होता नहीं है। कमिंग टुगेदर इज़ अ बिगिनिंग एंड स्टेइंग टुगेदर इज़ अ process, and working together is a success. Of course, we all came together, sir. That's why this conference has been a success. And thank you so much to all of you for being with us right from morning to till evening. Thank you so much, Mayur Bhai. And we would definitely love to work together with AMA and Udgam Charitable Trust. Not only for this conference, you'd be happy to know हम लोगों के करीब 25 स्टेट में कॉलेजेस हो चाहे NGOs के साथ मिलके एक एक दिन में 2-3 हज़ार मेगा लेवल बच्चों के साथ हम लोग मोटिवेशनल स्पीक ऑर्गेनाइज करते हैं, मोटिवेशनल टॉक ऑर्गेनाइज करते हैं, एकमात्र उद्देश्य के साथ ताकि युवा आगे आए, युवा के साथ मिलकर काम करें। ऑफ कोर्स अहमदाबाद में हो या फिर पूरी गुजरात रीजन में हमारे काम को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए आप सबकी सहयोग की जरूरत होगी। और जब भी आप लोग दिल्ली आए, यू आर मोस्ट वेलकम टू द हार्ट ऑफ दिल्ली। थैंक यू सो मच। ओवर टू यू मयूर सर।
આમ તો મંજુનાથજીએ આભારનો ભાર હળવો કરી દીધો છે મારો, પણ છતાં પણ હું આપ સૌનો ખાસ ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર માનું છું. આઈ એમ થેન્કફુલ ટુ યુ એઝ you all present over here on very shorter notice. और मंजूनाथ जी का मोमेंट तो है ना, एज ए पार्टनर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन हमारा 25 साल का मोमेंट तो बन रहा है. तो वेन एवर आई विल बी एट माई ओन VYK I will give it to you, because as we are celebrating our 25th year, so we are making a special memento for our organization, those who are partner or are for our donor. So whenever I will be in Delhi after 25th, I will just happy to give you at my own VYK. I am grateful to Uday Shankar ji and Manjunath, because I always tell people, abhi I told them just when they were talking, वो एक मूवी का डायलॉग है कि अगर शिद्दत से चाहो तो कायनात भी, वो कुछ है, आई डोंट रिमेम्बर एक्चुअली, बट वो है. तो जब ये चीज़ें करने जा रहे हैं, पिछली बार जैसे धारा जी, डॉक्टर धारा आज बैठी हुई है, गुजरात यूनिवर्सिटी क्लाइमेट चेंज डिपार्टमेंट से है, जो लास्ट में बैठी हुई. तो पिछली बार जब हमने क्लाइमेट चेंज पे कॉन्फ्रेंस किया था तो वो भी वो शॉर्ट नोटिस पे था और सी वॉज नॉट एबल टू अटेंड. इस बार फ्रॉम सिंस मॉर्निंग सी इज़ ओवर हियर. संदीप जी केम फ्रॉम बॉम्बे एंड ही सेड कि आई लव टू पार्ट ऑफ इट. आरिस भाई ऑल्सो केम एंड ही सेड कि नहीं अलाउ टू पार्ट ऑफ इट. आप सब लोग जो सुबह से यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, तो मैं हर एक व्यक्ति का, यूनिसेफ का, मोइरा का, अपने नागेश्वर जी का, आई एम थैंकफुल टू ईच एंड एवरी वन. इवन आपको जान के आश्चर्य हो जाएगा, जो 2 न्यूज़ चैनल आए थे उनको सुबह 6 बजे मैंने व्हाट्सअप किया था उनके एडिटर्स को कि दूरदर्शन के न्यूज़ के डायरेक्टर को मैंने मैसेज किया कि भाई आप अपनी टीम भेज देना. तो अगेन ही रिस्पॉन्डेड मी एट 6:30 कि नहीं सर आई विल सेंड इट टू. देन अगेन आई मैसेज टू द GTPL. सो ही सेड माई अराउंड 7:30 रिप्लाइड बैक कि नहीं मैं आपको भेज दूंगा वहाँ पे. तो मैं जो भी मीडिया के मित्र आए हैं, दिसांग भाई को मैंने बहुत परेशान किया इस बार. बिग हैंड फॉर दिसांग भाई. दिसांग भाई के लिए सबसे ज़्यादा तालियां ये इतनी होनी चाहिए कि मुझे लग रहा है कि 25 साल में मैंने जितने लोगों के साथ काम किया है ना, इतना परेशान लाइफ में पहली बार मैंने किसी को किया होगा. बाकी आज तक मेरे साथ जितने भी पार्टनर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, मंजुनाथ जी आए तब से बोले कि आपके कार्यक्रम में हमें कुछ देखने का, क्वालिटी कंटेंट वाइज, स्पीकर वाइज, एवरीथिंग इज गुड. तो आपके कार्यक्रम में देखने का रहता नहीं है. बट इसी वजह से, यही भरोसे की वजह से मैं इतना मैं कहूँगा एवरेज 2 घंटे में कॉल आ जाता होगा, दिशांग भी क्या है, क्या करना है, यहाँ पे क्या हुआ, वहाँ पे क्या हुआ. तो मैं सबसे पहले दिशांग भाई का यहाँ पे बहुत बहुत शुक्रगुजार हूँ. और ऐसे ही मैं आपको परेशान करता रहूँगा, ऐसा मैं एश्योरेंस देता हूँ आपको, क्योंकि इस बात को हमको और आगे लेके जाना है. और AMA परिसर का, AMA टीम का, AMA एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर, AMA एग्जीक्यूटिव बॉडी श्री उन्मेश दीक्षित, राडिया साहब और सबका, मीडिया का मैं सबका शुक्रगुजार करता हूं. और मैं चाहता हूं कि इस बात को हम सब लेके साथ आगे जाए. डायलॉग और वार्ता वाला जो मामला, जो क्योंकि मैं तो NGO सेक्टर में हूँ, डेवलपमेंट सेक्टर में, तो मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ ईटिंग मीटिंग और चीटिंग वाला मामला हमको करना नहीं चाहिए. क्योंकि हम लोग बातें बहुत करते हैं, इम्प्लीमेंटेशन की बातें जो हम इतना लिखते हैं ना, उसके सामने इम्प्लीमेंटेशन पे आ जाए तो बहुत अच्छा काम कर सकते हैं. तो हम जो लोग, जितने लोग यहाँ मिले हैं, मैं गुजरात यूनिवर्सिटी को भी, नैनेश भाई और दाराबेन को भी बोलूँगा, रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा कि वो हमसे जुड़े. और इसको हम पहले एक मॉडल, जैसे हम अभी गांधीनगर में, मैंने आई स्पोक टू कॉरपोरेशन के गांधीनगर हैप्पीनेस इंडेक्स और हैप्पी सिटी जो प्रोजेक्ट है, उसके हिसाब से गांधीनगर में बहुत अच्छे से काम हो सकता है करके. सो आई एम परस्यूइंग देम फॉर दैट प्रोजेक्ट. सो लाइक दैट वी कैन डू समथिंग विच वी कैन, पीपल कैन रेप्लिकेट इट फ्रॉम अहमदाबाद. लेट्स डू इट. और मुझे आशा है कि हम सब साथ मिलके इस विषय में, एक व्यक्ति 1000 नहीं लाख सैनिक के बराबर है. यहाँ आए हुए लोग हैं आप में, और सेवा की बहनें, मैं हमेशा भी कहा कि खमती धर बहनें हैं, तो आप लोगों के ऊपर मुझे पूरा भरोसा है. तो हम सब साथ मिलकर इस क्लाइमेट चेंज की जो बात कर रहे हैं उसमें हम साथ मिलके आगे बढ़ें. और अच्छे से मंजुनाथ जी ने अपना टाइम और विषय केंद्र ने जो अपना पैसा इन्वेस्ट किया है, उनको भी ये लगे कि नहीं हमने किसी संस्था के साथ काम किया था तो ये लॉन्ग टर्म प्रोसेस में हुआ. जैसे मैं आज फ़क्र से कहता हूँ, अभी मंजुनाथ वो शेयरिंग कि क्लाइमेट चेंज नहीं, चैलेंजेस और अपॉर्चुनिटी फॉर NGOs इन CSR वाला जो पहला कार्यक्रम हमने किया था, उनको रेप्लिकेट करके विश्व केंद्र ने बहुत सारे कार्यक्रम, ही सेड कि हमने आपका आइडिया यूज़ करके बहुत सारे कार्यक्रम किए. मतलब आप यूज़ नहीं किया, वो अच्छा है ना कि सबके बेनिफिट के लिए पूरे भारतवर्ष में ये कार्यक्रम हुआ. तो दोनों के लिए अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ और चैलेंजेस. तो इसी तरह का ये कार्यक्रम भी हम आगे लेके जाए. आप जैसे सुगना जो लोग हैं, जिनको पता है और जो कुछ ना कुछ एफर्ट कर सकते हैं हमारे साथ मिलके, मैं आप सबको नम्र निवेदन और अनुरोध करूंगा कि आप सबकी ईमेल आईडीज़ हैं. हम एक वापस क्लोज ग्रुप यहाँ बैठक रखेंगे इसी परिप्रेक्ष्य को ध्यान में रखते हुए. तो क्योंकि उदय जी से कल रात को ही मेरी बात हुई थी, कॉल मी एट 11:15 बजे. जनरली मैं किसी का 9:30 के बाद कॉल लेता नहीं हूँ, क्योंकि मैं 11 बजे सो जाने वाला इंसान हूँ, सुबह 5 बजे उठता हूँ. तो फिर भी मैंने एक रिंग में उनका फ़ोन, बोले मुझे लगा मोटा भाई आप सो गए होंगे करके. बोला नहीं मोटा भाई आपके फ़ोन की वजह से जाग रहे थे करके. तो उनका भी इच्छा है कि हम लोग यहीं पे एक हम कुछ काम करके इसी कार्यक्रम के साथ एक बड़ा नेशनल या इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस करें, जो AMA परिसर में ही वो AMA के साथ लेके चले. तो मैं चाहूँगा उस विषय को हमें आगे ले जाना है, तो हम सब साथ मिलके उस परिप्रेक्ष्य से काम करें कि 2 दिन का अच्छा कोई रिजल्ट ओरिएंटेड काम करके हम लोग आगे बढ़ पाएँ। मैं आप सभी का पुनः धन्यवाद करते हुए थैंक यू सो मच, और जल्दी हम वापस मिलने की कामना करने के साथ गुजराती में कहते हैं आवजो। धन्यवाद।